15th live Facebook, YouTube sale, and I was actually here on time once again to get started, and I just got to start coming back here and going live because I start talking and eating and time flies by all of a sudden. So I'm gonna blame it on Laura. She is loading up the auction crate right now. We got, unfortunately, Seth up front. And then fortunately, we've got Brian around the corner. I heard metal earlier. I know when I hear metal, Brian's here. That's his trademark. John just handed me some 45s, and we're live. So I fell asleep. Jerry Stone, you'll be proud. I fell asleep ordering new vinyl. And what was I saying? I fell asleep ordering new vinyl. So, and then I woke up at 8 o'clock this morning and submitted the orders. They'll be here by tomorrow and the next day. But boy, whew, I was exhausted. I sometimes fall asleep with that laptop in my lap on like our distributors' websites, page after page, figuring out what I should order, what y'all want to buy. Let's hit copy link. Let's hit share, group, a whole lot of records. Let's get it in our group. The flip video I posted was very late today because I fell asleep. Like I said, I probably fell asleep at like 5 a.m. Ordering vinyl, and when I woke up at 8, I never did post that video. It was, and then because I was just trying to get back to sleep, so I didn't wake back up. If y'all know what that's like, it's like, oh boy, I better, because if I start doing other stuff, I'll wake back up. But if I can just close my eyes again, and boy, did I need it. I feel a lot better. Trying to get on a pretty good regiment here. But we're going to sell a lot of records tonight. We got, John's got a ton of 45s, and Laura has just delivered fantastic auctions. We still got Japanese stuff from last night we didn't get to. And welcome. All right, let's get this show on the road, followers. And let's copy this link here. Sorry, Bob Riger. Bob Riger sent us a message. No show? Man, I could have been beyond on time today. I was here at 4:45. But, you know, ticking away. But we're here, and I'm ready. Hope y'all are ready. I'm almost done sharing everything. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. No blue juice. Yeah, I've pretty much, I'm going to try to cut back on some of the very unhealthy drinks in my life. And it may cause me, like last night I was getting, boy, I'm getting sleepy. But we made it through it. We ended up going till 1 a.m. and selling 7 crates last night. Last night I was like, man, we still got a lot to sell before we need to end the show. And all of a sudden, everything just kind of picked back up, and we ended up selling, you know, several things. To finish up the show, we sold like 2 more full crates. Oh, I know what I need to do. I'm going to have to dig out one of these. Black Train Jack. This crate here is actually about to be a buy it now best offer. Sean, stick with me for 1 second. Let me tag top fans. And then Instagram here. And then this. And then story. Let's click on this. Link. Let me try to find that other new box of New Orleans 45s. Let me ask Seth. On that. Okay, let me walk around here and try to find that new box of 45s. Should be right around this corner here, if I can get to it. Maybe. Oh boy. Oh. I hope this is New Orleans stuff. I really don't know. But I just climbed over a bunch of stuff to get it, so I hope so. All right. Here we go. Do 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 do. Beep ba ba da da ba 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 da dun dun da da da. All right. Da da dun dun dun. Ching chong dum 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 boom boom. Chum chum. Boom 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 boom. What song is that? See if anybody can identify what I was just humming. Chung tung ting tung dum 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 dum. Pop pop pop. Mhm. 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 Jeremy. He got it. Thomas Hujar won. Dum 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 dum. Ting tung boom boom. Chun, 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 boom, boom. At home. Okay, here we go. So first thing we have is Black Train Jack. The on sale price is $20. They were just $24.99. Sean Fairweather said he'll already take one for full price. We're going to sell it to Sean for $20. Does anybody else want a Black Train Jack for $20? Our next first auction, let's get right off the bat with Pink Floyd, Arnold Lane. This is going to go up. It's sealed. It's going to go up for a $7 start. Pink Floyd, Arnold Lane, $7 start. Now up for bid. Second auction for a $7 start. This is Lamal, The Never Ending Story. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Pink Floyd, Lamal, now up for bid. So we got one Black Train Jack left. That sold to Sean Fairweather for $20. Here's some stuff last night that was bought now best offer. If you want to go ahead and make an offer, if you wasn't watching last night at 1 a.m., if you were watching, you may have seen these. However, if you want to make an offer, here we go. We have Charlie Bliss Forever. This is sealed on clear vinyl for $19.99. I've got 2 copies of Kurt Vile. I've already discounted these to $20. So I've got 2 extra copies left of Kurt Vile, Smoke Ring for my Halo. Those are sealed for $20 if anybody else wants one. I sold one last night. There's 2 left. And we have Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, Trouble Is, $25. Kenny Wayne Shepherd, that is sealed for $34.99. We have 2 left, and we have Courtney Barnett, Sometimes I Sit and Think, and Sometimes I Just Sit. That is sealed for $19.99. Here's the current bids on our auctions. Lamal 7, Lamal 7, Pink Floyd 10, Lamal 10, Pink Floyd 7, Lamal 25, Lamal 7. Lamal's already at 25. Pink Floyd is at 10 with Gary Samuels. We also have Samasai Squeeze. That is sealed for $19.99. Capone and Noriega. This is sealed for $34.99, blue and red vinyl. This is a buy it now best offer bin, so you can make offers. Winona Judd, just $24.99. It's on red vinyl. $24.99 with Winona Judd. We have THS ODP, the Hold Steady open door policy. That is sealed on pink vinyl for $14.99. Awesome. John just did a Beatles delivery. Oh, man, these look even better now that they're in sleeves, right? They look so much better when they get put in sleeves. Fantastic. Info on Pink Floyd. This is a sealed record store day. Arnold Lane, Syd Barrett tribute concert, one side and then etched. That is a high bid right now of $10 with Gary Samuels. Lamal's at $25, and that's a final call. Okay? That's the Pink Floyd Arnold Lane single. Now, here's how this works. Ben Digert with Kenny Wayne Shepherd. You were first to make an offer, and then Kenny Cates was first to claim it, or second to claim it at full price. So Ben Digert, if you want this, it's yours for $34.99. If not, let me know. We have Eric Johansson. That is sealed for $19.99. And we have a few of those. And this is a buy it now best offer, Ben. Also, Gazpacho Demon. Gazpacho is sealed for $19.99. And Yola, Stand For Myself. Yola is on neon pink vinyl. That is sealed for $19.99. Stone Sour, Hydrograd. Stone Sour is sealed for $39.99. Pink Floyd 11, Pink Floyd 11. So Pink Floyd does have new bids. Lamal, just so you know, Brandon and everybody else, Kelly's already bid $25 on this. And then Kenny Wayne Shepherd is a final call to anybody, Kenny Wayne Shepherd is pinned into Ben Digert and then Kenny. So, all right. And let's see here. Put this here. And now the Japanese. Okay. And now our first Japanese auction is the band. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. This is Northern Light, Southern Cross, the band, Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the inner sleeve. There's the Japanese insert. And there's the cover and obi. The band, Northern Light, Southern Cross. That's going to go up for a $35 start. Also, we have 2 copies of Black Label Society, 1919 Eternal. And last night, I told everybody, one-time deal, because I can't even sell these retail for this cheap. I said I had 2 left I would do for $25 and $25. Wow. That's only $25. I've only got 2, and that's the only 2 I can get at that price. Sufjan Stevens is $19.99. Ben Digert does get Kenny Wayne Shepherd band. That's sold to Ben Digert. Bob Riger gets Stone Sour. That's sold to Bob Riger. Lamal is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $25. That's the first single of the night. That one's sold. Pink Floyd still getting bids. Now it's at $15. And our first single from the Beatles is Something in the Way She Moves. These are all original Apple singles, and they're beautiful. I've got a stack of them over here, all different. Here is Something and Come Together Right Now. And these are beautiful. I mean, they're just like top copies in the original Apple sleeve. That's a $7 start. Both Black Label Societies are sold. Ryan Eaton gets one for $25. Kenny Cates Jr. gets one for $25. Those are sold. Rich DiCapita, are you still watching? Rich, I'm going to pull that for you. Rich on the Wild Side. I hope you're still watching. That is yours. I'm going to go through those crates later tonight, okay? So I posted a video at about 5 o'clock p.m. instead of 6 a.m. when I usually do it. Because I forgot to schedule it and I was already asleep. So that video is still live, and up until 3 minutes ago, people were still commenting and buying stuff out of it. And what I'll do that later tonight. That way people have plenty of time still to watch that video, because if I pull something now, it may sell later. So I'm going to make the cutoff like at the end of the show tonight. All right. Pink Floyd still getting bid, and the band is a $35 start. How much was Stone Sour? That was $39.99, Bob Riger, $39.99. All right, now let's go through this crate one more time. This was actually the crate we ended the show with last night. It's all new, brand new stuff. It's just like we would have ordered it from distributors, but we got it from a different inventory buyout. So all brand new vinyl here. And most of the stuff I would have never stocked and ordered. And I'm going to show it one more time. There's some stuff in here that was already discounted that we have a couple copies left, and there's some stuff no one's made an offer on yet. One more read-through, and then I've got a couple more like this I want to knock out because the next thing, like I've been telling people, this is all Discogs bound. Final call for some of this stuff because we've shown it 2 or 3 times now, and it's all sealed. Very easy to list it elsewhere, but I'd rather sell to y'all. So there's one Black Train Jack left for $20 if anybody wants it. I've got 4 copies of Charlie Bliss, and this was called Forever, sealed on clear vinyl, $19.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. We have 2 Kurt Viles left. We've already sold 1. There's 2 left, discounted to $20 if anybody wants Kurt Vile. Courtney Barnett's $19.99, buy it now or best offer. Samasai Squeeze, indie record, $19.99, buy it now, best offer. Capone and Norwegia, The War Report, those are sealed for $34.99. And we have Winona Judd, Tell Me Why. I'll go ahead and do these for $20 if anybody wants one. They're on red vinyl. Winona Judd, red vinyl, if anybody wants one, for $20. All right, so here's the update. The Beatles, Something and Come Together. The high bid's Ryan Eaton at $12. Pink Floyd, Arnold Lane, Record Store Day. The high bid on Pink Floyd is with Gary Samuels at $18. Rebecca said she'd do $17 on Samasai. That's sold to Rebecca for $17. Nobody bid on the band. It's a $35 buy it now. Northern Lights, Southern Cross, the band. A Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. A $35 buy it now, Seth. Here comes Seth, walking through the store like he's somebody. Little does he know, he's on his last lap. This is it for him. And then we're going to put up 2 more auctions. We have KV for $15 with Chris Knapp. KV, Kurt Vile. Kurt Vile's already been discounted, so it was $24.99. I've already reduced it to $20. The Beatles has new bids, 13 now 14. We got THS ODP, that's sealed for $14.99. Eric Johansson was sealed $19.99. Gazpacho Demon sealed for $19.99. I've still got Yola, Stand For Myself. That is sealed for $19.99. And then somebody asked about Suvon Stevens. Lemonade vinyl. Lemonade yellow colored vinyl, $19.99. Somebody asked earlier on Lucas. Lucas Hanoft, yeah. Or somebody asked earlier on Stufon, that's Lucas Hanoft. And yeah, $19.99 on that. And then we have the Soft Pink Truth, Left Field Electronics, sealed for $14.99. We can go ahead and sell Pink Floyd, though. Pink Floyd is sold to Gary Samuels for $18. Lucas said he'll take Sufjan Stevens. That's sold to Lucas Hanoft. Now, if you were paying attention, I've got another Pink Floyd for the same buy it now price, $18. First come, first serve on Pink Floyd for $18. Chris Knapp said he will take a Kurt Vile for $20. Chris Knapp gets a Kurt Vile for $20. That's sold. Now they're still bidding on the Beatles. And one more look at these. These are absolutely beautiful. I've got a stack of them over here, all different songs on Apple, and they're fantastic in the company sleeves. High bid on that's $15. Adam, Lucas already got Sufjan Stevens. The Courtney Barnett was called Sometimes I Sit and Think, and Sometimes I Just See It. Sealed for $19.99. If anybody changes their mind, here's what's left. Courtney Barnett, Soft Pink Troop, Yola. We have Gazpacho is sealed for $19.99. Eric Johansson, THS, ODP, Winona, which I've already reduced to $20. Capone and Norwegia. Kurt Vile, Charlie Bliss, and 1 Black Train left, which is where we started at $20. Okay? Hey, Seth, what are you doing with that polo or that sweater? Nobody said you could take that. This dude's already walking on thin ice, folks. Thin ice, Seth is walking. All right, let's see what we got here in this. Is this New Orleans stuff? I'm not for sure what this stuff is. I don't know if this is New Orleans or not. I don't know. We're going to find out. Some cool stuff in here, though. Might be great stuff for John to go through. Right, Seth? Michelle Wagner wants Gazpacho. Gazpacho sold to Michelle Wagner. This is sold. And Chris Knapp says he'll take Courtney Barnett too. All right. Courtney Barnett. Let's see here. This is sold to Chris Knapp as well. This is sold to Chris Knapp. Okay, and now Pink Floyd. Did anybody else want the other Pink Floyd? Not even Fred Cardinal, the backup bidder. Let me know if you want that. And then we have the Elton John band. This is Philadelphia Freedom. Really nice in the picture sleeve. We're going to put that up for a $7 start. I live and breathe this Philadelphia Freedom. All right. The Connery collection. We hadn't seen it in a while. I don't know. I'm going to go back through and try to find all that stuff and put it together. And when I put it all together, I'm going to probably discount it. That way we can, sell off what's left. All right, Michelle got Gaz Pacho, and we got Chris Knapp on Courtney Barnett. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in early tonight. We're knocking out some crates, and let's try to do some more, okay? This was a really popular bin last night. The first thing I'm going to do is go ahead and sell the Beatles to Chris Gardner for $15. Chris Gardner, you get the Beatles for $15. Elton John already has bids for $7. And I might just rerun the other Pink Floyd. Let me just go ahead. Let's see. I want to make sure we know. Okay, so Pink Floyd was sold for $18, and that was to Gary Samuels. And I have one more if anybody else wants one. If not, I'll rerun it later, okay? Which it could bring 15, could bring 22. You never know when you rerun another record like that. All right, let's put up another Beatles. Oh, boy. Paperback Rider. Beautiful once again. And Rain. This is going to go up for a $7 start. Look how nice. Once again, beautiful. When y'all get these, you're going to be like, holy moly. That's going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start on that as well. Now, let's put up another Japanese. We already have a Buy It Now. And yes, we're going to be doing some Buy It Now singles as well. I'm going to go ahead and get started with those right now. Let me go ahead and show a few records in this bin, though. I have already discounted this last night. The Avett Brothers on blue vinyl. They were $29.99. We had 6 of them last night. We sold 4. I've got 2 left for $25 and $25. 2 sealed Avett Brothers left, already discounted to $25 and $25. I still have Elbow, Takeoff and Landing of Everything. Elbow was sealed for $29.99. And Toxic Reasons, Killed by Remote Control. That's a gray vinyl remaster, a hardcore album, $29.99. Kelly Vlodarchek wants an Avett Brothers. Now there's one left for $25 if anybody else wants one. Also, we have Times of Grace, Songs of Loss and Separation. That was sealed for $24.99. And then this, never to get an offer. These are fairly priced at $44.99. This is Billy Strings Live. We never did get an offer. Nobody ever actually threw anything out there, but we comped it on Discogs. $44.99. Not bad whatsoever. It's on blue vinyl. It's Billy Strings Live, Volume 1, blue vinyl. Elton John just got that one bid with Jamie Diaz. That is sold for $7. Now the Beatles has bids for $7, $10, and $10. Right now, Paul Fritsch has the high bid. Chuck Haley, you're out. Art D. LaSchmidt, you have been outbid. Just letting you know. Let's go ahead and grab another single. Thriller. I almost tried to sing like Michael Jackson. I immediately stopped. I caught myself. I'm not going to disrespect Michael like that and try to sing Thriller, okay? So let's just put it up for auction. This is a white label, original promo copy of the original 7-inch single, Thriller. Double-sided promo. Thriller's a $7 start. The Avett Brothers, it's got I think a Roman numeral title. What is this? 33. I don't know exactly what it's called. It's Roman numerals. I know that's 33 and then 68, 15, or no, 55, 38, 68, 65. I'm not for sure. I may be doing something wrong there, but it might be a date. I don't really know, but the last copy is $25. All right, the Beatles at $12. And then we have an offer on Billy Strings for $40. All right, that's to Randy Klein. So I've got 4 more left if anybody wants one. Not bad whatsoever. Billy Strings at $40. Sealed, and that's a now discounted price. I've got 4 left if anybody else wants one. Also, Aaron Jones, Child of the State, sealed $24.99. I told somebody last night I would take 20. They offered less. It's marked 25. I said I would do 20 on that. It's still available. The Doors, LA Woman. I told them last night I would take 25 for this. There was no takers. And I was like, man, some of these I can't believe there's no takers. Like the Doors for $25, new and sealed. Also, Bella Fleck, My Bluegrass Heart. Bella Fleck is sealed for $29.99. And Cool Keith, Black Elvis, Lost in Space. That is an unopened music on vinyl press, $39.99. Let's do some buy now singles. The Monkees, Pleasant Valley Sunday. There is writing on the front and back. Somebody wrote their name, then it was colored out. Very cool picture sleeve, though. The Monkees, Pleasant Valley Sunday in words. It was the summer of '69. Bryan Adams, these are all $6.99. Simon & Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water. The Righteous Brothers, You've Lost That Love and Feeling. Big hits here. We have Taking Care of Business, Bachman Turner Overdrive, and 10cc, The Things We'll Do for Love. Double-sided hits. Hotel California by the Eagles. And we have Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes, Bad Luck Part 1 and Part 2. Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes. Those are all $6.99 each on those. Okay? Those are first come, first serves. Back up to the top, I left off by saying MJ was at 15 and then 20. The Beatles got a new bid for 14. MJ 30. Jason Boxell first on M for Monkees for $6.99. Ivan R on KK, and that was for something in here. He's probably about to let me know. Oh, that's probably for Cool Keith. That's right here. That's sold to Ivan, Cool Keith. Larry Smith next on the Monkees. Ben Dygert gets the Aaron Jones for 20. Ben Dygert gets the Doors for 25. And now we have Paul Fritsch third on the Monkees. Kelly Wlodarczyk on Right for Righteous Brothers. That's sold to Kelly for $6.99. The MJ promo of Thriller is now at $35. Melissa Bilberry gets Simon & Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water, and Cecilia. Great one there. Jamie Diaz next on Righteous. Jason Boxell on Howard Melvin. And that leaves Eagles, Hotel California, and New Kid in Town. Kind of a double-sided hit there. The Taking Care of Business and Bryan Adams, Summer of '69, and Heaven. So that's kind of like the Bryan Adams is like a double-sided hit. The BTO and 10cc is obviously a double-sided hit, and so is the Eagles. Those are like vintage reissue double-sided hit records. Now, MJ's the final call to Donna for $35, and the high bidder on the Beatles is Paul Fritsch at $14. That is this beautiful copy, Apple pressing of Rain and Paperback Rider. Next in the bin was Cool Keith and MC Homeless. This is sealed for $24.99, and just so everybody knows, I've already sold one for $20 last night. I'll sell this one for $20, which is $5 off. And Oak Crow Medicine Show, we sold about 3 of these last night for $20. They were marked $24.99. I'll sell one more for $20. So a couple things in there already discounted, and we had just a few stray copies left. Donna Turner gets the Eagles. That's sold to Donna Turner for $6.99. And we still got Bryan Adams and BTO. Unfortunately, that was my only copy of Cool Keith. Let's go ahead and sell MJ to Donna Turner for $35. And Paul Fritsch, you get the Beatles for $14. Gary Samuels wants that last Old Crow for $20. That's sold to Gary Samuels. All right, now we have another promo from Michael Jackson. Beat It from Thriller. Another white label promo. Beautiful stock, or excuse me, beautiful. It's a promo. I almost said stock copy, but it's a promo. I should say near mint, like unplayed copy. Beat It, Michael Jackson, $7 start promo. That's up for bid. Bryan Adams is sold to Paul Brothers for $6.99. And the only single left in that stack was Taking Care of Business and The Things We Do for Love. That's still available. Our next Beatles single is really cool here. Yellow Submarine and Eleanor Rigby. And one more time, these are beautiful. Absolutely beautiful pressings here of these Beatles singles. This is Yellow Submarine and All the Lonely People, which is Eleanor Rigby. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Let's run through this bin one more time. Cool Keith is sold to Colin Butler for $20, and that was a great crate. This was some stuff we was going through last night at like 1 a.m., and let's run through those one more time and show you what's left. Nobody's made an offer yet on Elbow. Elbow is sealed for $29.99. These are new and sealed records, buy it now or best offer. Toxic Reasons, Killed by Remote Control. That is sealed for $29.99. And then Times of Grace, Songs of Loss and Separation, that's sealed for $24.99. And then Billy Strings was $5 off. We've got several left at $40. Live, Volume 1, blue vinyl. And for what we seen last night, that was a very fair price. The Avett Brothers, we're going to go ahead and say we have one left for $25. And we have Bella Fleck. Adam Bernardi asked the price. Adam Bernardi, this is $29.99. Let's not forget about LPs I have the auction. Goodness, we're so busy with everything else, I'm forgetting to put LPs up for auction. Our next Japanese pressing is David Bowie. No Obi, there is some discoloration on the cover, but what a fantastic compilation to have on Japanese vinyl, especially since the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful vinyl, $25 start. However, the cover does have some issues. A pro, though, you do get the lyric book. The lyric book does have some humidity staining, and on the back and front, there's some very much humidity staining, but that's going to go up for a $25 start. Bella Fleck is sold to Adam Bernardi for $25. The Beatles is at $10, and Michael Jackson's A Final Call to Donna for $20. All right, very, very nice. There we have it. And then if the humidity discoloration doesn't bother you, excellent David Bowie. Let me take a drink of some blue juice here. Give me 1 second. I messed up and said blue juice. I'm not on blue juice. I'm on purple juice. I'm going to try to go 1 week without blue juice. I know, everybody's disappointed. They want to see me act like I'm a crack addict. They want to act me. Y'all pretty much come to the zoo to see Chad act like a psycho on here every night. Here's our next auction, Eddie Money, Live for the Taking. This is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing, a $35 start. There's the Japanese insert. There's the cover and Obi, a $35 start. Anybody else? If not, we're changing bins, and I'm going to sell those 245s. Bowie has bids. I'm going to condense these with that other crate. And since I've done that, we've pretty much already sold almost a whole crate of new and sealed vinyl that we offered last night on sale. And I'm going to do one more like that. The flip video that I posted, I'm going to wait and offer that a little bit later. That way everybody still has time to get over to the group or that may not be watching the sale tonight. We have a lot of people. We got a lot of people that are in our group that don't watch the live stream. So they really only buy pre-orders and buy from those flip videos, which I wish it wasn't that way, but it's understandable. They just don't have time to watch the live streams as much. So a lot of those people watch those videos and they want to make sure they can get what they can. So by watching those videos. So we're going to wait and tag that probably the last thing tonight. All right. Here we go. And let's see what happened. Since I've been away, Chuck Haley is going to get the Beatles for $10. That's sold to Chuck Haley. Nobody else bid on MJ, right? MJ is sold to Donna for $20. And then now Bowie's at $30.31. No bid on Eddie Money. We need some more singles, okay? And the next single I've got here for you is, I got a pretty good stack here that I found. Yeah, right here. Pump Up the Jam. Uh-oh. Pump Up the Jam. Very nice. I had this song stuck in my head the other day because it's in like all these reels and videos now that I watch that just are fed to you constantly on Facebook and Instagram and TikTok. And I looked up that single because I never see the album. Not a cheap single. Technotronic, Pump Up the Jam. $7 start on that. And then the Sex Pistols do what? Early for a Sex Pistols auction. The Sex Pistols, Pretty Vacant. This is one I found last night over here in a box. No Fun, Virgin, 1977, Beautiful. Beautiful. $7 start. This is now up for bid. So we got Pump Up the Jam. Something Dance Floor. You know how that song goes. There it is. And then we got the Sex Pistols. Those are our current two auctions. All right. Ben Dogger says, you know what? I watch both. That's great. That's what I want to see. Everybody watching both of them. So, first thing we have is, all right, these are all buy it now best offer. Fast, because we went through these last night, but I'm giving them one more chance, okay? Make offers on new sealed vinyl. Unusual to see that here. Rock Nation, a written testimony. Rock Nation is sealed, $24.99. We also have The Garden. This is $24.99. The Garden, Mirror Might Steal Your Charm. That is $24.99. Also, we have Ride, Going Blank Again. Ride is sealed for $34.99. Declan McKenna, What Happened to the Beach, sealed on yellow vinyl, $19.99. Tyler Childers, Rusted in the Rain. Tyler Childers is $24.99. This is Roddy Ricch, Please Excuse Me for Being Antisocial, sealed for $29.99. and Little Sims, winner of the Best New Artist. Little Sims, that is sealed for $24.99. And Heretic Pride, the Mountain Goats, sealed for $19.99. Now, let me pause there and update all the comments right quick. The first thing that I have was Bowie was at 31 with Melanie Jennings. Now, Paul Fritch put B12, but I don't know if that came in on time. Chuck, it's yours for 10 because I don't think that came in on time. I think that was late. But if you want to give it to Paul for 12, you can. If not, I'll keep it with you 10. That's between y'all. And then Technotronic, Pump Up the Jam, has a bid for 10. Sex Pistols, 15. Sex Pistols, 16. David Bowie, 32. Sex Pistols, 20. Bowie, 35. Technotronic, 12. Pistols out, David Bowie out. Let's go ahead and make Eddie Money a buy it now. Live for the taking. Near Mint Minus and Pristine, Japanese pressing. A $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now. Eddie Money, live for the taking. That can be bought for a $35 buy it now. That is available. If anybody wants it, Eddie Money. Banner Brothers coming in this week. It's supposed to. They don't ship until Thursday. Well, that stuff might be here on Thursday, but they might not ship it till Thursday, so it gets here on Friday. All right, now let's figure out what happened with the auctions. The Technotronic, no, it's just in a regular stock sleeve. Pump Up the Jam is just in a regular stock sleeve. And there's the Sex Pistols, okay? And now the Bowie is a final call. Bowie got a bid for 32, then 35. Technotronic, 15. And then we got an offer on Childers for 20. Childers is sold to Ben Dygert for 20. We also have Waxahachie Tiger's Blood sealed for $24.99. One second, please. All right. Now, we have first, we got Fantasy. No, we got Gaslight Anthem. We sold two or three of these last night for 20. I've got one left for 20 if anybody else wants one. And M83 Fantasy, sealed for $29.99. Final call on some of this new and sealed stuff here. And then right now, like I said, Chuck, I have that. And that's the Beatles is yours for 10. But I think Paul's bid came in late. Make sure if you bid, it's on time, or if I've sold it before it pops up on Restream. You may have sent it on Facebook, but it's got to get over here to Restream in enough time. Always is $24.99, and Rex Orange County. This is sealed for $19.99, Rex Orange County. And then we have another Elbow. Elbow is sealed, green vinyl, $19.99. Okay, so I haven't heard back from anybody on a few things. Rebecca has Technotronic for 15. Rebecca has the Sex Pistols for 20. Melanie Jennings has David Bowie for 35. I'm about to sell all those auctions so we can put up new stuff. Gaslight is sold to Ben Dygert for 20. We have the Avett Brothers sealed for $29.99. This is a buy it now best offer bin. Nate Smith, Kinfolk 2, See the Birds, sealed for $24.99. Off with Their Heads, Be Good. This is sealed for $19.99. Also, Punch Brothers, All Ashore. That is sealed for $19.99. And Black Country New Road. This is sealed for $19.99. All right, so Melanie Jennings, you do get the David Bowie for $35. That is sold to you for $35. That is done. And let's tag that for her. And it looks like Rebecca gets the next two singles, which is Technotronic, Pump Up the Jam for $15. And we have the Sex Pistols, Pretty Vacant. And this is sold as well to Rebecca for $20. Now we need all new auctions, okay? By the way, tonight's advertised auctions are already over here next to me. Hope everybody's ready. But first, I have another Beatles. And this one is Hey Jude and Revolution. What a single. This is going to go up for a $7 start. Hey Jude and Revolution. Beautiful. Once again, the Beatles, a $7 start. Next is, we pulled Gaslight already, right? Yep. And then Elbow for $15. Let's find that for Sid Blair. This one here, sell that to Sid Blair for $15. Also, I've got Kodak Black. He is sealed for $29.99. And then we had two copies left of Steven Wilson. Steven Wilson is $34.99. Noah Kahan, which I've already told last night, a great price at $34.99. Noah Kahan, And Laffy, typical of me, we sold one. I have one more left for $20. $24.99, now marked down to $20. The last Averitt Brothers, or the only Averitt Brothers here, this is sold to Mark Riley for $24. Adam Bernardi wants the last elbow for $15. And then Lucas Patterson on Noah Kahn. Lucas Patterson on Noah Kahn, just $34.99 for stick season. Really good price on that. The Beatles has a bid for 10 with Paul Fritch. The only Buy It Now 45 that hadn't sold is Taking Care of Business by BTO and 10cc, The Things We Do for Love. That's $6.99. I'm about to put up some more Buy It Nows. Let me do that right now. And the first ones we have for $6.99 is Sweet Caroline by Neil Diamond. Gwen McCrae, Rocking Chair. Also, Merle Haggard and Clint Eastwood, Barroom Buddies. Starship, Sarah. Billy Joe, Piano Man. And The Entertainer, Heart, These Dreams. And a Bobby Sherman cardboard record cutout, like a cereal box record. And The Police, Every Breath You Take. Wow, that was a good batch of singles right there for $6.99. Those are all $6.99. First, we got Jamie Diaz on 10cc. Jamie Diaz on 10cc. That was the last one back here. That's 45's mine, I think. What just happened here? Is The Things We Do for Love there? Okay, Tony McDaniel gets the 10cc. I'm not for sure how that came across, but he said he got that earlier for $6.99. And then next was Jamie Diaz. Kelly Vlodarchek on Neil Diamond for $6.99. Gwen is sold to Donna Turner for $6.99. The Beatles has a new bid for $12. Adam Bernardi gets that last Laffy for $20. And then Chuck Haley on Bobby. Bobby Sherman sold to Chuck for $6.99. That leaves The Police, Every Breath You Take, Heart, These Dreams, Billy Joe, Piano Man, Starship, Sarah, and Merle Haggard and Clint Eastwood, Barroom Buddies. And those are $6.99 each. All available right there. Let's put up another Japanese LP for auction. Anybody else want anything out of that crate? Let me know. First thing I have going up right now in the Japanese department is the Village People. It's the state of the YMCA. The Village People, $35 start. It is near minus and pristine. The actual title on this is called Cruisin' with Obi. That's going to go up for a $35 start. The Beatles has a high bid with Cheryl Barnes at $12. Paul, you're out. That is at $12. Final call. Hiram Parte wants These Dreams by Heart. That's sold to Hiram for $6.99. Already selling a ton of 45s tonight. Anybody else want anything in here? Noah Kahn is $34.99. Paul second on Heart, but you are first on Billy Joe. Paul Fritch, Neil Diamond was a Buy It Now. Neil Diamond was a Buy It Now, not an auction. It's already sold. And then Heart is sold already, but Paul Brothers, I will give you Billy Joe. Now, Paul Fritch, you're also outbid on the Beatles. I'm about to sell it for $12 to Cheryl unless there's a new bid. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that is a sealed, no, this one's opened. It's numbered, Jimi Hendrix, Dolly Dagger, and Nightbird Flying. This is on purple vinyl, Jimi Hendrix, purple vinyl, Dolly Dagger, Nightbird Flying, numbered, gold stamp numbered, $7.87, $7 start on that. $7 start. So the last remaining records in here was Noah Kahn, Stephen Wilson, Kodak Black, also Black Country New Road, Punch Brothers, Off With Their Heads, Be Good, Nate Smith, Rex Orange County, Always, M83, Waxahachie, The Mountain Goats, Little Sims, Roddy Ricch, Declan McKenna, Ride, The Garden, and this last one here was Rock Nation. If anybody decides you want anything else in there, just let me know. I'm going to take these two crates here then that's been gone through now twice, once already tonight and once last night. I'm going to move them right over here. And if you change their mind, you're allowed to. You can change your mind. I will allow it, especially if you're like, you know what, Chad? I've been thinking about it. Go ahead and give me everything that's in that bin, even all the duplicates. We can do that. How about a sealed OG Prince? Never been opened. Sealed OG Prince. This is going to go up for a $25 start. It's never been opened. It's a sealed original Prince. It does have a saw mark. $25 start. The Beatles has a new bid for 14 with Paul Fritsch, which means that Cheryl Barnes, you've been outbid, and Jimi Hendrix has one bid for 7. Final call to get a bid on the Village People for 35. All righty, I think it's time for, let's go ahead and knock out another handful of 45s, and then let's do some other bands, buy it now, best offer. All right, and we'll go ahead and do the newest arrivals tonight too. Benny King, Ecstasy. Benny King is $6.99. David Rose, The Stripper, and Eddie Howard, Happy Birthday. Todd Rundgren, I Don't Want to Work, I Just Want to Bang on the Drum All Day, Todd Rundgren. We have Evelyn Champagne King, $6.99. Leslie Gore, Picture Sleeve, Hey Now. How about a Monkees cardboard cutout record? That's pretty cool. Last Train to Clarksville, I Want to Be Free, Forget That Girl and Valerie. Wow. Starship, It's Not Enough. And let's pause here with the Jelly Beans, I Want to Love Him So Bad. That's all $6.99. Bass Kicking, we have already sold out of Black Label Society. Those only 2 copies I have sold very quickly. That was my only 2 I had available for $24.99. The Beatles has a new bid for 15. Jimi Hendrix, I don't think got another bid, so I'm about to sell that. And Prince only has 1 bid for 25. Let me see what I need to do next. Let's try to find a great buy it now best offer bin. What was this? That was here. This is now. Actually, you know what? I think there's one more new kind of sealed bin here I can run through really quick just to make sure everybody has had their chance to make offers on something. Yeah, and then some of these last night I discounted. And yeah, let's try it that way I at least can set it off to the side, okay? All right. So first let's tag some of the 45s. And the 45s to tag is Pat Fratt on Todd Rundgren. That is sold for $6.99. Tony McDaniel was second. The Evelyn Turner was I Don't Know If It's Right in Picture Sleeve. Tommy Call says, what songs is ECK? And then Chuck Haley on the Monkees. Larry Smith on LG for Leslie Gore. And then 2 other people on the Monkees. All right, so we still got the Jelly Beans, I Want to Love Him So Badly. We still got Starship, It's Not Enough. David Rose, The Stripper. The Benny King was Ecstasy and Yes. And then Evelyn Champagne King, Tommy called. That's what he was asking about. I Don't Know If It's Right. I Don't Know If It's Right. And the flip on that is We're Going to a Party, which is a Sam Cooke song. Originally big by Sam Cooke. I don't know who originally wrote it. All right. Unbelievably, actually, yeah, Jimi Hendrix just 1 bid. So did Robert Warner for 7. Purple vinyl numbered. Village People is a buy it now for $35. It's the State of the YMCA. That's a $35 buy it now. No bid. And what I was saying is, unbelievably, the sealed Prince back there, an original sealed, unopened, has 1 bid for $25. We are about to sell it. Prince is at $25. Now, the Beatles' Hey Jude is at $16.17. All right, that's the only stuff left. And then the Evelyn is sold to Donna Turner. She was first asking the tracks, and she said she wants it. That's sold to Donna Turner. So that leaves Benny King, David Rose, Starship, and the Jelly Beans from that pile. Okay? Now, we have 1 Widespread Panic left for $19.99. We sold several last night. Robert, $19.99. Also, we have Maggie Rogers, sealed for $24.99. Kendrick Lamar, these are buy now or best offer. Kendrick Lamar is $34.99. The Lemon Twigs, songs for the general public. The Lemon Twigs is $24.99. We have Haim, Women in Music Part 2. I've already discounted these last night to $14.99. They were $24.99. Women in Music Part 3. Those are just $24.99, now $14.99. Robert Tomick takes Widespread Panic. That's sold to him. We have Wise Blood. That's sealed for $29.99. Also, a couple of copies of that available. And Liturgy 93696. Liturgy is sealed on clear vinyl for $24.99. Rainbow Kitten Surprise was $24.99. Little Uzi Vert pink tape, that's sealed on pink vinyl for $34.99. And somehow y'all were bidding on the Monkees. The Monkees was a buy it now. It's long gone. The Monkees was a buy it now. It's long gone. There's no bids on the Monkees. And now the Beatles is at 17 with Cheryl. Paul Fritz, you're out. And now the Prince is at 26 and 27. The Monkees was a buy it now. It's no longer available. It was a quick first come, first serve. You got to be fast. I hope that you have your fingers ready on some of these. If not, they're going to be gone faster than you can say lickety split. Here's our next single, a beautiful copy of the Byrds, Mr. Tambourine Man. This is going to go up for a $7 start. Hey, Mr. Tambourine Man, a beautiful original copy. This is going to be an auction, a $7 start. Some of these are buy it nows, and they're going to be sold so fast it's going to make your head spin. So you got to have your fingers and your mind locked in like you're trying to win a chess championship, okay? Like you're trying to win a green jacket. You've got to be ultra focused. You've got to be like really, really focused here, okay? Otherwise, stuff's going to get gone really fast. Lamont Dozier is sealed on blue vinyl for $24.99. Julian Baker is sealed for $19.99. DMA's is unopened for $29.99. We have Britt Taylor sealed on blue vinyl for $19.99. Thank you, John. On your way out, you can fire Seth, okay?
Okay, stop your fire.
That just made John really happy. I gave him permission to fire Seth. Seth just got fired by John. A.A. Bondi sealed. Laura, next time you come up here, you can fire them. And then Brian, on your way out, you can fire Seth too. Modern Life is War. That's on red vinyl, $19.99. And Mercyland, this is sealed for $19.99. Also, we have Justin Townes Earl Yuma sealed on gold vinyl for $19.99. All right, so where are we? Prince 27, Bird 7, Birds 8. So Cheryl, you've been outbid on the Beatles. No, Paul Fritz never bid on the Beatles again. This is sold for $17. This is sold to Cheryl Barnes for $17, okay? Now, the Birds is now at 7, 8, now 10, and the Sealed Prince is a final call. Joey Sorge hadn't set out. It's crept along. We're at $27. If I buy tonight, we'll be adding my previous invoice. No invoices are to be combined. $7 shipping per week. So if you buy tonight, it starts a new cycle for 7. Last week is 7 as well. $7 unlimited shipping, but that's per week. We do not combine invoices. It's $7 per week. $7 per week, okay? So the best thing to do, pay the invoice, start a new one, and this every week, consider it like a $7 unlimited shipping program. That's I think that's how most people look at it. It's like a $7 unlimited shipping program. Every week, $7. By the time you buy a crap ton here, it's all going to come out very much in your favor. Next single is going up right now. It's the Beatles. And we're going to put this up for a $7 start. And this is Help and I'm Down. Another beautiful Apple single here from Help. Very nice. It is an Apple repressing. Very clean for a $7 start. That's now for bid. Paul, I haven't heard back from you from Prince. Unfortunately, I lost Joey Sorge. Lost him somewhere. So Rod Bryan, you get this for $27. Sealed. I think if I would have opened this, I probably would have priced it for a lot more than that, just knowing that it's a brand new mint copy. This was sealed and just sold for $27. Can we send videos of Seth firing them? Yeah, so you can, or if you just want to send a personal video, like on camera, of you firing Seth, you can send it and I'll show it to him. Sid Blair gets that last copy of Haim. Or no, there's one more left, just $14.99. And there we go. So we have the Birds and we got Help. Those are final call. Lamont Dozier. I think there's a hop sticker on it mentioning tracks, isn't there? Where was that? Was that in a previous bin? 50th Anniversary Edition expanded. Why Can't We Be Lovers? Don't Stop Playing Our Song. If you don't want to be in my life, the picture will never change. Don't Let Me Leave. New breed kind of woman. Enough of your love slipping away. Why Can't We Be Lovers? Don't Leave Me. New breed kind of woman. Oh, it's got additional cuts on that. Beatles 8, Beatles 10. Okay. And now the birds, I lost Paul Fritch again. This is so to Cheryl. No, Paul Fritch has it for 10. I've lost Cheryl. Cheryl, you're out on that. The birds is at 10, and now the Beatles is at 10. All right, I'm going to move this crate off the table. If anybody decides you want anything else in there, just let me know. They're going right over here. That's 3 full crates of sealed stuff. We may not ever show those again. So, if so, it's going to be a long time. I've been putting stuff away like in a completely different part of the store so I don't accidentally move it back into rotation, okay? Beatles 10, Beatles 11. We need new LPs up for auction, and we have an offer on Lamont Dozier. Let's see, what do we have those marked? Let's go ahead and sell that for $20. I've got one more on blue vinyl, a 50th anniversary edition. Wow, 50th anniversary edition. Okay, here we go. Freak out. Next Japanese auction is going to go up right now. It is going to be an Obi-less Led Zeppelin 2. Ah, yes. Budgie, you're looking at about an hour and a half from now. Maybe an hour, maybe an hour and a half. Led Zeppelin 2 is a Japanese pressing. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Japanese, no Obi. Led Zeppelin 2, $35 start. Now up for bid. Now, the Beatles is at 11. Let me clarify all these auctions, because we've got about 2 or 3 of the same people bidding, and I think they're all within $1 of each other. Paul Fritch had the birds for $10. Cheryl, you never did say out. And then the Beatles, Cheryl has this for 11. Chuck Haley, you're out. Budgie, I might can do it at 7:15. Okay, ask me at 7:15, I'll put it up, okay? I'll run it at 7:15. That way everybody that's listening right now knows as well. 7:15. If you can stay up till then, I'll run it. Okay? What's next? I got another sealed record here. I'm telling y'all, we've had some deals come through on sealed records lately. Like, most of them have been selling less than what they would be opened in VG Plus condition. This is the Best of Mountain sealed with a promo sticker. That's going to go up for a $15 start. Sealed Best of Mountain. I guess some people have phobias about opening them. Okay. Once again, I lost Cheryl on the birds. She never did say out. So this is sold to Paul Fritch for $10. And now the Beatles is at 12 of Chris Gardner. And I've got to make sure Cheryl says out on that. Now Chuck Haley's at 15. There we have it. All right, let's go through. Let's see here. This was last night's, right? Yep, that was last night's. Was this last night's? That was last night's. Let me get last night's pile right here. That was last night's pile. This was last night's pile. I think 9 crates of new vintage stuff last night is left into 3. Let's see here. All right, let's go through this crate. Buy it now or best offer. You can buy these now or you can make offers, okay? Very easy to do. Buy it now or best offer. Now we have Prince Pop Life. This is going to go up for a $7 start. Prince is a, oh no, this has something wrong with it right here. That's unfortunate. Let me put that over here in the to be possibly exchanged box. Nothing to worry. I've got plenty more here I'm about to pull through. All right, so here we go. Let's grab a handful here and see what we got. All right, we got James Brown, 456368. James Brown is going to go up for $6.99. All these are buy it nows, $6.99. There's James Brown. The Church, Under the Milky Way. Jackson Brown promo, Ready or Not. Bill Haley, Rock a Beatin' Boogie. We have Mary J. Blige, Real Love from 1992. Chuck Berry, No Particular Place to Go. That's a good one. And Jackson Brown promo again. Here come those tears again. Those are all $6.99, okay? Here is where we're at. The Beatles was at 15. Mountain was at 15. Mountain's at 20. Mike Massey first on Church. And then Chris Gardner, then Craig Thomas, and then Ivan on JB and Church. Now, do you want both Jackson Browns or just one of them? Or James Brown? There's Jackson Brown and James Brown. Maybe you want a James Brown. Let me know, Ivan. And Laffy's already sold. And Donna Turner on Mary J. Blige. That sold to Donna for $6.99. Robert Vladorchek was second. Okay, so the Beatles is sold for $15, and that sold to Chuck Haley. I lost a couple people on that one. Led Zeppelin, Japanese press, just one bid for $35. Wow, that sold to Chris Gardner for $35. Thank you, Chris. Just one bid on Japanese Led Zeppelin, $35. And now Mountains, a final call. No, it isn't. We have a bid for $21. Paul Fritz says, I'm in on Chuck Berry. So he gets Chuck Berry for $6.99. That leaves James Brown, Jackson Brown, and Bill Haley. Let's put those back here. And this crate here is going to be buy it now or best offer. First thing we have is Queen, News of the World. A beautiful copy. The other night, I was like, is there some reason nobody's buying this? A beautiful OG copy of Queen, $34.99 with the original on her sleeve. These are now buy it now or best offer. Van Morrison, A Period of Transition, $34.99 for Van Morrison. Nat King Cole, Ramblin' Rose. Nat King Cole is $9.99 in shrink wrap. Also, Brian Ferry, The Broad Strip Bear, $24.99. And Bill Nelson's Red Noise, $19.99. Mountains at 21. Whoever's at 20's out, which was Ivan R. Final call for Mountain at 21 with Brian Call. We are about to sell it. Our next single is going to go up right now, and it is, hold on one second. It is right here. It's a sealed Jimi Hendrix in the West. Johnny B. Good and Purple Haze. Sealed Jimi Hendrix. $7 start on that. That's now up for bid. $7. Jimi Hendrix in the West. Johnny B. Good and Purple Haze. That's now up for bid. And the other single is going to go up right now, and it's The Cult. You okay there, Seth? Oh my gosh. We have She Sells Sanctuary and Love Removal Machine. The Cult is going to go up for a $7 start. Grandpa's Munster on Queen for $35. Give me 1 second to verify this account, okay? I usually don't sell to YouTube accounts that don't have actual real names. Aretha Franklin, Who's Zooming Who? Because that's kind of hard to do nowadays, to set up a Facebook account without a real name. Melanie at Carnegie Hall is $19.99, and the Moody Blues Octave, $14.99. Now, let's go ahead and sell this to the first person. I need you to go ahead and send us a message, if you don't mind. Send us a Facebook message. You were first on the Queen for $34.99. If you don't mind sending us a Facebook message with your email address, your real name, and your mailing address, that way we can verify everything. I'll get you registered afterwards, okay? Or that actually does register you, and we will take care of you from there. But if you don't mind to go ahead and do that, that way we can confirm you are real, okay? And that's sold to you for $34.99. Next is David V on Queen. How much was Bill Nelson? Bill Nelson's Red Noise is $19.99. The Colt 7, the Colt 10, Hendrix 7. Next, the Colt, and we have Dave Clark 5. That's $9.99. And Quicksilver coming through. Quicksilver's $19.99. Did Mountain get another bid? It never did get another bid. I lost a couple people. Brian Call gets Mountain for $21. That is sold to him. Mountain, $21 to Brian Call. That is officially sold, okay? I've got inbox pulled up here. $7 on the shipping. If you're new, don't hesitate to buy. We got to have new customers to keep growing here. And we got thousands of records that's been shown that didn't sell. So that tells me there's still somebody out there that needs them. We just got to find the right customer. We got to find new people to follow our page. That way they can hop on and be like, you know what? I will take everything that's left in that crate. Thank you, Chad. And now here's our next auctions. I have, oh wow, here's the stuff I passed on last night because it was getting a little too late. I've got Tesla, and this is 5-man acoustical jam. Tesla is going to go up for a $7 start. Tesla is going to go up for a $7 start. Next thing is Dave Clark, and Dave Clark. So Dave Clark is sold to Brian Call, then Michael Rudolph, then David V. Jimi Hendrix has got one bid for $7 to Robert Warner. The Colts, She Sells Sanctuary, and Love Removal Machine. The last bid on this was Chris Gardner at $10. Everybody else is out. Final call for $10. Tesla is a $7 start. 5-man acoustical jam, and it's really clean. Tesla cassette, $7 start. Champagne Jam, Atlanta Rhythm Section. Great vintage bin here. Buy it now or best offer. Next thing I have is Ian Gillan and Roger Glover. This is $24.99. Gold stamp promo, accidentally on purpose. $24.99. Wilmer and the Dukes, a 1969 press, $39.99 for Wilmer and the Dukes, $39.99 on that. And the Beach Boys Surfing Safari, a 62 mono, very nice, very clean, $39.99. That is a 62 mono. We also have Aftermath, the Rolling Stones, $34.99. Aftermath, the Rolling Stones, extremely nice copy, $34.99. All right, when I come back, I'm selling the Colt, and Tesla doesn't have a bid either. I lost about 2 or 3 people on Colt. I'm about to sell it, though, but here's some more Buy It Now 45s. These are all $6.99. Bob Dylan, The Angel You, Chuck Berry, Anthony Boy, Eagles, The Long Run, Frankenstein, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. That's Edgar Winter Group, Fanny, I've Had It. We have ABBA, Happy New Year promo, and we have I almost auctioned this. What a cool picture sleeve. The Fifth Dimension, California Soul. The Fifth Dimension, California Soul. Those are all $6.99 there. $6.99. All right, so the Tesla's a no bid. $7 Buy It Now on Tesla. Our next auction is Pink Floyd, Arnold Lane, sealed record store day. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Gregory Roberts on RS. Is that for the Rolling Stones? If so, that's so to Gregory Roberts. Craig Rutherford on Frankenstein for $6.99. Larry Smith on the Fifth Dimension for $6.99. That leaves ABBA, Happy New Year, double-sided promo from Super Trooper, Fanny, Eagles, The Long Run, and the Disco Strangler, Chuck Berry, and Bob Dylan. Those are all $6.99 each. Pink Floyd's at $8. The Colt is stalled at $10. I lost a couple people, but I got to go ahead and sell it. This is sold to Chris Gardner for $10. The Colt, She Sells Sanctuary. That's sold for $10. Now Pink Floyd's at $8. Now Pink Floyd's at $10. AC/DC, for those about to rock, we salute you. A promo copy. AC/DC, that's going to go up for a $7 start. Next is Stones Have Inner Sleeve. This is just a generic, definitely an old inner sleeve, but just a generic inner sleeve. Just a generic inner sleeve on that one, okay? Now, let's go back to the top. Back up to the top. First thing we have is Brian Call on the ABBA 45. Let's reach back up here and get that for Brian Call. Brian Call, thank you. That's so to you. And then next is Pink Floyd 9. Brian Call also gets Bob Dylan. Did I get Chuck Berry? You got the other Chuck Berry. Nobody's commented on that one yet. And then we have AC/DC 7-7. Cheryl, Bob Dylan was a Buy It Now. AC/DC 8. Pink Floyd out. Pink Floyd 11. Now, how much was the Van Morrison that's in here? This is a Buy It Now or best offer bin. Van Morrison is $34.99. I haven't heard back from Grandpa's Munster. I don't think we've got a message yet. Are you still watching? Because we hadn't got a message from you, Nat. I got to make sure I have your information. If not, we got to give that record to David V. He was next in line. Let me close out of my app and make sure this is updating live over here. Usually an inbox comes in live. Yeah, no message yet. Make sure you send us your information as soon as possible. Also, we have Dickie Betts Band. This is $26.99. Pattern Disruptive. Dickie Betts is $26.99. Also, Arthur Conley, Sweet Soul Music. There are so many great records in here in fantastic condition, like classic soul, like Arthur Conley for $39.99 in mono. Beautiful copy. Unbelievable. Some of the records are still left in here. Pink Floyd is a final call to Mike Bartlett for $11. AC/DC has got up to $23 with Chris Gardner. And I think Paul Fritch is trying to get this Chuck Berry too. He's trying to bid on it. This is a Buy It Now, okay? So that is sold for $6.99 to Paul Fritch again. Once again, some of these are auctions, some of these are Buy It Nows. The Buy It Nows, it doesn't matter if even if you were third and you're trying to offer me $25 for it, it's $6.99. I've had some people who's come in third on the 45s, and they're like, I'll pay 20, I'll pay 30, I'll pay 50. And I'm like, no, they're $6.99. You have to be first. If you're not first, you can offer me $1,000. I'm not going to take it. $6.99, unless we cut a deal with the other person and we split the money. Next thing we have is Jimmy Soul for $6.99. If you want to be happy, Sonny, Talk to Me, Ultravox, Reap the Wild Wind. These are all $6.99. Spin Doctors, Little Miss Can't Be Wrong, and Cool Jerk by the Capitals. That's all $6.99 there. $6.99 on those. Okay. Now, where are we? This is a Buy It Now best offer bin. Next thing we have is Chain Lightning, Don McLean, $9.99. We have Melanie Leftover Wine, That's $9.99. And Van Morrison Wavelength is $34.99, okay? Let's go back to the top. AC/DC had jumped up to 28. Pink Floyd was at 12. AC/DC 28. Next is Rebecca Howard on Spin Doctors for $6.99. That is sold to Rebecca Howard for $6.99. David V on Sunny. That's sold to David V for $6.99. Ginger Lynch on second on Spin Doctors. AC/DC 30. Kelly next on Spin Doctors. Rod next on Spin Doctors. AC/DC 31. We still got Cool Jerk by the Capitals. Ultravox. I think I missed one. Didn't somebody claim this? Didn't somebody claim this? Yeah, Mike Massey. He was first. He got Ultravox. Sorry, Feed Move Fast. That's sold to Mike Massey. And then Fred Cardell, Brian next on Sunny. Also Jimmy Soul, If You Want to Be Happy, and Cool Jerk. Only two left there, okay? Now, AC/DC. The last bit on this was William Warner at $30. And then we have Pink Floyd, Arnold Lane. Pink Floyd, Arnold Lane. Robert Barnett has this for $12, sealed. We sold one already tonight for $18. That's a final call for $12. Next thing we have is Rolling Stones being put back. If anybody wants this, it's $34.99. It's a beautiful blue label stereo copy, $34.99. Everything in this bin is buy it now, best offer. Aerosmith, Draw the Line, $24.99. Aerosmith, Draw the Line. Everything in here, too, is really clean. The Balancing Act, 3 sequences, and a roof, $14.99. Gold Stamp promo. Hall & Oates, oh yeah. Hall & Oates is $19.99. And the Best of the Ventures, a 2 LP club copy, $19.99 on that. And Atlanta Rhythm Section, Dog Days, $9.99. Pink Floyd is sold for $12, and that was sold to Robert Barnett. Thank you, Fred and Cheryl just bid $13.13. I've already sold it. Now AC/DC's at $31. Now it goes back to William Warner, who said he's out. Rebecca has that for $31. Also, we have Todd Rundgren Healing, $19.99. And then what kind of shape was Aerosmith? Aerosmith was EX Plus near minus. It is a bar-coded pressing, so it's an early 80s press. Very nice, $24.99. And then Larry Smith on the Ventures for $15. That's sold to Larry Smith. The Pink Floyd bids came in late. Next auction's going up right now is another Beatles single, and this one is Paperback Rider and Rain. We've already had this one tonight. Here's another really nice copy. $7 start on Paperback Rider and Rain. $7 start on the Beatles. Let's do another LP. Feel like it's been a couple hours since we sold an LP. Here is our next LP. It's a sealed copy. Let's go ahead and do our nightly Moody Blues out of the way. How about a sealed copy, though? A Question of Balance. It appears to be a sealed original. It's kind of heavy. I think I can feel the book in there. That's really cool. Sealed Moody Blues, $15 start on that. AC/DC is sold to Rebecca for $31. The Beatles and Paperback Rider is a opening bid of $7. Looks like we already have a bid for $10. Aerosmith sold to Rick Hall for $20. And then PB, or is PB an offer for something? Or is that for Paperback Rider or Beatles? Let's put B for Beatles if we're bidding on that one. We'll say it's at 10 and 10. The quintessential Billie Holiday Gold Stamp promo, $29.99. And another side of Bob Dylan is $34.99. Another side of Bob Dylan, a beautiful copy, $34.99. And we have His Best Electric BB King, $24.99. Moody Blues is sealed, $15 start. Price on Aerosmith, already sold. Next auctions, next buy it nows are going up right now for $6.99. Hope everybody's ready. These are all first come, first serve. And I think this is on the original label. It's the Monster Mash, Bobby Boris Pickett. That's on the first label, Garpax, $6.99. New edition, Candy Girl. How about Elvis Presley, My Baby Left Me, in the original RCA sleeve? Wow. Queen, The Show Must Go On, with the jukebox strip, $19.91. Wow. Bobby Caldwell, What You Won't Do for Love, Bobby Caldwell. Nice, James Brown. Fleetwood Mac, Oh Well. And boy, this looks bizarre here. We might have to auction that. That looks like a test press or something. All right, let's go back up the top. And here's where I left off. The last thing we had was Billie Holiday, 20, sold to Donna Turner. Moody Blues has a bid for 15. Going once, going twice. Next in the line was Rebecca Howard on the Monster Mash for $6.99. Brian DeLeon was second. Moody Blue 17. Michael Butler third on Monster Mash. Rebecca first on Queen. The Show Must Go On. Kelly Vlodarchik first on New Edition. Next is Rod on Monster Mash. Brian next on Monster Mash. Moody Blues 18. Fred next on Queen. Beatles has a new bid for 12 and Moody Blues 20. That leaves Fleetwood Mac. Oh well, that's a classic blues track by Fleetwood Mac. Beautiful. And the original reprise sleeve. That should have sold. James Brown on the Federal label and the original inner sleeve. Beautiful. Thank and You've Got the Power. That's still available for $6.99. Bobby Caldwell, What You Won't Do for Love. Beautiful. In the original company sleeve. And Elvis Presley, I Want You, I Need You, I Love You, and My Baby Left Me. Those are all $6.99. Back to the bin of Buy It Now Best Offer. Keith Hartley, Lancashire Hustler, $39.99 on that. Deep Purple, The House of Blue Light, $29.99. And Don Nix, In God We Trust, a 1972 Scandinavia press, $24.99. Cheryl put Fleetwood Mac 9. Cheryl, these are Buy It Nows. I'm not going to charge you $9. These are only $6.99. You don't have to put the price unless it's an auction. If you are buying these for a buy it now, they're $6.99, no more, no less. So I'm going to give you Fleetwood Mac for $6.99. Brian DeLeon gets James Brown for $6.99. Fred next on Fleetwood Mac. That leaves Elvis and Bobby Caldwell. I think they're still bidding on the Moody Blues. The high bid's $20 with Fred Cardinale. The other bidder before him was Mike Bartlett. Mike, you're out. Just let me know. He says he's done. Now the Beatles at $15. Eddie Money, Live for the Taking, $14.99. The Doors, Alive She Cried, $34.99 for The Doors, Alive She Cried. And we have The Who's, Quadrophenia. This is an MCA pressing, very nice, $34.99. $34.99, okay? Now, okay, here is what I was just showing. This appears to be some kind of maybe test pressing. Whoops, man, I just knocked off the label. That sucks. I just accidentally knocked off the label that was glued to it. It looks like it possibly could be a test pressing. You can affix that back on there with some adhesive. It might actually stick. It's the Eurythmics Missionary Man. It could be a test press of some sort. Oh no. Let me not try to do that. There we go. So that was what stuck on there. The Eurythmics Missionary Man. S.E. Fleetwood, Hamburg Street, Buffalo, New York. This side is blank. Very odd, right? It looks like a test press of some sort. What I'm going to do is just slip that back in there, and let's put that up for a $7 start. I really don't know. I just found it over here in the box. I'm going to put that down in there. You can probably glue that back to the label. $7 start, okay? Now, the next was Chuck Haley got Elvis for $6.99. Cheryl, you've already got Fleetwood Mac. Now the Sealed Moody Blues at $25. Ben Digert offered $20 for The Doors, sold. Does Quad have the book? Quad, I think we looked last night. No, this is a second press. I don't know by 1980 if they were making books still. This is a 1980 press. And that's very nice for $34.99, okay? The Eurythmics is at $10. And the Beatles is sold to David V. for $15. That's sold. All right, let's put up some new stuff. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing with Obi. Let's see what we have here. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, I forgot about this from last night. Very cool here. Probably one of the better Japanese pressings we've put up tonight. Robert Plant, Shaken and Stirred, a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert. It has another Japanese inner sleeve. It has the cover and Obi. Beautiful Robert Plant Japanese pressing. $35 start. If you just hopped on, here's what we're doing right now. Buy it now, best offer. I have a feeling the other half of this crate should have sold. We're doing a lot of other stuff. I don't know if anybody's focused on the bin. I'm going to try to read through it one more time. And we're actually about to go through another crate, buy it now, best offer. And we just need your email address too. All right, we got information from Grandpa's Munster except for email address. Well, let me change that. Okay, now let's see where we're at. The Who has an offer for $30. So did Dr. Zebo. Robert Plant's at $36. The Eurythmics is at $15 with Rebecca. Final call. And here we go. Any records that go with margaritas? Nat King Cole. You listen to Nat King Cole and you sip on a margarita and you just enjoy life. Ramblin' Rose is just $9.99. This band is a buy now best offer. Brian Ferry, $24.99. Broad Strip Bear. Everything in here is really nice in far as condition. Aretha Franklin, $19.99. Melanie's $19.99. We have Moody Blues Octave for $14.99. Bill Nelson's Red Noise, $19.99. Quicksilver coming through, $19.99 on Quicksilver. Atlanta Rhythm Section, Champagne Jam, $9.99. Ian Gill and Roger Glover, $24.99. We have Wilmer and the Dukes, $39.99. We have Brent Ribley on Nat King Cole. There we have it. See? He took my suggestion. Enjoy your margaritas and Cole. And then Doctors was second. We have Bat King for $7. And now Moody Blues. We can go ahead and sell this to the high bidder of Matthew Cabot for $25. Steve Davis has bid $50 on the Robert Plant. Give me 1 second. Steve, have you bought from us before? Trying to verify a few accounts here today. Okay, I think, yeah, you've bought from us before, right? I will pick up in store. Okay, so you've bought from us before. Okay, not only that, you're local, it looks like. Okay, so Robert Plant's at 50, and then what was Bat King 7, and then Gillen 20. Let's go ahead and sell Gillen for 20. Cool stuff here. We got this sold for MT Matt for 20. I'm going to put that Moody Blues in a new sleeve and put it right over here. And let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing I've got over here, or maybe another. I think I got one more OG sealed. We got a lot of sealed stuff we find in the back. This is pretty cool here. This is Mark Farner from Grand Funk and Terry Knight. It's called Track On. It's a compilation. It's or is it a studio album? Either way, it's really good. Or it's sealed. And really cool pre-Grand Funk there. And that's going to go up for a $15 start, okay? And now let's go ahead and sell the Eurythmics to Rebecca for $15. And now our next single. This is really cool. I kind of teased this the other night. It is Deep Purple, Hush, a foreign picture sleeve here. Check this out. Italian picture sleeve, Hush, Hush. Very cool. Deep Purple, a foreign picture sleeve, $10 start. That's the kind of stuff I collect. I honestly don't know why I'm selling it. But here's so far the no bids tonight. I still got Tesla, 5-man acoustical jam for $7, Village People for $35, Eddie Money for $35, and the band for $35. That's so far our no bids tonight, including Tesla for $7. Hope everybody's ready in on that. Hope everybody's ready to buy those, is what I'm trying to say. Here's our next single. It's the Fat Boys, Crushin'. Fat Boys are going to go up for a $7 start. This is going to go up for a $7 start. Fat Boys, $7 start on that. All right, next thing we have is Surfing Safari, the Beach Boys, 62 mono, $39.99. Van Morrison, A Period of Transition, $34.99. Dickie Betts Band is $26.99. Arthur Conley, Sweet Soul Music, $39.99. It's in mono. $39.99. It's in mono. Chain Lightning, Don McLean, $9.99. Melanie, Leftover Wine is $9.99. Van Morrison Wavelength, $34.99. The Rolling Stones was $34.99. Balancing Act was $14.99. Hall & Oates, $19.99. We have Atlanta Rhythm Section, $9.99. Champagne Second Time. Oh, my bad. Sometimes those don't come through. Champagne Jam, Atlanta Rhythm Section. Sometimes I see comments, and for some reason, like, if I think you're buying this, I would only acknowledge ARS in my brain. I don't know why that is, but that's just how that happens sometimes. All right, Robert Plant is sold to Steve Davis for $50. Thank you, Steve. That's sold to you. And I'm assuming you are still local pickup and we have all of your information, right? If so, thank you and welcome back. That's sold to you for $50. Appreciate that. We got new arrivals back here from John. We got new arrivals back here from Laura. We got new arrivals out the wazoo, plus buy it now best offer. And discount bins to go through, and 1 crate of new vinyl. So first thing I have here is, so Hush is the final call for 10. DBB, Matt Lawson. DBB, Matt Lawson, and that was Dickie Betts Band. That sold to Matt Lawson. Samuel Copage on that very nice Beach Boys. That sold to him. And then next comment is 80 for 35. And 80 for 35 was, let me figure out which that was. 80, this right here. Sell that to Brent Robley. No, that's Wilmer and the Dukes. What happened? Let's see here. 80, Brent Robley, 35. Which one was that, Brent? 80, 35. And then Fat Boys, 7. Stones, 29. Okay, Stones, 29. So let's go ahead and sell that. Rolling Stones, 29. Roger Ramjet. Jeff Brindley gets Tesla for 7. Rebecca Howitt wants the Village People for 35. That's sold. And then Deep Purple has a new bid for 21. Track has a bid for 15. And then I bid 16 on Eurythmics. Hush 20, Hush 25, Money, Hush 11. Wow. So we're going to have some major problems because I think people saying that they were trying to buy or bid and it wasn't showing up. That's going to cause some major conflict all of a sudden. So let me try to figure all this out. If Restream doesn't show something, then that's going to be a major problem. So my comment feed shows the following. DBB, Dickie Betts Band, that's sold to Matt Lawson. Samuel Copage on Beach Boys. Brent put 80 for 35. Fat Boy Cassette got a bid for 7. We sold Roger Ramjet the Stones for 29. Jeff Brindley bought the Tesla for 7. Rebecca got Village People for 35. Fred bid 21 on Hush. And then Slicker bid 15 on Track. Mike Straw says he put an offer in on Ian and Glover first. I'll double check on that. Let me make sure. Mike Straws, 18, and then MT Madoff for 20. Mike was right. That was on the screen too. So Mike Straws, if you want this, it's 20. If not, it's sold to MT Matt. Okay, so just let me know. He was first. Mike Straws and MT Matt. Now the next thing is Rebecca said Restream is missing a lot of Facebook comments. Henry said he bid 16 on the Eurythmics. Let me go back and see if I missed that. He did 16 on the Eurythmics, or possibly I'm just missing stuff. Rebecca, you've been outbid on the Eurythmics. It's now at $16 with Henry's choice. I don't know if really these came in on time or not, but we're about to find out. And next is Hush is now at 12. We're way off on that. We're way off on Hush. Deep Purple is at $25, Cheryl. You're pretty far behind. How much for Bill Nelson? I'll take it for 20. Okay, so first let me pick up these 45s that just fell over. Right back here. The only stuff that hadn't sold for tonight, which isn't much. I'm going to put them over here where the table's a little bit more flat. And try to clean up the mess I've made. Okay? So Ian Glover is sold to Mike Strauss for 20, not MT Matt. Fat Boys just got one bid to Brandon Lack for 7, sold. Eurythmics is now at 20. Henry's Choice, you're out. Deep Purple's at $25 with Michael Butler. Fred Cardinale, Cheryl, everybody's out. Michael has this for $25. Somehow the bids got very out of order. Always make sure before you bid, you hear me call the bid or you look right here where my hand is going up and down. Because if you're looking at just the Facebook chat, you're missing half of the comments. Not everybody's watching on Facebook. Half of the people right now are actually, more than half of the people right now is watching over on YouTube. So if you're just watching the Facebook chat, you're going to miss half of the comments. You're going to be like, where is he seeing that? Where is that? Et cetera, et cetera. Okay. We always have weird nights when Seth's here. Has he left? I hope he's gone. Everything always screws up when that man's here. Okay. Here we go. The Eurythmics is at 25. Deep Purple's the final call. Now, Christopher Dean is saying he asked about the Eddie money before Brent offered 35. Let me make sure that's true. Brent asked first. He put 80.35. And then Christopher Dean, you asked how much. And then Brent was trying to help me out because I didn't know what Eddie was. Eddie Money. Actually, he might have put money before that. He might have even put something well before that. But yeah, Brent was first, and then Christopher, you're second. Okay. So this is sold to Brent for $35. I think we're good to go. Thanks for bearing with me. That got hectic. Not only are we really busy right now, but I'm also auctioning 4 items, doing buy it nows, and showing a crate. I'm doing about 6 things. Also, I'm trying to breathe, and I'm trying to drink purple juice. All right, give me 1 second. All right, purple juice in my system. Okay. Deep Purple sold to Michael Butler for $25, and this is sold for $15 to the one and only bidder, Slicker Van Slyke. Here we go. Back to normal pace. Everybody lock back in. Plus, y'all are going to help me out a lot, okay? Y'all usually don't let me miss anything. Y'all are actually moderators, okay? Okay. And Henry just asked about Track On. I just sold it. It had been at $15 for a while. Man, some comments just come in at the worst possible time. Like, I would love to keep auctions up and extended them, but sometimes, like, as soon as I sell something, a question pops up, and it's just too late. They're still bidding on the Eurythmics. Let's put up another Japanese pressing. The Grease soundtrack. A $35 start. The Grease soundtrack. 2 LP. The vinyl's exactly what you would expect. $35 start. There's 1 LP. There's 2 LP. There's the Japanese insert. Gatefold cover. Grease, a $35 start. A little bit of humidity spots on the obi, and just a few inside of the jacket and on the back of the obi. Grease is a $35 start. All right. We've already sold a ton of 45s. Before I do anything else, let me finish this crate. Todd Rundgren was $19.99. Bob Dylan, $34.99. The Electric BB King, $24.99. Electric BB King, $24.99. Keith Hartley, Deep Purple, Don Nix, and Eddie Money. That's what's left in that bin. Eddie Money, Don Nix, Deep Purple, Keith Hartley, BB King, Bob Dylan, Todd Rundgren, Wilmer and the Dukes, Atlanta Rhythm, Hall & Oates, Balancing Act, Van Morrison, Melanie, Chain Lightning, Arthur Conley, Van Morrison, Quicksilver, Bill Nelson's Red Noise. A couple people have asked about this. 1999, Melanie, Aretha, and Brian Ferry. If anybody else wants anything in there, let me know. They're right here behind me. The Eurythmics is at $32. Actually, let me put that there because we're about to show some more Buy It Now 45s. We've had some great ones tonight. It is time to start our advertised auctions. It's time. But first, here's the Turtles in the original sleeve. It Ain't Me, Babe. The Turtles, Journey, Open Arms, some classic top 40 stuff here. Cyndi Lauper, Money Changes Everything. Also, we got Screaming Jay Hawkins, I Put a Spell on You. We have, who is this? Bare Naked Ladies. We might need to run that for auction. 5 Stair Steps. Oh, Child. That's a good one. And then, ooh, that's a good one. Ooh, that's a good one. There's our next 4 auctions. There's for sure our next 4 auctions. And these are Buy It Nows for $6.99. Grease has a bid for $35. Eurythmics $32. And these are $6.99. The 5 Stair Steps. Hawkins is sold to Fred Cardinal for $6.99. Cyndi Lauper, Journey, and the Turtles. That's all available for $6.99. Still got Journey, Cyndi Lauper, and Ooh Child. Those are $6.99. The Eurythmics is at $32. Rebecca had already bid $32. Rebecca already bid $32. And what are the Bill Nelson tracks? Bill Nelson is Revolt in Style, Furniture Music, Stay Young, and Out of Touch. 4-track, $19.99. It's called Bill Nelson's Red Noise. Journey is sold to Cheryl for $6.99. All right. And we got some great 45 still left. I might run through those sooner than later one more time. All right. And Henry, you just tied Rebecca. Fantastic. Let's put this crate over here. And I think I've got, yeah, let's go ahead and go through a crate of new stuff right quick. That's right here. Hopefully Ed hasn't marked. I hadn't even looked. Oh no, I hope so. Whoa. Let me move this stuff. All right. Let me get this out of the way. Henry's Choice is at 33 on the Eurythmics. Grease is sold for $35 to Jason Boxel. Thank you, Jason. That's sold to you. All right. Bill Nelson is sold for $15 to Charlie DeFrank, unless Sid Blair wants it. Sold for $15 unless Sid Blair says he wants it. Now the Eurythmics is at 40. And just a moment ago, I thought I'd sold it for $12 or whatever. Okay, let's put up all new auctions. First thing, this is the first record that I've put up tonight from some of our advertised auctions. So everything that was posted in the hot picture, we hadn't sold a single one until right now. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, A Little Something from the Road, Volume 1. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band's a 2015 U.S. original record store day exclusive, limited to 1,500. It's going to go up for a $15 start. The Eurythmics is at 40 with Rebecca Howitt. The next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing of Phil Collins. And this is Phil Collins, no jacket required. This is a $35 start. Phil Collins, no jacket required. A $35 start. That's near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert, has the other Japanese insert, cover and obi. Phil Collins, a $35 start. $35 start on that. All right, Kenny Wayne Shepherd. First, we've got Wasp. I'm going to have to pull my laptop out. Wasp is a half-speed master on red vinyl. We're about to go through some new and sealed stuff here. And some of this, I know for sure there's possibly, most likely, definitely, without a doubt, could be, but most likely, some waiting lists. So let me go ahead and grab this. Laptop's already open. I already have it up. And I already have my spreadsheet open. And this is right here. And the first thing I'm going to look up is Wasp. And Wasp self-titled. Patrick C. Smith was on a waiting list. Patrick C. Smith was on a waiting list. So Patrick Smith, this is sold to you. It is $38.99. I've got one extra copy left on red vinyl if anybody wants it. Next thing we have is Kenny Wayne Shepherd 15, Kenny Wayne Shepherd 20, Kenny Wayne Shepherd 25. Henry's Choice is out on Eurythmics. That's sold to Rebecca Howitt. Phil Collins is a $35 start. Our next auction is going to be a $45. Boy, this is a cool one here. This is a Greg Allman Jukebox EP. This is a Greg Allman Jukebox EP. Take a look at this. It's like a 33 1/3. It has the jukebox cards with it. One just fell down in here. Hold on a second. Has the jukebox strips. Very cool. Capricorn Records. There's the back of it. Greg Allman. And that's going to go up for a $10 start. Laid back. $10 start on Greg Allman. That's now up for bid, okay? Get that back in its sleeve so we don't have to handle it. Already in a nice new sleeve there. Greg Allman, $10 start. I have Godsmack Lighting Up the Sky. We have one Wasp left. Godsmack was a waiting list as well. Godsmack, and this is this one Legends Rise? No, this is Lighting Up the Sky. And there's no waiting list for this. So this one's available. Godsmack is available for $33.99. Greg Allman's a $10 start. Cheryl's bid 7. It's a $10 start. Final call on Phil Collins. No bid on that. Looking for a $35 start. Our next buy it nows are going up right now. These are all $6.99. First come, first serve, $6.99. Very cool early Platters EP here. Platters is $6.99. We have Major Lance, Gonna Get Married. Also, Dean Martin, I'll Be Seeing You. The Proclaimers on green vinyl. I'm Gonna Be 500 Miles, Jesse's Girl, Rick Springfield picture sleeve, Brownsville Station, Smoking in the Boys Room, and Zager and Evans in the year 2525. Those are all $6.99 there. $6.99 on all those. Greg Allman has bids for 10, now 15. The Proclaimers is sold to Mike Massey for $6.99. Then Stephen Riley. We still got Zager and Evans, Brownville Station, Rick Springfield. Jesse's Girl is sold to Stacy Metternich. Kelly third on the Proclaimers. Then Rebecca, Kenny Wayne Shepherd 36, Fred fifth on the Proclaimers. And then the Kinks, Dean Martin, Major Lance, and the Platters. And Nick Bargeron put BS. And BS was for Brownsville Station. Melanie Jennings wants Zager Evans in the year 2525. Greg Allman still getting bids. Next in the bin was Garbage, version 2.0, limited edition, blue vinyl, double LP, Garbage. It's $59.99. Garbage. The waiting list was Fred Cardinale and Paul Conway. Fred Cardinale and Paul Conway. Fred Cardinale and Paul Conway. This is sold to Fred Cardinale and Paul Conway. I've got 2 extra copies if anybody wants it. Jason's first on the Platters for $6.99. Tracy was next on 25.25. Greg Allman's at 18. Kenny Wayne Shepherd is at 38. I think Kenny Wayne Shepherd was already at 40. George Sambera has already bid 40 on Kenny Wayne Shepherd a couple minutes ago. So he has it for 40. And we have Kenny Wayne Shepherd again at 40. There was already a bid for 40. Greg Allman's now at 20. Nobody bid on Phil Collins. He's a $35 buy it now. That leaves Major Lance and Dean Martin if anybody wants those. Garbage is sold to Tracy Miller. I've got 1 extra copy. Those are $59.99. Phil Collins is a buy it now for $35. If anybody wants that, it's $35 buy it now for Phil Collins. No jacket required. Kenny Wayne Shepherd band is $48 with Nick Bargeron, and Greg Allman's at $25. And the first thing we have here is Rat Detonator. Rats on red vinyl. Make sure we don't have a waiting list for this particular one. Rat is a waiting list for Richard Bradshaw. Richard Bradshaw, you get the Rat Detonator. That is sold to you for $33.99, and I have 2 extra copies if anybody else still wants one. Kenny Wayne Shepherd band, now at 45, now at 48, now at 50. Greg Allman 26, Greg Allman 30, still bidding on that. The next single I have going up is Kiss, Thrills in the Night. And the B-side is Thrills in the Night. It's a promo copy, not for sale. 1984 from Animalize. 1984 promo. Kiss, beautiful. In the original sleeve, Kiss is a $7 start. Next is more MF Doom. Food. MF Doom. I'm pretty sure we had a waiting list for MF Doom. Let me look that up. MF Doom waiting list was C-Note. C-Note, Caesar Thomas. Thank you, C-Note. That is so to you. I've got 2 extra copies if anybody else wants one. And that was the last record I can fit into this crate. So let me go ahead and swap out crates right quick. That one has filled up really fast. And now, let me grab a new empty crate. And let me do this right here. Kiss already has bids for 15. Greg Allman's at 30. And Kenny Wayne Shepherd band's at 56. 2 MF Dooms left. Social Distortion, this is $34.99. Social Distortion is $34.99. And there was a waiting list for Social. And this was Fred Cardinale. I have 1 extra copy if anybody else wants it. Social Distortion, Mommy's Little Monster, Kraft 40th Anniversary Edition, $34.99. And we have POTUS, Presidents of the United States of America. That is $29.99. This has been selling really well. POTUS, POTUS, Presidents of the United States of America. Moses E., E.J. Berg, Jerry Stone, and C-Note. Moses E., E.J. Berg, Jerry Stone, and C-Note. 4 people there. So these are all sold. 4, and I should have 2 extras if anybody else wants one. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 2 extras for $29.99. How much is MF Doom? MF Doom is $34.99. MF Doom is $34.99. That's also available. It's also in colored vinyl. It's $34.99. Now, Cheryl, I haven't heard back from him on Greg Allman. Greg Allman's a final call to Autumn Die for $30. I haven't heard back from a couple people. Kenny Wayne Shepherd band. George Samberez has this for $56. Kiss has a high bid of $15. Somebody bid 15. And then somebody bid 7, and then somebody bid 7, then somebody bid 8, and then somebody bid 8. But right now, it's still at 15. That was the very first bid. Pat Frat wants POTUS. That's sold. There's one left. And I've got 2 copies of Venom, Storm the Gates. Venom is a 2 LP gatefold, 13 tracks, $33.99. Autumn Die wants an MF Doom. There's one MF Doom left for whoever wants it, $34.99, 20th anniversary. And this is Bootsy Collins, Album of the Year, the #1 Funketeer, clear vinyl. I think this is a new Bootsy Collins, and I forgot the blurb had a lot of notes of who all plays on here with him. $36.99. Kiss is now at 16. Kiss is now at 16. Does POTUS have Peaches on it? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Now Kiss has another 16. And let's go ahead and put up another LP auction. And the next LP auction is going to be a Beach Boys compilation. No, it's going to be an Allman Brothers. This is our next Japanese auction. This is the Allman Brothers. This is Wipe the Windows, Check the Oil, and a $1 gas. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Very nice. There's 1 LP. There's 2 LPs. There's the Japanese insert. Gatefold cover with Obi. Very nice. Allman Brothers, a $35 start, okay? Now, Kiss has jumped up to 17. I lost Cheryl on Greg Allman, so she never did say out, but I got to go ahead and sell this to Autumn Die for $30. That's sold to Autumn Die. And then Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band is officially sold to George Samberes for $56. I think I lost a couple people on that, so that is sold. And then now we have Rob Shaw on MF Doom. That's sold to Rob Shaw. Tracy Miller on POTUS. That's sold. And now, if anybody else wants any of those records that just sold out, let me know. I can put you on a waiting list, and they'll be back in this week, okay? There's the new Bootsy Collins. I think that comes out Friday. We actually had a waiting list on this Marty Friedman, Jason Beckner, Cacophony, Black Ice, Cacophony. This is $29.99. There was a couple people on the waiting list. Bob Riger and ST. Bob Riger and ST over on YouTube. So these are sold and sold. I have 1 extra copy on Speed Metal Symphony. Cheryl has Kiss for 17. I haven't heard back from Jeff Brindley. Jeff, let me know on that. No one else has been on Allman Brothers. And next thing we have is our next auction. I actually told somebody we would do Budgie at 7:15. So we might have to leave Budgie up for a few minutes. I did tell somebody we would run it at 7:15. So let me go ahead and put this up, and we'll have this up for a few minutes at least, okay? First thing is In for the Kill, Budgie. This is a 1974 U.S. Pickneyville original. We got some fantastic auctions tonight, great new arrival bins, discount records, etc., etc. Budgie has the original inner sleeve. It is VG condition. Also about a VG cover. Does have some noticeable ring wear on the front and back. $15 start. That's now up for bid. David Howard on Speed Metal Symphony. Classy Lonnie Metal. I'll put you on a waiting list if that's okay. Kiss is sold for $17 to Cheryl Barnes. Nobody else has been on the Allman Brothers. Final call for $35. And we have LL Cool J's All World. And that is, I think, a greatest hits. It is $39.99. That's like a greatest hits. Budgie has a bid for $15. I'm glad Tyler's watching because he was the one that requested it. Final call on the Allman Brothers. It's a $35 start. And then next are 45 singles. Kraftwerk, a promo copy of Tour de France. Kraftwerk is going to go up for a $7 start. It's a promo copy. Tour de France. Kraftwerk is a $7 start. And then also we have Michael Jackson, Rock With You. And this is from Off the Wall, an original stock copy. The B-side is Working Day and Night. Rock With You, Michael Jackson, really nice. $7 start on that. Here we have. Now, first thing we have is, this is the new Mars Volta. $46.99. Lucero Sirio Los Ojos de Vallejo. $46.99. That's the new Mars Volta. Never did get around to posting a pre-order on that. This is one of those records where if we sell out tonight, we have a waiting list. I'll also go ahead and post a pre-order if I know I can get them. But yeah, that's new Mars Volta that comes out today. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I got to stretch. Oh, man. Whew, sorry. All right. Laura wants a wow. Laura's fast. She's in the back. She wants a Mars Volta. That comes out Friday, $46.99. And we have It's the Easter Beagle, Charlie Brown, purple vinyl. Perfect time for Easter, but I think we already have a couple people on a waiting list. Let's look up Charlie Brown, Brad Waits, and Michael Rudolph. Brad Waits and Michael Rudolph on a waiting list there for Charlie Brown. So 2 there sold, 1 and 2, and now there's 1 extra copy. All right. So let's see what's going on. And here's where I left off. Working our way down, Cacophony waiting list for Speed Metal Symphony, Classy Lonnie Metal. Budgie 15, Budgie 15, Budgie 25, Budgie 30, Budgie 35. And David says, I'm good with giving that copy to Classy Lonnie Metal. Does that mean you want to go on a waiting list? If I can sell 2, I'll go ahead and give you that one. It depends on who wants to go on a waiting list. That way I can give you that one, and then I can give him a waiting list. They'll be in by Friday. I know they will be. Budgie 40, Michael Jackson 17, Laura got Mars Volta, Michael Jackson 7, Michael Jackson 7, Kraftwerk 7, Budgie 45, Budgie 50, Budgie 35, Budgie 55, Donna on Charlie Brown. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Budgie 60, Budgie 65, and Budgie 7. D. Okay, and then, so give the Speed Metal Symphony to Classy Lonnie Metal, put David Howard and Rob Shaw on a waiting list, okay? So that is 2 people on a waiting list on that, okay? Almond Brothers is a buy it now for $35. That's a no bid on the Almond Brothers. A $35 buy it now if anybody wants that. It is available. No bid on the Almond Brothers. And then let's put up some new auctions. Budgie, already off to a hot start. It's at 70 with Tyler Ewbury. All right, so Classy. You're going to actually get the Speed Metal Symphony, and now Rob Shaw and David Howard on the waiting list, okay? That's where we're at. So, here's where we're at. There's that. There's that. And now, Budgie is a final call to Rebecca, or just got a new bid with Rebecca Howard for $75. A 74 U.S. Pigneville Original VG condition. Now it's at 80, okay? The 245s we have is Michael Jackson, Rock With You. The last bid on this that came in was 2 $7 bids. Benton Bragg was first. David Howard, you're out. Benton still has it for 7. And then Kraftwerk is a promo copy of Tour de France. You have Remix and the French version. And now Budgie's at 80, okay? Budgie's at 80, and then where are we at on Kraftwerk? Kraftwerk is at 7 with Samuel Copage, okay? Now Budgie's at 85. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Aretha Franklin Soul 69. This is really cool, a white label promo. This is a 1969 U.S. Presswell original, white label promo, VG Plus, a $35 start. A white label promo of Aretha Franklin Soul 69. It has the original on her sleeve. It has the orange promo sticker copy. $35 start on that. Donna says she's in on Michael Jackson at $10. That means, David, you're out, and Benton, you're out. Now Budgie's at 85. Now Budget's at 90. Now Kraftwerk's at 8. I think we got everything figured out. I might have said final call on Budgie, but I didn't mean to. Sometimes I say final call after the other person goes out, just if y'all been bidding on them a while. Y'all can bid on Budgie for the next hour. I'm perfectly okay with that. Y'all can keep bidding for the next hour. If you're bidding still at 9 o'clock on Budgie, I'll still let y'all bid. It's right now at $90. And we have Aretha Franklin at $35. Now, let's read through this new vinyl bin one more time. Kraftwerk's at 8. Also, we have Godsmack Lighting Up the Sky. We have one copy. This is $33.99. Godsmack is $33.99. Lighting Up the Sky. Wasp 40th anniversary half-speed master red marbled vinyl. One left. One Godsmack, one Wasp. One garbage left, version 2.0. This has, I Think I'm Paranoid and Push It, 2 LP blue vinyl, $59.99. We have Rat Detonator, Rat Detonators on red vinyl for $33.99. And Social Distortion, Mama's Little Monster, $34.99. Benton's out on MJ. This is sold for $10 to Donna Turner. Next is Kraftwerk. It has a new bid for $9. Final call on Aretha Franklin. Nobody else's bid for $35. Rebecca says she's out on Budgie. That's a final call to Tyler Hubry for $90. And Venom, Storm the Gates. Venom is $33.99. We have 1. We have 2. We have Album of the Year, number 1, Funketeer. New album from Bootsy Collins. Clear vinyl, $36.99. And we also have the best of LL Cool J, $39.99. And the newest album by the Mars Volta that comes out Friday. We still got a copy left, $46.99. $46.99, okay? Classy Lonnie Metal wants Venom. And then this is sold to Classy Lonnie Metal, okay? And now let's go ahead and sell Budgie to Tyler Hubry for $90. Wasp was not a pre-order. No, we had one person on a waiting list. There was a waiting list. That's not a pre-order, though. That's a different Wasp. That's the Last Command. Wasp Last Command is a pre-order. Wasp Last Command's a pre-order, okay? What a great crate of new vinyl. Let's go through something else. Let's go through. First thing I'm going to do, we have already sold a ton of 45s tonight. I'm going to go ahead and take this stack in here into the operations room before there's a disaster, okay? Give me a second to do that. We're about to get into doing some buy it now we're about to do some buy it now 45s. We've almost went through a whole box already tonight. And let me go ahead and grab some. These are going to be $6.99. Booker T and the MGs, Hang 'em High. The Coaster, Searching. Dave Clark 5, everybody knows. Downtown, Petula Clark. The Monkees, I'm a Believer. I'm Not Your Stepping Stone. There is some writing on the sleeve. Santo and Johnny, Sleepwalk. Peter Gunn Theme by Henry Mancini. That's cool. A promo from Billy Joel, Leave a Tender Moment Alone. And Hank Williams Sr., Setting the Woods on Fire. Patsy Cline, Walking After Midnight. And We're Not Gonna Take It, Twisted Sister. Wow, that's some good ones there. Those are all $6.99 each. $6.99 on all those. All right, so let's get back to the top. The last thing we had was Venom. We sold that. Kraftwerk 12, Kraftwerk 13. Ivan R gets the other Venom. Venom sold to Ivan R. Jason Boxell on C and then M. And C was for Coasters. That's sold to Jason Boxell for $6.99. M was for the Monkees. That's sold for $6.99. Fred Cardinale got Petula Clark for $6.99. David V second on Coasters. Larry Smith next on Monkees. Fred Cardinale on the Peter Gunn Theme. Jason Boxell second on Petula Clark. Kelly Vlodarchek on Twisted Sister. Sean Druin next on Twisted Sister. Stacy Metternich next on Twisted Sister. Larry Smith first on Patsy Cline. Santo and Johnny was Sleepwalk. Yep. And then Melanie Jennings next on Patsy Cline. And Twisted Sister's already sold. So that leaves Santo and Johnny, Sleepwalk. Hank Williams Sr., Setting the Woods on Fire. Billy Joe promo, Leave a Tender Moment Alone. Dave Clark 5, everybody knows. And Booker T, Hang 'em High. Jason Boxell gets the Aretha Franklin promo for $35. $35. So that is sold for $35 to Jason Boxell. He said his PC wasn't for Petula Clark. It was for Patsy Cline. So Patsy Cline is sold to Jason Boxell. He was first on that. Not Larry Smith and not Melanie Jennings, okay? And then Fred Cardinale wants the Santo and Johnny. Santo and Johnny is sold to Fred Cardinale, okay? And then Kraftwerk, the last bid that came in on Kraftwerk was with Samuel Kopich. No, it's Fred Cardinale at 13. Samuel technically hadn't set out, so we're about to sell that to Fred for 13. Next LP for tonight's batch is going up right now, and it is going to be Lightning, as in Lightning Hopkins. A 1977 U.S., technically a reissue because it's a compilation, I believe. It's on the Tomato label. Lightning Hopkins, double LP, VG Plus. a $35 start. Lightning Hopkins Lightning. There's one LP. There's both original tomato inner sleeves. That's the label, not actually the fruit or vegetable. It does have a clip corner. $35 start on Lightning Hopkins. Craftwork is sold to Fred Cardinal for $13. Almond Brothers is sold for $35 to Bill Samus. Samuel just bid $15. I thought I lost you there. The board's cleared. I've already sold it to Fred, and now the next auction is going to go up. It's a Japanese pressing, and it has no obi, but it's nice. The Beatles, Hey Jude, a $35 start. Great B-sides and non-album singles compilation. Fantastic vinyl. Does have the original Black Apple inner sleeve, the lyric insert, and that's a $35 start, okay? Fred's in on Lightning Hopkins at $35. A great crate of new vinyl there. If anybody else decides you want anything else, just let me know. All right, I'm going to go ahead and put these right over here. Fantastic. All righty, so get my crate organized. I think we're ready. All right, that's last night's. Let's see what I got here. I don't know if I don't know when I went through this. Let's go through this. Let me do some sorting right quick. All right. Give me a second. All right, this crate, this was actually, I think, some leftovers of Hatchet Ed bin. It was. Here's the Hatchet Ed sign here. So this is some leftovers of the Hatchet Ed sign. The first 3 records are sticker price. The rest of this bin is buy it now or best offer, okay? The first 3 records are new and sealed. They're sticker price. The rest of the bin is buy it now or best offer. So the first 3 that are sticker price are Jimi Hendrix live at Woodstock, a triple LP, live at Woodstock, $49.99. Under oath, they're only chasing safety, mint and white blend colored vinyl, $34.99. And Portishead dummy, Portishead is new and sealed, $44.99. It's time for some 45 auctions. First, Lightning Hopkins is a final call for $35 with Fred Cardinal. I don't have any Venom left, but Sean, if you want on a waiting list, I can have them in this week. And then Hey Jude has a bid for $35 with Brian Call. So both auctions are at $35, and those are going once, going twice. Next thing I'm going to do, before I get started in this bin, let's do some buy it now singles for $6.99. We have the Rolling Stones, I Can't Get No Satisfaction, $6.99. The Turtles, Happy Together. Richie Havens covering Here Comes the Sun. Donna Summer, The Wanderer. Also the Four Seasons, Oh What a Night, Late September. And Roberta Flack, I Feel Like Making Love. Those are all $6.89. All right, let me pull up Facebook over here. Sorry, I'm trying to multitask. Do we have a joker that needs to be blocked? All right, sorry. I've sometimes when arguments and bad stuff is happening in the chat, I don't even really see what's going on. Okay, well, I'll have to wait till possibly they comment again. I'll leave my chat open over here. Let me also go ahead and open it on my laptop. So let me open this and this, and let's see here. Let me do one thing over here, okay? One second. All right. Okay, 1 second. All right, still working on something over here. Give me 1 more second. One second. All right, still. Okay. All right, so back to business. First thing we have is Stacy got the Rolling Stones for $6.99. I can't get no satisfaction. Jason Boxell on the Four Seasons. Oh, what a night. Jeff Brindley next on the Rolling Stones. Jason Boxell first on Roberta Flack. Lightning Hopkins got a new bid for $39. Fred Cardinal, you're out. Jeff Brindley on the Turtles, so happy together. Donna Turner next on Roberta Flack. Stacy next on Four Seasons. Cheryl next on the Rolling Stones. And that left Donna Summer, the Wanderer, and Richie Havens doing his cover of Here Comes the Sun and Younger Men Get Older. Those are all $6.99. Bill Samus said he will take a Jimi Hendrix Woodstock. This crate is buy it now or best offer. Camel, Moon Madness. Camel is VG Plus, $16.99. VG Plus, $16.99. Also, the Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup. This is a buy it now or best offer bin. This has the original Goat Head Soup insert and the original sleeve, $39.99. Now there's a new bidder on Lightning Hopkins at $40. Brian Call, you do get the Beatles for $35. Brian Call, that's so do you for $35. Thank you. And now we're going through a buy it now or best offer. You have to make the hardest decision of your day. Do you go ahead and buy it now, or do you try to slip in an offer? Brian Call says, I'll go ahead and buy it now. Give me Camel. Ryan Mustaine was second. Greta Van Fleet, The Battle at Gardens Gate, sealed on white vinyl, $36.99. Sealed on white vinyl for $36.99. Also, this is Bjork to Sarah. Bjork is sealed for $24.99. These are buy it now or best offer. Fred, let me know if you want back on a Lightning Hopkins. The new high bid's at $40. Next auction is going up right now. Funkadelic, One Nation Under a Groove. Funkadelic is a 1978 U.S. Winchester with the original inner sleeve. There is no 7-inch. It's VG condition. It is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. It does have the original inner sleeve. Funkadelic, a conservatively graded VG copy. Let the bidding begin. Next is Greta Van Fleet, sold to Brian Call, $32. Let's sell him that for $32. It was marked $36.99. Golf instructions from Arnold Palmer, just in time for the Masters. This literally will teach you how to play golf. It's a gatefold. It has a book. You watch this, you listen to it, you read it, and then in a couple weeks, you'll be putting on a green jacket. This is $29.99. Golf instructions from Arnold Palmer. For just $29.99, you can win the Masters. Next is Funkadelic at $35. Human League, Don't You Want Me Baby, $14.99. Yes, Charlie, you did get Bill Nelson. Next is Berlin. This is $14.99. Sex, I'm a ... 12-inch single promo, $14.99. Julie London is $19.99. And Julian Baker sealed for $19.99. Let's go ahead and sell the Lightning Hopkins to Rod Bryan for $40. Unfortunately, I lost Fred Cardinal. Funkadelic already has bids for $35. Next is Arnold 20, Arnold 22. So Colin, you're first. If you want it, it's $22. If you pass, then I'll sell it to Jetstream. Totally up to you. You do have dibs at $22 though. Brian Call on Human League. That's so to Brian Call. Next was Rebecca. And then we have John Cougar Mellencamp. This was $24.99. New and sealed remaster. This is a buy it now best offer bin. Child or Children's Long Violent Histories, $19.99. Now we're ready for our next auctions. We're ready for something. I don't know what, but it's about to happen. Next thing is the Beatles, a $7 start. We've already sold one of these tonight. This is Yellow Submarine in Eleanor Rigby. Beautiful Apple press, extremely clean. In the original Apple sleeve, a $7 start. Next thing we have is another bid on Arnold Palmer, but Colin is I've already promised to Colin for $22. So that's sold to Colin for $22. And then we have what happened here And then Samuel Kopech got Julie London. That's sold to Samuel Kopech. Berlin is sold to MT Matt for 10. And then TC, Tyler Childers, sold to Jeremy for 15. Funkadelic's the final call for $35. And that is just one bid with Donna. And we're about to sell it. The Beatles is at 12 with Stacy Metternich. And now our next auction is going up right now. It's Queen, the game, in shrink. A 1980 U.S. Specialty Original. With the original on her sleeve, we've graded it right at EX. In shrink and hype, Queen the Game. EX condition, a $35 start. This is a nice copy. So Laura put EX minus, so it's right on the borderline of being EX, VG++, somewhere right in there. In shrink, original price tag and hype sticker, $35 start on that. Now, we have a Funkadelic, new bid for 36. Also, whoop, a CD just fell out of this. Dispatch. Dispatch is $19.99. Circles Around the Sun. Where is this supposed to go? Dispatch, $19.99. Where does this belong? Huh. Oh, right there. Dispatch is $19.99, okay? Julie London's already sold. The Beatles is Yellow Submarine and Eleanor Rigby. Funkadelic's now at 38. Queen has a bid for 35. Bread is VG Plus $14.99. And yes, Curtis Marachi wants on the Charlie Brown waiting list. Curtis Marachi wants on the Charlie Brown waiting list. You got it. And we have next. Finally. I was waiting for a comment to pop back up. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me jump over here. Okay. Sometimes it's weird. I got to wait for like a comment to pop back up. So, all right, there we go. All right. Okay. All right, there we have it. So first we have Chris Christopherson, the Silver Tongue Devil and I. $14.99 on Chris Christopherson, $14.99, and Air Supply, the one that you love, Shrink, Hype, Nice, $9.99. So here's where we left off. Funkadelic 38. Brian calls out. Queen 37. Jason Boxel, you've been outbid, and Queen is now at 40. What is the Funkadelic? This is Funkadelic, One Nation Under a Groove. A 78 U.S. Winchester original. Original on her sleeve, no 45. It is in VG condition. It's a final call for 38. The Beatles is now at 13. And we got a new cassette going up for auction right now. The next new cassette is going to be Wasp, Headless Children. Wasp is going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start on Wasp, Headless Children. Nice cassette, $7 start. Now the Beatles is at 15. I have another Air Supply, just no Shrink and Hype, same price. Air Supply Tom Rapp is a 1972. This is $24.99. $24.99. Cheryl says she'll take an Air Supply. We'll give her that one. She also, Cheryl, you don't ever have to put a price if you're buying out of the bins. Sometimes I think you're making an offer. If you want it for the sticker price, you just got to put whatever the title is, and it's sold to you. Charlie, you're out on the Beatles. Who else is bidding on Queen? The Queen, Kevin LeBady, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. Barry's Truckers is a 78 Private Press rock album. VG Plus $14.99. Tammy Wynette, 2 albums in one. Bedtime Story and Stand By Your Man. That's $14.99. Cheryl's in on Wasp at $8. And Three Dog Night is $19.99. Let me check on one thing before I go any further. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm here. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to figure out something on a buyer right quick. Give me 1 second here. Okay, now, Cheryl, I want to make sure you're good with paying through Square because I just had something. Cheryl Barnes, a couple years ago, you bought from us and you said you didn't want to pay with a credit card. So, and we had to cancel your invoice. So before I sell you anything else, Cheryl Barnes, I want to make sure you're good with paying with your credit card through Square and you are good with that because I thought so. A couple years ago, we sold to you and we had to cancel your invoice because you didn't want to put your credit card online, which that's the only way you can pay us. And there's nothing wrong with doing that. We've had people cancel before. At this day and age, the only way you can pay for an invoice for something like this is like paying with your credit card. So before I sell you a single record again, I want to make sure you're good with that because you've bought a lot and the last invoice we had from you, we had to cancel because you didn't want to pay with a credit card. So I want to make sure I have like a yes, I'm going to pay with my credit card before I sell you another record, okay? Because you have bought a lot already tonight. And the last time was 3 years ago when we had to cancel your invoice. Just want to make sure you're good with that, okay? Now, back up at the top, we have Queen was at 40, and then next was the Beatles at 17, Queen 43, Cheryl bid 8 on Wasp, Mark Rendon bid or offered 10 on Chris Christopherson. That is sold. Queen's at 45, Beatles at 18, and he's out. So Funkadelic, and this is sold to Donna Turner for $38, okay? This is sold for $38. And the Wasp cassette's a final call to Cheryl for $8. And now Queen is at 45 with Jason. And now we have, that's a final call because Kevin's out. Charlie, you're out on the Beatles. Let me know if you want back in. And then Air Supply, we sold one to Cheryl. There's one left for $9.99. And there's also the condition of Three Dog Night. No condition notes on the vinyl, $19.99. No condition notes on the vinyl, $19.99. Three Dog Night captured live, $19.99. All right. Now, before I sell this cassette to Cheryl, I've got to make sure she says yes, she's going to pay with her credit card. Otherwise, we have sold a lot to her tonight. Cheryl, if you're out there, I need some kind of like, yes, I can pay with a credit or debit card, okay? And I've offered bank wire to people too, and the same people that don't have credit cards say they don't have a checking account. I'm like, gosh, how do you operate in life without credit card, debit cards, and checking accounts? They must really go under the radar. All right, so I'm going to hold Wasp for a second and any other thing to Cheryl till we have that confirmation, okay? Now, Three Dog Night, who asked about it first? Jetstream, then Brian. Jetstream, let me know if you want it for sticker. If not, Brian Call does. The Beatles got a new bid for 20, now 22. And then Air Supply, who asked for this? Air Supply, Rebecca, this is $9.99, okay? Now, there's that, okay? So Queen is sold to Jason Boxel for $45. But yes, don't know how to go through Square. Can message y'all. You will get an invoice, and it's very easy. If you have an email account, you'll get an invoice. You click on the invoice. You type in your credit card number, your information. You hit pay, and it will charge your credit card. It's a link, just like anything. All you got to do is click on it. You fill it out, your name, your address, your credit card number. You don't have to have a Square account. We've had some people cancel saying, I don't want to set up a Square account. I don't want to use Square. There's no account. It's just a link. It's a one-time link. You click on it. You fill out, you put your credit card or debit card in, your mailing address that you want us to ship to, and we will set, and you hit send payment. If you've got the money, it will clear and we'll ship you your records. Some people think they have to like set up a Square account. We've had a lot of confusion in the past. All you got to do is just click the link, fill out the credit card information, and you're good to go. All right. And so this is sold to Brian Call at sticker price. And this is Charlie DeFranks for $23. And now we'll go ahead and sell Cheryl Wasp at $8, okay? Cheryl, what you want to do, Cheryl, what you'll do is I'll let you buy tonight. We'll go ahead and send you an invoice tomorrow. I'll have them go ahead, as soon as they get all this stuff keyed in, I'll go ahead and have them send you an invoice tomorrow so there's no confusion. Last thing I want to do is have to cancel a bunch of stuff and resell it again, okay? So, here we go. We need all new auctions, all right? So, we're going to go ahead and, you can buy tonight. We'll go ahead and send you an invoice tomorrow to make sure we're all on the same page. Our next auction is going to be NXS Kick. NXS is a 1987 U.S. Specialty Original, and this is EX. Rebecca gets air supply, and this is a $35 start. $35 start. This is NXS Kick, an 87 U.S. Specialty Original with the original inner sleeve. EX edition, a $35 start. There's the original inner sleeve. There's the gatefold, and this is a $35 start. $35 start. I trust Collectco message credit card. We have a lot of people who beyond trust us. I've had some people literally just, they send us a picture of their credit card and they say, charge me every week. And because I don't want to key it in, and we just key it in ourselves. So, okay, we have Three Dog Night Golden Biscuits. You can buy with us in confidence. Three Dog Night is $14.99. Golden Biscuits. Fleetwood Mac Tusk is EX $32.99. Outlaws Playing to Win is $19.99. And The Sound of Music is $19.99 with the booklet. And I want to thank everybody for tuning in. We're right in the middle of a hot and heavy segment right now. We're about to go through new arrivals. This was a buy it now best offer, Ben. Welcome, everybody. We're right also in the middle of a discussion of payment security. Yes, you can trust us. We're here. We're here. We're legit. And we'll take care of you, okay? Brian Call wants Three Dog Night. That is sold. And we have Kick is at 40. Hot and heavy, just like on Seinfeld. So this crate was actually a Hatchet Ed bin that was buy it now best offer. I'm also going to go ahead and run another auction, and this is Miles Davis. Here's a cool one. A 1982 U.S. Terre Haute Original EX edition, a $25 start. We Want Miles, a clean copy, $25 start. Actually, the first two records in this bin was new and sealed, Under Oath for $33.99. And the other one was Portishead Dummy for $44. Those are sticker price, new and sealed. Now everything else is buy it now best offer. The Rolling Stones, $39.99. Bjork was sealed for $24.99. Julian Baker sealed, $19.99. And these are best offer. John Cougar Mellencamp sealed for $24.99. Dispatch was $19.99. And then we have Bread, VG Plus, $14.99. Tom Rapp is $24.99. Barry's Truckers, VG Plus, $14.99. Tammy Wynette is $14.99. Fleetwood Mac is EX $32.99. Outlaws is $19.99. And The Sound of Music is $19.99. All right, so our next auctions are going to go up right now. Or actually, our buy it nows. Let's do some more buy it nows right quick. These are $6.99. We got Keith Richards, Wicked As It Seems, and Eileen. Keith Richards, $6.99. We have Jessie Lynn Turner, The Little Space Girl, and Shake Baby Shake. Also, Janie C. Riley, There Was the Time, and Back to School. Tracy Ullman, and that was They Don't Know in the picture sleeve. Glenn Campbell, Southern Nights. Ooh, here we go. Yeah, I got this Pearl Jam to auction. And Steve Miller Band, The Joker. Some people call me Maurice. Some people call me the Space Cowboy. $6.99. All right, now let's go back to the top. And here's where we left off. Kick got a new bid for 40 with Christopher Dean. That means Jeremy Gallagher, you're out. And then Donna bid 25 on Miles Davis. And then Dispatch is sold for $15 to Brian Call. Chris Gardner put TW12. TW12 was Tammy Wynette, sold for $12. What's on the left? Miles Davis, a 1982 Terre Haute Original. And then Rolling Stones Info. And then we have Dispatch at $16. I've already sold it for $15. Keith Richards is sold to Edwin Blom for $6.99. Kick is at $45. RS, you're probably talking about Goathead Soup. Goathead Soup is an original with the original Goathead insert and inner sleeve, $39.99. And then Rod second on Keith Richards. Kathy third. Steve Miller sold to Jason Boxell. Stacy Metternich second. Mark Rennie wants Keith Richards and Tracy. Mark Rennie and Keith Richards already sold, but I will give you Tracy. And we've got Glenn Campbell, Southern Knights, Janie C. Riley, and Jesse Lynn Turner all still available. Here are the buy it nows, or here are the final calls. Miles Davis just has one bid for $25. We want Miles. It's a double LP, original Miles Davis. Very clean, EX or better. Gatefold, super nice jacket. And we just have one bid for $25. We're about to sell it. New bid on Kick, which is another U.S. original EX, and now Christopher Dean's at 46. Our next 45 auction is a live, and this is going to go up for, it's Pearl Jam, a live and a round and round. This looks very bizarre. It almost looks, is this like a fan club or a, I don't know what this is, but it's Pearl Jam. $7 start on that. Pearl Jam, $7 start. That's now up for bid. Mark Rennan wants Glenn Campbell. That is sold, okay? Now, moving on. New crate. And here we go. All right, so I'm going to put these right here behind me in case anybody changes their mind. Let's. I think I've got new check condition stuff over here, maybe. Let's see if we got new check condition stuff. All right, that's a clean crate. Let's see here. That's a clean crate. And let's see what we got here. Is this check condition? Nope, everything's clean tonight. All right, nice. Let's see what we got. Auction. Well, the first three records he left are auctions. And let's go through this. So we got non-check condition bins tonight. Great new vintage stuff here I'm about to show. Wow, there's some great stuff in here. Holy moly. Hold on a second. Time out. Well, I got to spread these out. Oh, my gosh. Wow. I'll catch your attention. I'm going to make the first two records an attention catcher. First three records. Wow. Should I pull this out? Yeah, we better auction that. Okay, I'm vetoing one of them. I'll go ahead and put it up as soon as one of these other ones sell. Yeah, if you don't have anywhere to go tonight, I would try not to go anywhere because based on what John has put out just in this bin, and he handed me 3, or there's actually about 5 more in here. So these are some killer kind of surprises coming up on the auction block. No joke. One of them, I'll go ahead and tell you, was Black Sabbath. Here's where we're at. Miles Davis, or excuse me, the last bid on Kick was $46 with Christopher Dean. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube? Miles Davis is at 30, Miles Davis 32, Pearl Jam 10, Pearl Jam 7, Pearl Jam 11, Pearl Jam 15, Pearl Jam 17. How much was the Rolling Stones? $39.99. Pearl Jam 18, Pearl Jam 20, Pearl Jam 21. Portishead is new and sealed, $44.99. So Christopher Dean, we have this for $46. John is putting your metal into the bins again. John has marked probably about 20 auction records just in this bin. And I thought y'all already had a ton over there set aside. So somewhere he's got into a stash of really good records. This is sold, and this is sold to Christopher Dean, a beautiful copy here for $46. Thank you, Christopher Dean. Hope everybody's paying attention. It'd be a great night to show some of this. Before I get into this bin, I'm almost done with this box of 45s for $6.99. But let's keep going through them, okay? I have Aretha Franklin. This is If You Don't Think and Until You Come Back to Me. Aretha is $6.99. Love Roller Coaster, the Ohio Players. Randy Newman, The Natural, and that's double-sided. Nielsen, I Guess the Lord Must Be, and Maybe. Newgrass Revival, Ain't That Peculiar, and 7x7. And The Toys, A Lover's Concerto. We also have Velvet, Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Rick Nelson, I Shall Be Released. And If You Gotta Go, Go Now. And Frankie Valli, Why? And Swearing to God. Those are all $6.99, okay? Here's the high bid on Miles Davis, $36 with Donna Turner. Pearl Jam is at $24 with Edwin Blom. And now Portishead is sold to Craig Weatherford. Craig, that's sold to you. Next thing we have, right off the bat, Bob Marley, Rastaman Vibration, a 1976 Pittman press. Several records in here I could have vetoed, but I'm going to leave several in here. Rastaman Vibration, $39.99. We have X, right off the bat, More Fun in the New World. OG, $39.99, original inner sleeve, an Allied original. Back up to the 45s. Jason Boxall put T. And T for Jason Boxall was The Toys. Is that right? And then RN for Randy Newman. That's sold for Jace for $6.99. Susie on Love, which was Love Roller Coaster, the Ohio Players. Jason on TV, but he meant FV for Frankie Valli. And now Pearl Jam's at $25. So it was T for Toys, and that left Rick Nelson, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Newgrass Revival, Nielsen, and Aretha Franklin. Okay, and then Miles Davis. Who was the other bidder beside Donna? The other bidder was Nick Bargeron. Nick has not set out, okay? And then Pearl Jam's at $25 with Charlie DeFrank. Michael McCullen gets Bob Marley. X is still available. Jeff Beck Group, $24.99. What does this say? Yellow label. Yeah, first label. $24.99. RN was for Rick Nelson. Okay, so RN was not for Randy Newman. That was for Rick Nelson. So let's put back Randy Newman. Let's give him Rick Nelson. And then T was for Toys. Okay, there we have it. Now, also, we have Paul McCartney, Tug of War, $19.99, original inner sleeve. Everything in here really clean, very nice. Also, the best of Dwayne Eddy, a German press. Very cool. RCA Victor, if I can get a hold of it. German label, very nice. $14.99. Next auction's going up right now. It is going to be Gun. Take a look at this. Very cool. Gun is a 1969 U.S. Santa Maria original. Roger Dean artwork. Very cool. Roger Dean artwork. The first album to feature his artwork. Gun. The Gun. Self-titled. EX condition. $35 start. Always a highly regarded album. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Pearl Jam's at $25. I've lost a couple people, and I haven't heard back from Edwin Blom on Pearl Jam. I lost Nick Bargeron on Miles Davis, so let's go ahead and sell this to Donna Turner for $36. Unfortunately, I lost him, but we got to put up new stuff. That is sold. And let's put that back in its sleeve here. And next is what? DE, that's for Dwayne Eddy. That's sold to Larry Smith. How much was X? $39.99. $39.99. And then Guns at $35. Larry wants to put back Dwayne Eddy. All right, and then I lost Edwin Blom, so let's go ahead and sell Pearl Jam to Charlie DeFrank for $25. Now he just bid $26, and I have already sold it for $25. And then Gun is at $35 of Gary Wellman. I lost you there for about 4 minutes on that, unfortunately. And then the other question was Rich. I hadn't tagged any of those. But I am going to do that later. You got the wild side, okay? Jeff Brindley said he'll take X. This is sold to Jeff Brindley. Nick Bargeron said he set out. There must have been a delay. There must have been a lag or a blip in Restream because I lost some of y'all there for several minutes. Some stuff didn't come through. Next thing I have is our next auction, which is REM document. REM is at 87 US. This is an OG. It has the original inner sleeve. It's EX, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. REM document. There is the EX disc. Very nice. The original inner sleeve, a $35 start on REM document. Next, I have another cassette to put up for auction, and this is Ice-T, Original Gangsta. Ice-T is going to go up for a $7 start. This is now up for bid. Ice-T, that cassette is now a $7 start. That's up for bid, and I have another Beatles single. And the other Beatles single I have for us is, I haven't had this one tonight, She's Got a Ticket to Ride. $7 start on Ticket to Ride, and yes, it is. That's going to go up for a $7 start. First thing we have is Gary Wellman says, I got Jeff Beck. Yeah, there was definitely a delay, a glitch in Restream. What does that mean? People were commenting and it didn't come through. And I always make sure on the auctions, if that ever happens, I ask again. First, Gary Wellman on Jeff Beck, that sold. Somebody bought Dwayne Eddy, but it was put back. Edwin said he bid $26 on Pearl Jam. Now, that's not on my screen. That's kind of hard to say. I don't know when that was placed, but it never did come across on Restream. REM 35, Gun 45, REM 35, and now back to the bin. Bob Marley, Confrontation, some very clean, nice records in here. Bob Marley's $29.99, very nice, very clean. Confrontation, $29.99. Now Guns at $47. The Mamas and Papas, $19.99. This is their first album, self-titled. The Beatles has bids for $7. Gun has bids for $47. Ice-T has bids for $7. REM has bids for $35 and $35. Pat Fratt, you're out. Next is Flat and Scruggs with the Foggy Mountain Boys. $19.99 for Flat and Scruggs, Columbia Harmony label. $19.99. Gary Wellman on BM. Bob Marley again. How much is Dwayne Eddy? This is an original German press. $14.99. REM's now at $38. Teen Scene, Chet Atkins. A very nice copy here. LPM Mono. $19.99 on Chet Atkins. And we have Glenn Campbell, By the Time I Get to Phoenix. And he's in shrink wrap, a beautiful Scranton copy. Wow, looks like it just got open. $9.99. Nick Bargeron, second on Bob Marley. The Ventures, Walk Don't Run, another one. Beautiful, in shrink wrap. $19.99. Walk Don't Run, in shrink wrap. $19.99 on that. Next comment is REM 37, REM 40. Chad let Samantha Neil Harrison have Rick Nelson. Let's change this Rick Nelson single. It was Randy Newman, then it was Rick Nelson, and now it's going to a change of purchaser. This time we're going to sell it to Samantha Neil Harrison for $6.99. Back up to the top. The next comment was REM 40. Gary Wellman wants Eddie, and Eddie was Dwayne Eddy. I got to make sure Craig Weatherford doesn't want it. Craig Weatherford said he does want it. Michael McCullen, first on Chet Atkins. These are some beautiful records in here. What was the REM grade? EX or better. Robert Lee Bunch gets Glenn Campbell. REM 42. John Meeks next on Glenn Campbell. Jason Boxell first on the Ventures. Rod Bryan next on Dwayne Eddy. Andrew Shaw next on Glenn Campbell. REM 41, REM 44. That means Gun hadn't had a bid in a long time. And now Gun is a final call. Gun, G-U-N, Wes Wilt, 47. The bidder before him was Gary Wellman. Gary did say out. I'm going to make sure there's no glitches or delays in any of these again. Final call for 47. Now, if you bid 48, and I'm not saying 48, then your bid did not come through. You might want to send it again. Never wrong with sending a bid a second time, especially if I'm saying final call and you haven't heard back from me, okay? Because if you haven't heard back, if you haven't heard me confirm your bid, that means it's somewhere up in space and it didn't make it back to my phone, okay? Next thing is REM 46, REM 47. Now, these two bottom auctions here, there's only been one bid on Ice-T for $7, and we're going to go ahead and sell that to Sean Druin for $7. And I think it's the first time we've had a Beatles single just get one bid tonight. And this is sold for $7. These have been bringing $15 and $20. Samuel Kopich gets that one for $7. REM is a 1987 U.S. specialty, REM is a 1987, right? I lost my sticky note, but yeah, it was OG. It was OG, that Eurodisc press. I think that's the pressing plant, Eurodisc press, yes. That's now at $47. The Flat and Scruggs is called Flat and Scruggs with the Foggy Mountain Boys. This is an earlier record for sure on this Black Harmony label. Nice, $19.99. Very nice, $19.99. Okay, so far, this crate has been nearly a clean out. The only thing we have left is Flat and Scruggs, Mamas and Papas, and Paul McCartney. That's the only thing that's left there. Okay? The Blow Monkeys, Animal Magic. The Blow Monkeys is $24.99. The Siegel Shore Band, 953 West, $14.99. Kevin LeBady wants Mamas and Papas. That's sold. Also, Georgia Satellite, self-titled, Keep Your Hands to Yourself, $29.99. Tommy Call said sold, and that was on Flat and Scruggs. That's sold to him. Out on REM. And Billy Thorpe, East of Eden's Gate, $19.99. Gun is officially sold, GUN, and this is sold to Wes Wilt for $47. I had to make them wait a whole 5 minutes on that one. That's sold, okay? Robert Lee Bunch, everything in this crate is sticker price, and somebody's already bought Flat and Scruggs at $19.99. These are all new arrivals at sticker price. New arrivals at sticker price. Michael McCullen got Georgia Satellites, and this is a great bin. There's not going to be much left when we're done, it looks like. This is Bill Black's combo, Solin the Blues. $9.99, very clean. Everything in here so far, very nice. Meryl Streep, George Winston, The Velveteer Rabbit, $14.99. Also, Johnny Rivers, Slim Slow Slider. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Very clean, very nice, $9.99. And Commander Cody, live from the deep of heart of Texas, $19.99. New LP going up for auction right now. And it is time for Rush. Rush is a 1974 U.S. original. A U.S. original copy. This is an RCA Music Club edition, VG++ EX. Rush is a $55 start. The album that started it all, a U.S. original club copy. Rush is going to go up for a $55 start. Next claim is Larry Smith on Bill Black. That's sold. Gary Wellman on Solon. And Solon was for something. And then also on CC for Commander Cody. The final bid on REM goes to Brandon Lack for $51. Brandon Lack has this for $51, and I'm about to sell it to him. Final call for $51. That is an OG. That is an OG. Rush has a bid for $55 of Robert Lee Bunch. And then, Gary, let me know what SOLEN. And then we got Siegel Shorel pending the Jetstream. Also, we have the Moody Blues in Search of the Lost Chord. The Moody Blues is $19.99. And we have Heart Magazine for $19.99. I'm going to pause there. Let's do a handful of Buy It Now 45s. These are all $6.99. First thing we have is Joe Jackson, Stepping Out. The Jets from Beverly Hills Cop 2, Cross My Broken Heart. Nielsen, Yellow Man. Amanda from Boston. Also, The Fifth Dimension, There Never Was a Day, and Everything's Been Changed. And Everybody's a Star. And Thank You for Being My Friend. That's Sly and the Family Stone. Those are all $6.99. Those are BINers, Buy It Nowers 45s. Next, I didn't hear back from Gary Wellman on SOLEN. Jetstream, I'll go ahead and sell you Siegel Shorel. Rush is at 55, and then Rush 56, Rush 57. What is the Rush? Rush is a 1974 U.S. Indianapolis OG RCA Music Service Club Edition, VG++ EX. The bids have been 55, 56, 57. Michael Ruttman first on the Jets for $6.99. Jason on Sly for $6.99. Stacy next on the Jets. We still got Fifth Dimension, Boston, Nielsen, and Joe Jackson. Over here, we got Janis Joplin Farewell Song. Janis Joplin's $34.99. Cheryl Gets Heart. That's sold to Cheryl. Also, we have Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits for $9.99. Rush has a new bid for $60. The Best of Electric Flag. $19.99. The Best of Electric Flag. That's $19.99. Very good bin here so far. And The Best of Spirit. The Best of Spirit. That's $19.99. Orange label. I've got a line on you. And another Moody Blues. Every good boy deserves favor. Superb copy here. $24.99. Also, Chris Gardner on LR for Linda Ronstadt. Mike Bartlett was second. And then there was no other bids on REM, so let's go ahead and sell that to Brandon Lack for $51. Now Rush is at a 60. What was the Boston song? The A-side was Amanda. The A-side was Amanda. Okay? And then also we have King Sunny Ade and his African Beats, Juju Music, and 82 PRC, $39.99. King Sunny Ade, $39.99 on that. Alrighty, now we did a new LP auction and some more something else to auction. First, we got Tears for Fears, The Hurting. Tears for Fears is a 1987 US Hot Pog original. It uses the original UK cover art instead of the cover art from the US OG copies. Interesting. Very interesting. Original on her sleeve, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start. That is Tears for Fears, The Hurting. It does have the original on her sleeve. It's an 87 US Hot Pog, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. Rush is at 60. Jason Short bid 61st. Jason Short bid 61st. Okay. Tears for Fears already has a bid for 25. Next handful of 45s. These are all $6.99. We have Angel, Don't Take Your Love. That's a double-sided promo. The Lion Sleeps Tonight by The Tokens. A Taste of Honey, Boogie Oogie Oogie. Also Roberta Flack, The First Time I Ever Saw Your Face. We have The Music Machine, Talk Talk. That's a classic. And Marquita, I Feel the Earth Move. That's all $6.99 there. All right, let's go back to the top. Nielsen or Nielsen? It's Nielsen, Nilson, or Nill, Nielsen. That is Nilsson, like Harry Nielsen. And then Kevin LeBady on JJ, and JJ was for, hold on a second, that was Joe Jackson Stepping Out from earlier, right? That's from a while back. Kevin LeBady on JJ for Joe Jackson. Jason Boxel on TOO for Tokens. That's sold to him. Also RF for Roberta Flack. That's also sold to him. And then Donna was next on Roberta Flack. And we have Marquita. We have The Music Machine, Taste of Honey, and Angel. All right. This Toy Soldier on Mark. And then what was Mark? And then now Rush is at 61. And then Tears for Fears at 25. Okay. And wow, still some great stuff left in here. He said, no, JJ was not for Joe Jackson Stepping Out. It was from Janis Joplin in the bin. So Janis Joplin is sold to Kevin LeBady. That is sold. And let me put that away. And we got to start filling up a new crate. But first, here's Peter Tosh. This is $29.99. This is No Nuclear War. $29.99. Peter Tosh. Through a Rush, all of a sudden, lots of bids. Marquita is Toy Soldier on Marquita. The Marquita songs were right here. Give me 1 second. And that was I Feel the Earth Move and More Than You Know. More Than You Know. Okay? All right, let me swap out crates for a second. Okay, let me swap out crates for a second and figure out where my next empty one is. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay. Let me reset here. So the last comment on Tears for Fears, the last comment on, or the last bid on Tears for Fears is with Mike Owen at $30. A VG copy of The Hurting. Mike Owen has that for $30, and that's a final call. By the way, the cover does have a little bit of a bump right here. Okay? VG cover because of that. Rush was VG++ EX. This is an OG club copy, VG++ EX. From what I'm seeing, it's really nice. Once again, Jason and Andrew have tied again. And this is at 65. Okay? They're tied at 65. Sean, I don't think we do. Not an original, that is. Not an original. I may can get you a new one soon. Okay? But no, I don't think I do. This crate we're going through is New Arrival sticker price. These are New Arrival sticker price. Ron Cantrell, have you messaged Coletco? If you have, Ed will take care of you. If you haven't, then I suggest doing that immediately. If you're saying you hadn't got an invoice. Have you checked your junk folder? I think I looked last night and it said it had been opened. It doesn't look like you've sent us a message. You got to contact Ed, okay? You've got to contact Ed. You've got to send him a message. Otherwise, there's nothing I can do about it here, okay? Now, Larry Smith said, I had a glitch, Tosh 45. So that's what I was trying to figure out. It says Tears for Fears 26, 28, 28. Larry Smith put TOH 45. And then Brian asked if these were sticker price. And then Larry says, I had a glitch, negative TOH 45. Was Marquita a 45 or LP? So what is TOH? Taste of Honey? Okay, Taste of Honey. This is sold to Larry Smith for $6.99. Okay. Now, Rebecca, I think, had asked about this record here, which I don't really know how to pronounce it. It looks like Martica, but evidently not. I Feel the Earth Move and Quiero Intergate Mi Amor, More Than You Know in Spanish. It is available unless Rebecca wanted it for $6.99. Now, Rush is still tied. I have not heard back from Andrew Eisensmith. And then Mike Owen still has Tears for Fears for $30. And then Brian Call does get Peter Tosh. Sorry for all the confusion. That was the most confusing last 5 minutes I've had all night. Between bite nows on the 45s, deciphering the comments, figuring out who's the high bidders, we are good to go now. Back to the new arrivals. We have Jimmy Cliff special. This is all new arrivals, sticker price. Jimmy Cliff is $24.99. Mike Owen gets the Martica. Okay, so it's pronounced just like it is. No problem there. That's sold to Mike Owen for $6.99. New Riders, The Adventures of Panama Red. New Riders is $19.99. There is a label on the front. Very nice vinyl, though. $19.99. Jason Boxall on Jimmy Cliff. I want to make sure nobody got glitched. Andrew, are you passing on the Rush? I've lost you. I wanted to make sure you were done. Jason had it for $65 for the last 6 minutes. I just didn't want to glitch. There's been some glitches tonight with Restream, and same thing for Tears for Fears. I think there was 2 other people that actually hadn't set out that were pretty close to the high bid. Commander Cody, check out this cover. And it has a promo sticker, $19.99 on Commander Cody. Fred, you were second on Jimmy Cliff. Very cool. The Best of Steve Miller Band. Earlier stuff here, $24.99. It's on an EMI Capital, probably German or UK. Very clean, $24.99 for Steve Miller. And Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Child is Father to the Man. What a beautiful copy. $29.99. Child is Father to the Man. Andrew's out on Rush, which means I was just about to sell it, but Mike McGinnis wants to know, is it a 1974? Rush is a 1974 U.S. original Indianapolis club copy. Jason's had it for about 10 minutes now for $65. I was just waiting for some last-minute people to say out. Andrew's out. Okay, now we have Tears for Fears. I can go ahead and sell this. This is sold to Mike Owen for $30. Now, Mike McGinnis, if you want to bet on Rush, it's $65 or more. Or if you say out, I've got to sell it to Jason Short for $65 before he shoots me. Okay, so it's all up to you. The weight of the show is on Mike McGinnis' shoulders right now. We have Slade, Sladist. Very cool, $24.99. Slade is $24.99. Also, the Jimmy Castor Bunch, Phase 2. Jimmy Castor is $19.99. And Rising Suns, a 2001 press, interesting, $64.99, a 2001, $64.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is Funkadelic. It's called The Best of the Early Years, Volume 1. Funkadelic is a 1977 U.S. Presswell original, VG++EX. This is a 1977 U.S. Presswell original, VG++EX. This is a $35 start. Funkadelic, The Best of the Early Years, Volume 1, a $35 start on Funkadelic. Rush has a new bid for $70. I'm probably pretty sure Jason Short's going to shoot me now. Jimmy Castor is sold to Slicker Van Slyke. Jason Short, you've been outbid on Rush. The new high bid is $70. It's a 1974 U.S. original club copy, Indianapolis press. Here's our next handful of buy it nows. These are all $6.99. The first thing is the Rolling Stones. It's only rock and roll, but we like it. Rush has a new bid for $72. Funkadelic, $35.35. The Tough Bunnies, Landscape Architecture, Fast Food Girl. Cher, Dark Lady. The Assembled Multitude, Overture from Tommy. Safety Dance, Men Without Hats. Peggy Sue, Buddy Holly, I Want to Know What Love Is. Those are all $6.99. Next is the Moody Blues, To Our Children's Children, $14.99. We have The Adventures of Captain Copter and Commander Cody in Potato Land, and it includes the comic book. What a cool record this is. $34.99. It's a Rhino reissue or a Rhino pressing. It does have the comic book, $34.99. So we left off by saying Funkadelic, $35, Funkadelic, $35, Funkadelic, $40, Rush, $72, Cheryl Barnes on RS for the Rolling Stones, sold for $6.99. Stephen Riley on Men Without Hats, $6.99. Moses next on Rolling Stones, Nick next on Rolling Stones, Rush, $75. We have not sold any Stevie Ray Vaughan's, Funkadelic, $45. Mark Fallon wants to know what love is. That's sold to him for $6.99. Tommy next on the Rolling Stones, Jetstream on Potato. That's sold to Jetstream. So we still got Buddy Holly, Peggy Sue, Assembled Multitude, Cher, and Tough Bunnies. Mike McGinnis has Rush at $75. Jason Short, you're out. Funkadelic's at $45 with Slicker Van Slyke. Next is The Best of the Lovin' Spoonful Volume 2. $14.99 for The Best 11 Spoonful. $14.99. How about Try Me? James Brown is Famous Fames. His famous flames, barcoded reissue, $24.99. Mike McGinnis, you're out on Rush. Next is Funkadelic is a final call to Slicker Van Slyke for $45. Info on Rush. Rycooter was Rycooter in Rising Suns. Taj Mahal, Rycooter, yes, $64.99, 2011 press, okay? Now, wait, was there a Who 45? And then JB, put back JB, Funkadelic, Ride My 65 on Tough Bunnies. This is sold for $6.99, and Susie also got Cher for $6.99. No 45 by The Who, maybe? And then Funkadelic, we also have Linda Ronstadt, Get Closer, $9.99. Buck Owens, Hot Dog. Buck Owens is $14.99. And BTO, Not Fragile, a German press. Not Fragile, $19.99. Okay. Now, since we've had a resurgence in bidding on Rush, 2 more people have asked what it is, the condition, the price, the pressing, and they want to know what the high bid is, which is price. So let me go over Rush one more time. This is a 1974 Indianapolis U.S. original club copy, RCA Music Club. The high bid right now on Rush is $76 with Jason Short. It's going back to Mike McGinnis. The vinyl is VG++/EX. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets asked about 2 or 3 more times. It's a very desirable record, the debut album by Rush. If it was on a label called Moon out of Canada, it would be way up there. Now, Rush has another new bid for $77. Funkadelic is called The Very Best of the Early Years, Volume 1. High grade, nice. Jason and Slicker's battling over this one. The new high bid's at $49. Okay? Next 3 records in here was Laverne Baker, Real Gone Gal. Laverne Baker's $24.99. Jethro Tull and Shrink and Hop. It's called Crest of a Knave with Hop sticker, $24.99. And Ziggy Marley, The Melody Makers, $19.99. I told y'all that was a great crate. There is still a lot still left in here unclaimed. This is a new arrivals crate. These just got marked today. These are sticker price. No more, no less. Sticker price, new arrivals. Sticker price, new arrivals. All right. Funkadelic's at 52. Rush is still getting bids. Ozzy has been asked about several times. Let me go ahead and show them. Ozzy is new and sealed, Diary of a Madman, $33.99. New and sealed Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, $33.99. If anybody wants it. New and sealed, $33.99. Okay? The next new comment, since I paused, was Funkadelic was at 49. Rush is at 80. Rush is at 82. Funkadelic 52. Marley sold to Moses. Michael Butler wants the Rising Suns. That's sold to Michael Butler. Rush is out. Price on Ziggy, already sold. Derek Gunn wants Ozzy. All right? Now, does anybody else want one because they're new and sealed? Some other people have asked about it tonight, okay? Some other people have asked about them tonight. Next thing I'm about to do is show some more Buy It Now 45s. I've got about 3,000 over here, maybe 20,000 that's never been shown before. They're all Buy It Nows for $6.99. First thing we have is Stone Pony, Some of Shelley's Blues. Cameo, Candy, that's going to be an auction. Bryan Adams, Heaven, that's going to be an auction. Richie Valens, La Bamba. Long Cool Woman in a Black Dress. Emmylou Harris, Ashes by Now, and that's going to be an auction. That's going to be an auctions. Let's do one more. The Righteous Brothers, You're My Soul and Inspiration. Those are all $6.99. First come, first serve. Buy It Nows available right now if you want them, okay? Now, let's put those right there. That's going to be our next auctions. The first thing next in the bin was several people asked about Ozzy, and then the only person who wanted it was Derek Gunn. So Derek Gunn gets Ozzy. Next is Funkadelic 53. Donna gets Cameo for $6.99. Now Rush is at 85. Mark Fallon wants Long Cool Woman in a Black Dress. Also, we have Jetstream on Jethro Tull. Stacy Ness on Long Cool Woman in a Black Dress. And Moses gets La Bamba. That's $6.99. That leaves early Linda Ronstadt and Stone Ponies, Some of Shelley's Blues, The Righteous Brothers, Soul and Inspiration, Emmylou Harris, and Bryan Adams, Heaven. Those are all still available if anybody wants them. Funkadelic and Rush is still getting bids. This was an incredible crate. Let's run through those one more time. Very quickly, one more time. First thing is Paul McCartney, Tug of War, $19.99. The Blow Monkeys, Animal Magic was $24.99. Billy Thorpe was $19.99. East of Eden's Gate, The Velveteer Rabbit, that's Meryl Streep. George Winston, $14.99. Johnny Rivers is $9.99. The Moody Blues is $19.99. The Best of Electric Flag is $19.99. Best of Spirit still available, $19, and the Moody Blues was $24. Rush is at $86. Mike McGinnis, you have been outbid. He was at $85. Funkadelic's now at $55. Next is King Sunny Ade, $39.99 is African Beats. New Riders is $19.99. Commander Cody is $19.99. The Best of Steve Miller, $24.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, $29. OG Label, Slade is $24.99. Mark Fallon wanted Stone, and that was Stone Pony, sold to Mark Fallon for $6.99. And then the last few records in here was the Moody Blues again, the Lovin' Spoonful, James Brown, Linda Ronstadt, Buck Owens, BTO, and Laverne Baker. It's time for a new crate. But before I do anything else, I have our next cassette auction that's going to go up right now. And that next cassette auction is going to be the Judgment Night soundtrack. This is very cool. $7 start, very popular. The Judgment Night soundtrack cassette, that's going to go up for a $7 start, okay? I haven't heard back from Mike McGinnis. I haven't heard back from Slicker on Funkadelic. And Mike just bid 87 on Rush. Albert King, let me take a peek at it. Albert King is not an OG. We still got Thela, Pink Floyd, Stone Temple Pilots, Gil Scott-Heron, Old Dirty Bastard, David Bowie, Five Man Electrical Band, Electric Prunes, Shadows of Night, Captain Beefheart, King Crimson, A Promo, Swamp Dogg, Funkadelic, the Dukes of the Stratosphere, Concrete Blonde, Dire Straits and The Who, both Japanese. Bubble Puppy, Neil Young, Freedom. Miles Davis, Soft Machine. Joni Mitchell, Fripp. Mick Jagger, Hawkwind. Albert King, New York Dolls, and Stevie Ray Vaughan. Plus Japanese, plus the few surprises that I pulled out of this bin. Okay? Now, this is James Brown, early 80s pressing, Try Me. I got to make sure Slicker is done on Funkadelic, but I'm about to sell the Jason for $55. Let's swap out crates. If you change your mind, you're like, dang it. I was going to buy everything left in there. Well, you still can. Everything that I read for auction will be sold sometime between now and about 3 hours from now. If you need something bumped in rotation, you probably need to start letting me know. If not, we got to start working those in over the next 3 hours. There's a lot of bidding. So far, every auction has had a ton of bidding activity. And just about every auction, when I think we're done, we keep going. And we keep going. And we keep going. All right. Let's grab another new crate. Let's go through. Let's see what this one is here. Man, this has got all kinds of great records in it too. Man. Wow. All right, let's start going through them. That's the only way to do it. That was a great crate we just went through too. All right. Let's see here. All right, Funkadelic. There was no other bids on Funkadelic. I lost Slicker. This is sold to Jason for $55. Slicker disappeared on me. That's sold for $55. Next is Rush. It's over. It's sold to Rebecca for $90. Done. New auctions going up right now. Plus, we got about 1 million fantastic 45s. George just asked the Rush info. Boy, Rebecca just got extremely lucky. Rush was almost a victim of another 30-minute bidding war. It's done. Next auction is going up right now. This is King Crimson, a 1970 U.S. Presswell original, a white label promo, VG Plus, a $35 start, King Crimson Lizard. I wouldn't go anywhere the rest of the night. If you're live right now in the chat, if you got to feed your dogs, walk your dogs, feed your fish, eat, take a shower, I would try to do all that immediately. I wouldn't go anywhere the rest of the night. If you leave the chat in the next 3 hours, you're probably going to miss out on something that you probably would want or came here to buy. I would lock in. I hope you have your phone and your tablet right up, your laptop. If this is on your TV, you've took care of all of you've took out your trash, everything. I hope that you're ready because there's so many surprises tonight. You have no idea I don't even know what I'm about to show, especially in these bins, feeding everything. Hope everybody's locked in. Do not leave the chat. You got to cancel all your plans. Tell your wife or husband good night. I'll see you in the morning. I'm going to go in here in the living room where it's quiet and watch Chad. I'm going to focus, and I'm about to buy a lot of records, whether you like it or not. King Crimson Lizard. This is a 1970 U.S. Presswell original. King Crimson Lizard. A 1970 white label promo. VG Plus, a $35 start. If you got to work, I would start texting or calling your boss right now and say, listen, Chad is showing some crazy stuff tonight. I can't come into work. I'm going to be up all night buying and bidding. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to take a personal day. Otherwise, you're going to wake up in the morning. You're going to see people posting stuff in the group that they've bought, and you're going to be, how in the world did I miss that? It's because you was not locked in. Like I said, it's like you're playing for the green jacket. It's like you're in the Super Bowl right now. You've got to lock in with me. Next auction is Funkadelic's Greatest Hits. This is a 1975 U.S. Santa Maria original. This is in VG condition. Funkadelic's Greatest Hits, VG condition, a $25 start. Funkadelic, VG, a $25 star. Funkadelic's Greatest Hits. You need to tell everybody in your family, listen, I don't care what's going on, TV programs, movies, schoolwork, what you did at school, how your day went, that doesn't matter right now. I am watching Chad. Otherwise, I'm going to miss out on some records, and then I'm going to be very angry. Here is the next 45s. These are going to go up for $6.99 before I start showing this next bin. These are all $6.99. We have Scandal, featuring Patti Smythe, The Warrior, $6.99. Lou Reed, When You're Hot, You're Hot. Excuse me, Jerry Reed. Cat Stevens, Another Saturday Night. Bruce Springsteen, Dancing in the Dark. Starship, Nothing's Gonna Stop Us Now. And Steely Dan, Hey 19. $6.99 on everything there. Those are all $6.99. All buy it nows. We got Steely Dan, Hey 19, Starship, Nothing's Gonna Stop Us Now, Bruce Springsteen, Dancing in the Dark, Cat Stevens, Jerry Reed, and The Warrior. Those are all available. First thing is I put up King Crimson. That got a bid for $35. And that bid for $35 with Mark Fallon. Funkadelic got a bid for $25, Funkadelic $28, and now Jerry Reed is sold to George Jones for $6.99. Mark Fallon got Steely Dan. George Jones was second. Susie next on Jerry Reed. And that leaves The Warrior, Cat Stevens, Bruce Springsteen, and Starship. Nobody bid on Judgment Night. It's a $7 buy it now. If you change your mind, it's right there. Going through new arrivals. This is a white label promo of the Doobie Brothers to Lou Street. I feel like that's auction worthy. $24.99 on the Doobie Brothers. Also, we have Paul McCartney. The name of the album is McCartney, his first true solo album. He does everything on the album. Plays all the instruments, wrote all the music, sings all the songs. $34.99. Also, another Ebony and Ivory, that's Stevie Wonder and Paul McCartney, the 12-inch single. Next thing we have is Funkadelic was a final call for 28 with Gary Samuels. Michael McCullen had bid 25, Gary bid 28. No one else has been on King Crimson. We're about to sell it for 35. What's the flip side of Starship? Laying it on the line. Laying it on the line, Jeremy. Next is Samantha put Scan, S-K-A-N. Scan. What was Scan? I'm not for sure on that. Mark put D-O-O-V, Doove. I'm assuming that's for Doobies. Funkadelic 29. King Crimson condition. King Crimson's a 1970 U.S. OG Presswell white label promo, VG Plus condition. Robbie second on the Doobie Brothers. Funkadelic 30. Funkadelic 30 again. King Crimson 37. No bids on the McCartney. The Beatles Story, a mono 1964. These are usually reissues. I don't know why, but this is an actual mono capital rainbow label, $49.99. Now Funkadelic is at 32. Now King Crimson's at 38. Humble Pie Eat It. It's a gatefold 2 LP, no condition notes, $34.99. The Doobie Brothers, Captain and Me. The Doobie Brothers is $14.99. Next is Scandal. That's probably right. Scandal, that is sold for $6.99. If that's not right, Samantha, let me know. Scandal sold to you. Next 45 auction is going to be Billy Idol. This is called To Be a Lover. Billy Idol is going to go up for a $7 start. The flip side is called All Summer Single. Next is Hall & Oates, H2O, $19.99. Jack Bruce and Friends, $19.99. I've always wanted to do this. Original under sleeve. Jack Bruce is $19.99. Now King Crimson, 40 and 40. Mark Fallon bid 41st. Funkadelic is at 32, now 34. Billy Idol's a $7 start. Another Jack Bruce, back-to-back Jack Bruce. I've never seen this one. A Question of Time, original under sleeve. Another Jack Bruce, back-to-back Jack Bruce. $24.99 on that one. Primetime, Don McLean. $9.99 on Don McLean, and Go Near Ring cut. Go Near Ring has Stepping Into the Twilight Zone on it. $24.99. If I can get it out of the sleeve, there we go. Cut. Very clean. Everything in here is very nice. Idol does have a bid for $7. King Crimson's at $41. Funkadelic goes back to Jason Short at $32. Next is Lou Reed, New York. Lou Reed is $34.99. Has the original on her sleeve. Lou Reed, $34.99. Greg Gallagher gets the Judgment Night cassette for $7. Next is the next handful of Buy It Now 45s, and these are going to go up for $6.99. $6.99. Let me grab a good looking handful here. I don't know where to get them or where they're at, but I'm about to. Where's that other box John brought up here? I can't really remember. Is that the box he brought up tonight? If so, that's the one I need to grab because that had some killer stuff in it. He mentioned some stuff that I hadn't seen yet, so it must be in this other box. So let me grab this right quick. Let's see what this first handful is. These are all $6.99. And the first thing we have is Rockin' Rebels, Wild Weekend. We have The Warrior. There's another copy of that. Scandal, featuring Patti Smythe. California Dreamin', The Mamas and Papas. The Searchers, Needles and Pins. And I Can't Fight This Feeling Anymore. REO Speedwagon, one more. And that's Footloose, Cut Loose. Now, some of those are double-sided hit records. So, for example, Kenny Loggins' Footloose, the B-side is Heart to Heart. REO Speedwagon's Can't Fight This Feeling and One Lonely Night. The Searchers, Needles and Pins, and Sugar and Spice. So those are all $6.99. King Crimson 41, Billy Idol 7. Jeremiah Lewis got Lou Reed, King Crimson 43. And then we have Brian Call first on REO Speedwagon. I Can't Fight This Feeling Anymore. Michael Butler on California Dreamin'. The B-side was 1230. We still got Footloose. We got The Searcher, sold to Samuel Kopich. The Warrior and Rockin' Rebels. Those are all sold. Kevin next on Mamas and Papas. Billy Idol sold to Craig for $7. Now, Funkadelic is Where I Lost Somebody. This was at $34 with Michael McCullen. Before that, it was Jason Short. Unfortunately, I lost Jason, and this is sold to Michael McCullen for $34. Now, King Crimson's at $45 with Adam Bernardi. And now we're going to do an auction that I pulled from that previous bin. I said, what is John doing marking this stuff on a Tuesday night? This is an original OG German pressing of Black Sabbath Technical Ecstasy. $45 start. It's on the Vertigo label. And it is beautiful. $45 start. The covers VG Plus or better. Not bad whatsoever. Vertigo, German Black Sabbath, Technical Ecstasy. $45 start. Now King Crimson's at $48. And Twilight Zone is on Golden Earring. Thin Lizzy. I paused here because I almost put this out for auction. Thin Lizzy, Thunder and Lightning is $49.99, and Little River Band is $9.99. I'm going to be like a blackjack dealer. Y'all are going to play two hands here. We've got Nina Simone, To Love Somebody, a German press RCA single, $7 start, and the Beach Boys, Here Today and Darling. Look at that Beach Boys sleeve. How cool is that? Those are going up now for $7 starts. Mike Straws on Thin Lizzy. That's something we don't see too often. Now King Crimson's at $48. Adam's out. Jeremiah next on Thin Lizzy. Also, Trouble Funk, Trouble Over Here. Trouble Funk is a gold stamp promo, $9.99. These two are auctions. Black Sabbath, a $45 start. Brian Call got Little River Band. Laura just dropped off a New Arrivals bin. The Mamas and Papas, People Like Us, $14.99. Jimmy Buffett, You Had to Be There. Jimmy Buffett is $34.99. Hall & Oates H2O, I think that's the second one in the bin. Now there's two in there, $19.99 each. Jethro Tull Under Wraps is $19.99. And we have a 32-track collection of English Freak Beat, That Driving Beat, a 2001 UK, $44.99. No bid on Black Sabbath. Final call for a $45 start. King Crimson has a new bid with Mark Fallon for $50. Sandy Mile, You're Out. Nobody's bid on Nina Simone except for Donna. Donna has that for $7, and no bid on the Beach Boys. Final call on that for a $7 start. Next is David Clayton Thomas, Linda Ronstadt, and the Stone Ponies, $14.99. Also, BG, Spirits Haven't Flown, $9.99. And John Mayall, USA Union. John Mayall, very clean, $26.99. Sandy, it's back to you on King Crimson. He has bid $50. Also, Clouds, Joni Mitchell, $29.99. A beautiful copy. Wow. There are so many nice records in this bin. So many nice records. Larry Smith on LR for that Linda Ronstadt type deal with Dayton Clayton Thomas. That's sold to Larry Smith. ZZ Top Fandango, $34.99. And The Doors, Other Voices, $34. Arnold Adams wants at least one copy of H2O. Does anybody else want one? Mark Fallon gets King Crimson for $50. Black Sabbath is a buy it now for $45. Wow, that's less than what John had it stickered for. A German Vertigo that's pristine. Poor Ozzy. Wow, where is the Prince of Darkness fan club at? Nobody also bid on Beach Boys. A $7 buy now for a vintage 60s Psychedelia Beach Boys picture sleeve. Nina Simone just one bid for $7, so did Donna Turner. And now, here's your opportunity for Black Sabbath Technical Ecstasy. By the way, it has been stored in a polyline bag, and it does have the insert with it. So there it is, BS 45, if anybody wants that. That is available. Alrighty, let's do that right there. Let's put this over here. Next auction is Yes, owner of a Lonely Heart. This is going to go up for a $7 start. Vinyl's about VG Plus or EX. Picture sleeve, $7 start on Yes. Chris second on Linda Ronstadt. Larry Smith gets the Beach Boys for $7. Mark was next. Rob Fordham gets Black Sabbath for $45. Wow. That might be the surprise of the night. Next is Canned Heat, Doghouse Blues. Canned Heat is $26.99. And the Rascals Greatest Hits, $19.99. The Rascals Greatest Hits. We have a whole crate over here of auctions. Pink Floyd is a 1974 Japanese pressing. Say what? A 1974 Japanese pressing. This is phenomenally nice. Near mint minus and pristine. It's a 1974 Japanese pressing. There's no bonus materials, no poster, no OB, no stickers, no glamour shots of Roger Waters. All you get is just the jacket and the vinyl. And it's nice, as you can see. Beautiful copy. $45 start, a 74 Japanese pressing. Yes is now at 11, now 16. We also have Red Fox, a good old dirty Red Fox record, $14.99. And Soul Shots, a collection of 60s classics, $24.99. Also, Rebecca, I didn't forget about you. Rebecca wanted that Driving Beat compilation. That's so to Rebecca. Yes is now at 25. Pink Floyd's at 45. And now our next auction is Stone Temple Pilots Tiny Music. This is actually not available right now as a single LP. The only way I can get Tiny Music is if you buy the box set. And it's not a vinyl box set. It's an LP and CD box set. This is going to go up for a $25 start. It's the music on vinyl. Boy, I wish this was still in print. I could order a whole crate of these and sell them this week. This is a music on vinyl press of Stone Temple Pilots Tiny Music, a $25 start. Next is Red Fox. That's sold to Michael McCullen. Shane Deaver second. Also, we have David Bowie Station to Station. David Bowie's $34.99. STP's at $25. No one's been on Pink Floyd Final Call. Grand Funk Closer to Home is $26.99. And Traffic is $29.99. That's Traffic self-titled, $29.99. Yes is a final call to Mark Fallon for $25. We're about to sell it. Let's grab a new handful of singles right quick. These are all going to be buy it nows for $6.99. You were on my mind, We 5. Also, Chubby Checker, Limbo Party, Bobby Pickett, The Monster Mash, Tone Loc, Funky Medina, Gloria Estefan, 1, 2, 3, and Rosemary Clooney. Many a Wonderful Moment. And let's do one more, a picture sleeve of the Isley Brothers, It Takes a Good Woman. Those are all $6.99. They're available all for $6.99. So many great records left behind in this bin. STP 25, STP 27. Adam Bernardi, Pink Floyd's a $45 start. STP 30. STP 28, STP 28, SP 32. Jeremy Rourke on TL. That's for Tone Loc. So did Jeremy Rourke. Tone Loc, and then Michael, and then Tony Lewis, then Michael Butler. STP 33. Patrick is in first on Pink Floyd at 45. Larry Smith on HE, and HE for Larry Smith was GE, and that was for Gloria Estefan. Michael Ruttman on BP, and BP was Bobby Pickett for Monster Mash. Stacy next on Tone Loc, and STP's on Black Vinyl. Robbie Woods next on Monster Mash. That leaves Rosemary Clooney, Isley Brothers, Chubby Checker, and We 5. You were on my mind. Next is the Staples, Unlock Your Mind. The Staples is $24.99. Adam Bernardi, let me know if you want to bid on Pink Floyd. If not, I'm going to sell that Japanese pressing of Dark Side of the Moon. Nobody else bid on Yes. We can officially sell this to Mark Fallon for $25. Mark Fallon, that's yours for $25. Also, we have Spooky Tooth. Spooky Tooth is $24.99. And Rush Moving Pictures. This is an original Holland press on the Blue Mercury label. Beautiful copy, $39.99. Also, Savoy Brown is $19.99. Adam Bernardi is on Pink Floyd at $48. STP's at $42. And Steppenwolf Monster, $29.99 on Steppenwolf Monster. And the last three records in this bin was Humble Pie, Rockin' the Fillmore, $34.99. Lyle Lovett's $39.99. And the times they are changing, Bob Dylan, and that's a 70s pressing, $44.99. Wow. Here we go. Next 45 auction. Could you bring me a bottle of water, please? Next 45 auction is Paul McCartney, Band on the Run, a beautiful copy in the original Apple sleeve with the jukebox strip as well. That's OG Band on the Run, a $7 start. I love how it has the jukebox strip as well. Still bidding on STP and still bidding on Pink Floyd. Now, there is way too many records left in here. However, I do have this lower crate to get to. So with that being said, I'm just going to read these titles one more time. Thank you so much. I have a bottle of water that's just been delivered. I desperately need it, so let me mute my mic right quick. Y'all have no idea how much I need this. All right. Here we are. It's a good old Tuesday night. Like I said in the hot post, Tuesday's gone with the wind. Goodbye, Ruby Tuesday. Tuesday afternoon. Here's where we're at. STP, $51 with MT Map. STP is a 2013 music on vinyl pressing, MOV. Pink Floyd is a final call to Patrick Smith for $50. Paul McCartney's at $10. I'm just going to read these titles one more time. That way we can hit the highlights and go ahead and go on to the next crate. Everybody with me? Everybody still locked in? Or do I need to go through my motivational lock-in speech again? Paul McCartney, $34.99. Ebony Ivory's $14.99. We still got the Beatles story in mono. Humble Pie, Eat It. Doobie Brothers, The Captain and Me. Jack Bruce. Don McLean, Golden Earring, $24.99. Trouble Funk, Mamas and Papas, Jimmy Buffett, Hall & Oates, Jethro Tull, Bee Gees, John Mayall, Joni Mitchell, ZZ Top, The Doors, Canned Heat, The Rascals, Soul Shot, Station to Station, Grand Funk, Traffic, Staples, Spooky Tooth, Rush, Savoy Brown, Steppenwolf, Humble Pie, Lyle Lovett, and Bob Dylan. Okay? Pink Floyd is officially sold to Patrick C. Smith Sr. for $50. Paul McCartney has a new bid for $11. Tim Graham, you're out on Band on the Run. And the last bid on STP was Tim Colino at $52. MT Matt, you're out. Now we have Brian DeLeon getting the ZZ Top Fandango. We have Tim Graham on Lyle Lovett. The Rush was an original Holland press of Moving Pictures on the Blue Mercury label. Holland original on the Blue Mercury label. Right here, $39.99. Michael McCullen wants Bob Dylan. The Doors is Lost Voices. Lost Voices, a.k.a. they didn't have Jim Morrison. $34.99. Paul McCartney, $13, and STP, $55. Next LP auction. Next LP auction is Five Man Electrical Band, a 1969 sealed copy for a $25 start. This is pretty cool. A 60s record like this, still sealed from 69. The Five Man Electrical Band, that's sealed, a $25 start. They were known for their hit song, Signs, Signs, Everywhere There's Signs. Five Man Electrical Band. Paul McCartney's now at 16. STP, still getting bids. It's between MT Matt and Adam Bernardi. If you change your mind and you decide you want something out of that bin, just let me know. I've got one more quick handful of 45 here to do. And before I do these, I'm going to go ahead and put up the lower crate. That way it's over here and ready to go. And let's see what we have. First, let me pull the lower crate over here. Oh, man. Oh, Chad shouldn't have squatted down. Here we go. Now, what volume was the Soul Shots? Excellent question. I don't think I've seen a volume, so I'm assuming 1, but I could be wrong. Soul Shots, Volume 3, Soul Twist. Soul Twist, $24.99. Okay. Here's some more buy it nows. These are all $6.99. A classic from Motown. My Girl, The Temptations. Wow, My Girl, $6.99. Donovan, To Susan on the West Coast Waiting. Donovan. The Cal Seals, Most of All. The Delphonics, He Don't Really Love You. Dan Seals, You Bring Out the Wild Side of Me. And Cher, Some Guys. Those are all $6.99 each. Okay? Now, Paul McCartney is sold to Cheryl for $17. STP is sold to MT Matt for $60. Temptations is sold to Donna Turner for $6.99. And Greg Herman on the Cal Seals picture sleeve. All right, that left Donovan with the picture sleeve, and it's a white label promo. Atlantis, Cher, Dan Seals, and the Delphonics. Okay? Let me send one message before I forget. I meant to earlier. All right. Here we go. Derek was second on My Girl and Jason Widener on Donovan. 5-man electrical band is a $25 buy it now. Sealed 69 press. New auctions coming. First, let's see what we have here from Laura. Wow, off to a great start. A 73 U.S. original Terre Haute of Graham Parsons, VG++, $29.99. VG Plus, $29.99. We have Django, as in Django Reinhardt, the Modern Jazz Quartet, a mono 1958 U.S. reissue, VG Plus, $14.99. Two very cool records to start the bin. Next is the Dukes of the Stratosphere. This is XTC, essentially. XTC is the Dukes of the Stratosphere, a 1985 UK original, a garage psych record, still in shrink, a $35 start. Very cool, beautiful UK copy, like a top copy in shrink wrap. Dukes of the Stratosphere, XTC, in shrink, $35 start. Next, in the LP auctions, very cool stuff coming up, including Miles Davis, Agaharta. Miles Davis is a 76 U.S. Terre Haute original, EX edition. Let's go ahead and start this at $35. This is a 2 LP. It's a 76 U.S. Terre Haute original. The vinyl's EX, Miles Davis, a $35 start. The cover does have some ring wear noticeable on the back, a little bit on the front. A $35 start. Did you win, Seth? I will gladly, what do you have to trade? I'll take anything. You can send me your worst 5 records and I will send you Seth. Next thing is Nick Dahmer on Graham Parsons. That's so to Nick Dahmer. Adam Bernardi on Django. Michael McCullen second. Dukes 35, 38, 35, 37, 40, 45. and another Django. And Miles Davis is a $35 start. This is EX 27.99. Ginger Baker's Air Force 2. EX edition 27.99. Ginger Baker's Air Force 2. EX 27.99. And Gypsy, a Sock 1970 U.S. original Pitman. EX edition 27.99. We have our next auction, The Human Beings. No, nobody but me. No. This is a 1967 press. Definitely a foreign. What is this? Spain? Italian. This is an Italian press of The Human Beings. Nobody but me. $7 start on that. Sandy Mile on FM. And FM was for something already sold. It's 5-man OG. 5-man electrical band is a 1969 U.S. original pressing, sealed. $25 on that. Also, we have Medusa Trapeze, VG condition, $9.99. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to show the Laura Crate sticker and give it to the first person who bought something. Nick Dahmer, you got the Graham Parsons. Sorry, I didn't even show the Laura Crate Hop sticker. No one even said anything. Sorry, that is done. And then 5-man is so to Sandy for $25. One more record here. We have Yes Shows. EX edition, $27.99. Yes Shows. Very nice. Okay, let me pause there, and let's throw up another cassette auction. And the next cassette auction, I have some really good ones over here I haven't got to yet, like this one right here. Let's grab this one right here and put this up for a $7 start, okay? And give me 1 second. Get this old retail sticker off of it. It'll look a lot better. And we're going to put this up for a $7 start. And this is Rush Counterparts. Rush Counterparts cassette is going to go up for a $7 start. Rush Counterparts, $7 start. All right, let's go back to the top and see where I left off. I left off by saying Dukes at 50, Dukes at 50, Miles Davis 35, Dukes 55. Chad, can we get Fripp Eno next? Yes. Miles Davis 35. Michael Butler got Gypsy. Duke 60. Sandy got 5-man. Miles Davis, Human Being 7. Dr. Zebo and Trapeze. So many great records in here. Rebecca, that already got sold. And then Fripp Eno next. Yes. Dukes is 85 UK. Yes. And now we're good to go, okay? The only 2 records that haven't been claimed is Ginger Baker and Yes. Back to the Laura Crate. This is Thank You All Very Much by Endel St. Cloud. That's a Sock album, a white label promo, a 69 US. Wow, that's on International Artist. VG condition, $14.99. A white label promo too. International Artist label, $14.99. Endel St. Cloud. Donovan, this is VG $9.99. Donovan, Like It Is. That is VG for $9.99. And People, I Love You, another Sock record, a 68 US Scranton original, VG Plus, $19.99. So here's the deal. First, Miles Davis, which somebody asked for the details. Miles Davis was a 1976 Terre Haute original of Ag Hatara. Ag Hatara. Ag Hatara. I don't know if I'm getting that out fully or correctly, but it gets close, okay? And the opening bid was $35. The vinyls and EX. The last MD bid that came in, which would have been for Miles Davis, was Donna at $35. $35, and that was with Donna. Next is the Dukes of the Stratosphere. And the last bid on the Dukes of the Stratosphere that came in, Mark Fallon bid $60. The Dukes of the Stratosphere. Mark Fallon bid $60. He put Dookie. He means the Dukes of the Stratosphere. Now, the last bid on this was $7. Sold to Ride My 65 on the Human Beings for $7. And nobody bid on Rush. It's a $7 buy it now. $7 buy it now. Jeremiah, your $35 bid, you actually put, okay, you did come in first. Somebody put $25. Oh, that was Donna. Okay, so Jeremiah bid $35 first. Donna, you're out. Jeremiah's 35 came in first, okay? Jeremiah's came in first at 35. Now the Dukes of the Stratosphere is a final call for 60. Now, before that, somebody commented, Neil Rigler commented Psych record. There's two in here, technically with a tag that says Psych. People and the Endel St. Cloud. Let me know if you want both, okay? Miles Davis is at 36. And then, hold on a second. Okay, Jason Widener put is. Hold on a second. Jason put is, Donovan, and people. All right, actually, hold on a second. Jason put is, and is was for. Okay, I know for sure you get Donovan. What was is, Jason Widener? And then Neil Rigler. Okay. So the comment in order was Jason Widener put is, Jason Widener put Donovan, Neil Rigler put Psych record, and then Jason Widener put people. So Jason put is, Jason Widener put Donovan, Neil Rigler put Psych record, and then Jason put people. That is the order, okay? And then Jason wanted the Engel St. Crowd. Okay. Yeah, that was actually, you probably can't really understand what I'm saying. Endel, I-N-D-E-L-E. All right, so this is so to Jason Widener. This is so to Jason Widener. But Jason, technically, he was first on people. He was first on people. Neil Rigler. It wasn't too specific, but he put Psych record. Then you put people. And Neil Rigler says he wanted this one right here. The first one. No, he said not people. Okay. Then Neil, you don't get that one. And then this is sold then to Jason Widener. So Jason got all three of those. Okay. Jason got all three of those. That went to, he got all three of those then. Sorry, that was extremely confusing once again. Jason Widener, I showed 3 records and he bought all of them. They're still bidding on Miles Davis, the Dukes of the Stratosphere. I don't think anybody else bid. I'm going to go ahead and put up a new auction before my brain explodes. And we're going to sell this to, Mark Fallon for $60. Okay. I will always get it right. Sometimes my brain may literally self-destruct, but we'll get it right, okay? This is going to be a busy bin because it looks like, once again, there's some crazy cool stuff that's been marketed here. Let's go ahead and put up David Bowie. David Bowie is a 1980 U.S. Indianapolis. EX condition, a $35 start. David Bowie. Miles Davis is at 67. David Bowie, low, is going to go up for a $35 start, okay? $35 start. Here we go. The Pretty Things. This is on Norton. A garage mono record that I think is pretty rare. This is a 2000 U.S. reissue. The Pretty Things is EX edition, $17.99. EX edition, $17.99. The Hot Whackers Wax. EX edition, $14.99. The Hot Whackers Wax and Luther Dickinson Rock and Roll Blues. EX edition, $14.99. Luther Dickinson and the Cars Candy O. EX minus technically, $19.99. 5 for the Rush tape. Wouldn't 7 sound so much better? Especially since whoever had it marked before me had 10 on it. We have Christine McVie, EX $14.99. And Curtis Mayfield, Sweet Exorcist, EX $32.99. Also, Mark Fallon had requested Fripp and Eno. He is on the edge of his seat, and I forgot to put this up. Let's go 3 wide for the auctions. This is a 1980 U.S. reissue of Fripp and Eno, No Pussyfooting. There's been more requests for this than a Led Zeppelin reunion. Fripp and Eno, no pussyfooting. Let the bidding begin. EX condition, a $25 start. Let's put that right there in the middle. If that doesn't bring at least a few $1,000s, I'll be extremely shocked. I paused right here on Curtis Mayfield. Now, we have Miles Davis at 67. Bowie has a bid for 40. Thomas Clark on the Cars. Thomas Clark on the Cars. Now, Bowie is at 40. And then Robert Fripp has a bid for 25. Buffalo Springfield is a mono 1966 U.S. original, VG condition, $24.99. The last bid on Miles Davis was out with Jeremiah Lewis. Donna had it for 67. Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun. EX condition, Eric Clapton, $22.99. Behind the Sun, EX condition, $22.99. Blue Oyster Cult, Tyranny and Mutation, VG condition, $12.99. And Josh White, Empty Bed Blues. Josh White is VG Plus, $12.99. Okay. Now, David Bowie is sold for $40 to Rebecca Howitt. Final call on Fripp for $25 to Mark Fallon. I thought at least it would bring $4 or $5 grand. It's at $25 of Mark Fallon. Miles Davis is sold to Donna Turner. This is officially sold for $67 to Donna Turner. Okay. The other question was Mike Strauss. I'm going to sell him the Rush cassette for $5. Neil Peart's going to haunt me in my dreams now. That's sold to Mike Strauss for $5. Mark Fallon on Wide, and that has to be for White. Is that right? And then we have Abner J. Swanee Water and Cocaine Blues. Only time ever pressed worldwide. A scarce blues LP. Copies in near mint can sell up for $150. Abner J. is VG condition, $49.99. And then we have Mark's Wide comment was for Josh White, okay? Fripp has a new bid for 30. Mark Fallon, you've been outbid. There's a new bid for 30. Our next auction is the Bubble Puppy. This is a Psych Essential. However, it is a 2011 U.S. reissue. The Bubble Puppy, A Gathering of Promises. This is a 2011 U.S. It's in shrink, and we're going to put this up for a $35 start. There's the LP, covers in shrink, Bubble Puppy, a $35 start. Now, Fripp has a bid for 31. There's Bubble Puppy. It is a 2011 US, okay? There's Fripp and Eno. Now, I haven't done any 45s in a while. I'm also about to go up front and get a V8 and hopefully a bag of crab chips to wake up my brain. Y'all have made me earn it tonight. It's been pretty intense. It's been very fun, and we're not even at the halfway point of the show, especially if you count how many auctions are still left over here. Wow. All right, so let me grab some 45s. These are going to be $6.99. First thing we have is Abracadabra by Steve Miller Band. The Jesters, Love No One But You. Atlantic Star Circles. We have Success, The Weather Girls. Solomon Burke, Proud Mary. And Robert Mitchum, The Ballad of Thunder Road. Those are all $6.99. Fripp and Eno's a 1980 U.S. reissue. But what does that matter? You know? That doesn't matter. Psh. Okay. Back up the top. Mark put Bar and Abra. And I think he meant Abracadabra. That's sold to Mark Fallon for $6.99. Susie was second on Steve Miller Band. That leaves Robert Mitchum, The Ballad of Thunder Road, Solomon Burke, The Weather Girls, Atlantic Star, and The Jesters. Sorry, Gregory, I saw your comment for Curtis Mayfield. Sweet Exorcist is an original EX. It is OG, Presswell, $32.99. Adam Fripp, it's between Tom and Mark Fallon. Or excuse me, Tim Colino. Tim Colino, you're out. Mark Fallon has that for $34. Prince for you. Prince is a 1978 U.S. original, VG Plus, $27.99. Prince, VG Plus, $27.99. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Dallas Taylor, Greg Reeves, Deja Vu, EX Edition, $27.99. And the Animals, their debut, a 64 US mono with House of the Rising Sun. VG condition, $19.99. Curtis Mayfield is sold to Gregory Roberts. That's sold to Gregory Roberts. Robert Fripp is sold to Mark Fallon for $34. The Bubble Puppy's a no bid. It's a $35 buy it now. A 2011 US reissue in shrink EX edition, a $35 buy it now. A Gathering of Promises, BP for Bubble Puppy if anybody wants that. I'm going to put it right over here. Susie Breelove first on the Animals. That's sold to Susie Breelove. Chris Ridlings gets the Bubble Puppy. Sold to Chris Ridlings for $35. Next is our next auction, and it's a Japanese pressing of the Who's Quadrophenia. This is a 1979 Japanese press. It has the book and obi. It's a $45 start. There is some damage up here at the top of the obi. Other than that, it's really nice. We've got everything packed in here already nice. New MoFi sleeves. It's got the book, a $45 start. Paul Oakley second on Bubble Puppy. The Who's now up for bid. The next LP auction is going to be Joni Mitchell Blue, an essential record. This is a 1976 U.S. Winchester reissue, EX edition, a $25 start. What an amazing album. $25 start on Joni Mitchell. Next is Life, Sly and the Family Stone. There is writing all over it. However, it is a 68 U.S. Santa Maria original. That's one that doesn't come through as often. Life by Sly and the Family Stone. VG Plus $17.99. Leonard Skinner's First and Last. VG Plus $19.99. And we have the Ambroy Dukes. Wow, that's a tougher one to get. A 67 U.S. original. Misprint. Track 2 is listed as I Feel Fine on label instead of I Feel Free. VG Plus $24.99. Gary Wellman got Sly and the Family Stone. That's sold to Gary Wellman. And we have our last check condition is King Crimson. VG condition, $17.99. A 1972 U.S. Presswell original, King Crimson, VG $17.99. And that one's called Islands. Let's look at that one more time. Islands there on King Crimson. That's the last check condition record in the bin. Michael Butler on Life. That was Sly, so you were second. Gary Wellman on the Ambroy Dukes. And Jason Widener first on King Crimson. As of right now, The Who does not have a bid for $45. As of right now, Joni Mitchell does not have a bid for $25. Dale Pants, you were second on Islands. Let's keep going with this bin. These are new arrivals. Price is marked. If anybody out there is watching new for the first time, everything in this crate is a buy it now. First come, first serve. These were new arrivals. It's the same thing to walking into a record store and they have their new arrival bins. You're just watching it live from your house. You can buy from your house, and we will ship anywhere in the world. Next is the Beatles, Get Back and Don't Let Me Down, a beautiful single. EX++ Near Mint Minus, original Apple single, Get Back and Don't Let Me Down. What a release. $7 on that. That's now up for bid. Next is the Kentucky Headhunters, picking on Nashville. The Kentucky Headhunters. The rest of these records are all EX Plus or better. That one's $29.99. Also, Tangerine Dream Exit. Tangerine Dream is $19.99. Tangerine Dream's $19.99. Can I see the Pretty Things? You can. Pretty Things was right back here. This is a Garage Mono 2000 US reissue, EX edition for $17.99. The Sweet Inspirations, Estelle, Minra, and Sylvia, $19.99. No condition notes. It's on Stax promo labels. DJ copy, not for sale. Stax promo labels. Mark Fallon's in on 10 on Don't Let Me Down. Gregory Roberts got the Kentucky Headhunters. Kentucky Headhunters. How much was Whackers? I don't remember reading that. Whackers? The Whackers Hot Wax. That is EX edition, $14.99. Jason Widener on Tangerine Dream. Gary Wellman was second. Joni Mitchell does have a bid for $25. Nobody has bid on The Who, so it's a $45 buy it now. A Japanese pressing, a Quadrophenia. Buy it now for $45. Who asked about Pretty Things? Chris Ridlings did. Chris, if you don't want it, Jason Widener does. Just let me know. And we have a tie on the Beatles, Dr. Zebo. Mark Fallon already bid $10. James Talley, Blackjack Choir, $9.99. How much is CSNY? Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young is a 1972 US PRC Richmond EX edition, $27.99. A classic album. A classic album. The Who Quadrophenia is sold to Michael Butler. Bill Keenum says he'll take Whackers. That is sold to him. There is only one bid on Joni Mitchell. I hate to do it, but it's sold to Kevin LeBeatty for $25. Chris Ridling said he will take the Pretty Things. Final call on the Beatles for $10. Next LP is going up right now. This is called Fila, Ransom Cutie in Africa 70, Expensive SHIT, a 2014 U.S. reissue. It is sealed for a $15 start. Get Back has a new bid for $12. ST takes to Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. Mark Fallon, you've been outbid on the Beatles. Now he's back in at 15. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Neil Young Freedom. This is a 1989 Canadian original. Keep on rocking in the free world. Beautiful, no condition notes. A $45 start. Neil Young Freedom. Keep on rocking in the free world. Great album here. Side 1 has some great stuff on it. Crime in the City, Don't Cry, The Ways of Love. 2 different versions of Rockin' in the Free World. The acoustic and then the rock and electric version. Tough for Neil Young to get, and that's a top copy. $45 on Neil Young Freedom. Get Back and Don't Let Me Down. I think that's what Mark's bidding on. That's at $15, okay? Also, we have upstairs at United, Bobby Rush, all analog recorded live, direct to tape, and this is unopened for $9.99. Also, Waltz for Davy, Bill Evans Trio, that's sealed on purple vinyl for $19.99. And we have Fat Possum Records, Not the Same Old Blues Crap 3. That is on green marble vinyl, $19.99. Michael McCullen has Neil Young at $45. Fila has bids for $15. I've lost Doctors Ebo. Never mind, he did say out. Mark Fallon gets the Beatles single for $15. And then Gary Wellman. And then, let's see here. Gary Wellman on BR, and BR was for Bobby Rush. That's so to Gary Wellman. And so Fila's now at 17 with Chris Knapp. There was bids for $15, now 17. Neil Young has another bid for $55. And I'm going to pause there. My lack of caffeine is starting to play a toll. So let me make sure. I'm going to reply to Rich D. Capita right now. He's asked a couple times live. Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. Everybody let me know where you're watching from. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I just got to step up front. I got to put more ice in this drink. And I've also got to grab another V8. I'm going to double dose on caffeine here. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Whew. I think I'm good to go. Oh. First of all, we need to update these auctions. And here's where we're at. So sorry, I had to go up front. I chugged a V8. I put ice back in my purple drink. I crushed a bag of crab chips and ate half of an oatmeal cream pie. That was I'm at halfway through the show, right? Because we started at 5. I've been going 4 hours. I'm usually on here for 8. So my body was like, all right, Chad, it's time for that halfway pickup snack, okay? It's gotten my body's gotten very used to it. I've started it now. It's like it starts to know, like, okay, where's that snack at? Now, I left off with Neil Young. Sorry for the bidders on this because y'all probably had to sit around and wait. Lucas and Knopf had Neil Young for 55. And then Michael bid 58, okay? And the last bid on Bafila, Chris Knapp had that for 17. Jeremiah had went out. And then I went up front, and we're going to share everybody's location. Always cool to see people watching all over the country. We got viewers in Denver, Wisconsin, Florida, Chattanooga, North Carolina, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, West Tennessee, Atlanta, Georgia, Texas, Tennessee, Northeast Tennessee, that is, Limestone, Tennessee, Dallas, Fort Worth. We got a viewer down in Mexico, Colorado. Fila has a new bid for 18. Viewers in Texas, another Texas, another Texas, another Texas, another Texas. Wow. We have a lot of customers in Texas, and we've bought a lot of collections in Texas. God bless it. New Jersey, Fila has a new bid for 20. Florida, Neil Young 60. Washington, Massachusetts, Fila 21. Charlotte, Fila 23, and New York. We're back in business, okay? So here we are. Welcome, everybody. Oh, man, this is a great compilation. This has Led Zeppelin on it, 1999, 72 UK. That's an awesome compilation. Led Zeppelin, yes. Dr. John, one of the few compilations you will see Led Zeppelin, and also one of the few ways you can get Hey, Hey, What Can I Do on an LP, on an original LP. Led Zeppelin's Hey, Hey, What Can I Do? That needs to be bought immediately. I think the last couple of those I've auctioned before. That's a great compilation. Back up at the top, we still got viewers in New York, Cape Cod, Ohio, Neil Young out, Music City, Fila 25, Canada, Maine, Ohio, and Jason Widener gets the compilation. Compilation? All right, Neil Young. So I think Michael went out. Lucas Hanoft has this for $60. This is an original 89 Canadian, fitting for the Canadian himself, Neil Young, Freedom. I love this record. I think y'all have known I've put this in my top 5 out of Neil Young's 100 studio albums, probably. I've put that in my top 5, and that's a final call for 60. Now, Fila is called Expensive SHIT. It's a 2014 sealed reissue. 2014 sealed reissue. Fila. 2014 sealed reissue. And the last bid, Donna bid $25. The comp was sold first to Jason Widener, then John Griffin, then Dr. Zippo. All right, back to the bin. Eric Clapton, Slow Hand, Cocaine, $29.99 for Clapton, $29.99. Cornell Dupree and Who It Is, Coast to Coast, sealed for $14.99. We have Crosby, Stills, and Nash, American Dream, $19.99. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. Jason and the Scorchers, Lost and Found, $14.99 for Jason and the Scorchers. Omar and the Howlers, Wall of Pride. Omar and the Howlers is a gold stamp promo, $14.99. New Deal Blues, Seal 2016, $19.99. Neil Young is sold to Lucas Hanaft. Nice pickup, and thank you, Lucas. That is sold to you for $60. That is sold to you. I don't mean to brag or anything, but I have a copy autographed. I know I just bragged, but I'm very proud of it, okay? I'll put it that way. I do have a copy autographed that I kept from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. It's one of my most favorite items. I'm about to have it framed. I'm going to frame the album, the disc, and it's a beautiful, beautiful signature on it from Neil, too. We have Fila for $28, Gary Wellman on CD, and CD was Cornell Dupree, Fila $30, and then we have actually somebody asked earlier, Fat Possum, Tim Colino, Not the Same Old Blues Crap, Charles Caldwell, The Black Keys, Nathaniel Meyer, Iggy and the Stooges, Little Freddie King, R.L. Burnside, The Shams, Kenny Brown, Bob Law, Grandpa Poy, T. Model Ford, Robert Belfer, and Robert Pink Williams. But I will share the Neil Young autograph love. I've still got about 15 or 20 signed Neil Young albums if anybody's interested. They're not cheap whatsoever. They all start at around $1,000. But if you're interested, I can bring some out. I do have some signed Neil Young albums. Okay? Now, we have Backdoor Men, The Shadows of Night, a classic album. This is a 1966 U.S. original mono, a garage rock album. VG Plus, $25 start. I think y'all know about Shadows of Night. Great stuff here. Backdoor Men, a $25 start. The very first person to ask about Fat Possum was Farmer Redman. He actually asked before I went up front to go get a snack. Tom Colino was next, and then if they don't want it, Rebecca does. Bill Keenum put I or L. I'm not for sure what that was. And then Omar and the Howlers, no condition notes, Gary. Very clean. So, Farmer, if you're still watching, let me know if you want Fat Possum. If not, Tim says he will take it, okay? Now, Fela, or somebody's saying it's pronounced Fela Kuti. Not Fela. Fela Kuti, evidently, has a high bid of 31 with Chris Knapp. All right, back men getting lots of bids. Let's put up another Beatles single. We've sold a lot tonight. Here's the next one, And I Love Her. Very nice. Another Beatles single from Hard Day's Night. It's an Apple reissue, and If I Fail, $7 on that. Farmer Passes on Possum. Farmer Passes on Possum. So that is sold to Tim Colino, Shadows 2527. Gary Wellman said sold on Armar. And let's see. Fela's at 32, or Fela. Yeah, we bought a collection up in Pittsburgh where a guy had about 30 Neil Young autographs. And I've probably sold 10, and we still got several. I don't have many of them listed online. I'm about to start doing that. They're just a pricey autograph. I do have some that's signed by Nils Lofgren that might be a little less, but a nice signed Neil Young album starts around maybe 800, but most of them, the better ones, sell for well over 1,000. And Harvest and stuff like that can get up to like 2,000, which is wild being that the man is still alive, but he just don't sign a lot of autographs. Sippy is a gold stamp promo, and it's a white label promo. It's a promo marked record. Sippy is $19.99. Well, no. Maybe, is this marked promo? Maybe you meant gold. I think Laura maybe meant gold stamp promo. $19.99. Beatles is a $7 start. Next is R.L. Burnside. $17.99 for R.L. Burnside. Also, Isaac Hayes live at the Sahara Tahoe. It's promo labels. It's a really cool die-cut gimmick cover where the doors open. Very cool. Isaac Hayes. There he is. $24.99. $24.99. Very cool die-cut cover there for Isaac Hayes. $24.99. There's that. Shadows 31. Alex Chilton. No Sex Under Glass Wild Kingdom. $14.99 for Alex Chilton. We have Rockabilly Rebels Volume 1. Yellow and numbered. Numbered to 7. Wow. Not 007. 0007. That is sealed for $19.99. And the last non-check condition record is Al Green live in Tokyo. A 2LP, $19.99. Shadows 31. Chris Knapp's out. Fela, 33, Donna's out. R.L. Burnside sold to Nick Bargeron. Gary Wellman on Isaac Hayes. ST on Alex Chilton. Rod Burns second. If anybody wants the Beatles, it's a $7 buy now. And and I love her. And I had a hiccup. That's what I get for chugging a V8. I can feel it working, though. Yeah, my blood sugar or whatever got pretty low, I think. I was getting pretty dragged out. Al Green sold to ST, and Donna, you were second. All right, we still got some killer auctions. I still got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I got about 16 keynote auctions for tonight. You know, tagged and advertised records. Plus, we hadn't got through all of the Japanese stuff yet. I've still got at least 2 more John crates, and I think Laura is in the process of marking stuff in the back. And I still got a couple auction surprises, so don't go anywhere. Our next auction is going to be David Bowie's Scary Monsters. This was a pull from the John crate over here that he had tagged. So actually, if I count the surprises, we've got about 20 auctions left. So I better go ahead and end these and keep going on. We have Fela sold to Chris Knapp for 33, and Shadows is sold to John Golden for 31. And let's keep the boat rolling. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. I am very thankful for y'all tuning in night after night and supporting us here at CollectCo. Brian is still around the corner. He's working on pulling and packing orders. So we still got somebody here at 938 still packing and shipping. Thanks to Brian. Laura's in the back. She's working on price and records. I think today John was here, G was here, Jack was here, Jill was here, Rebecca was here, Tanner was here at some point, Ed was here, John was here, Steve was here, Brian's still here, Laura's still here, I'm here now. I've been taking pictures of all the mail they've been packing up. I'm going to make a post in the morning just to show y'all how much it's amazing seeing all the mail that goes out of here every day. Like the post office truck literally gets filled up every day. Every one of these records you see, it's either going out in an order or going in somebody's big order. Pretty amazing. Thanks to y'all. Let's read through these one more time. Ginger Baker's EX edition, $27.99. Whoops, almost forgot about David Bowie. This is a really nice copy of Scary Monsters. It has the original on her sleeve. It is the black RCA label. $35 start on David Bowie, Scary Monsters. That's now up for bid. And then our next auction is going to be Miles Davis. Uh-oh. Also, I got a Mick Jagger over here I need to throw up. First is Miles Davis Jazz Track. Miles Davis is a 59 US Mono 6i. VG minus condition, Jazz Track, Elevator to the Scaffold. The Miles Davis Quintet, VG minus. It is VG minus, but it's a 59 US 6i Mono. $15 start on that. We have Yes Shows, EX $27.99. Luther Dickinson, Rock and Roll Blues, EX $14.99. Luther Dickinson. Christine McVie, EX $14.99. Christine McVie from Fleetwood Mac. Buffalo Springfield, a Mono 66 US original with the hop sticker for what it's worth. Stop. Hey, what's that sound? This is Buffalo Springfield, VG condition, $24.99. We have Eric Clapton Behind the Sun, EX $22.99. Blue Oyster Cult's VG $12.99, Tyranny Mutation. Final Call on Bowie for $40, and Miles Davis is at $15 with Donna Turner. Abner J, Swanee Water and Cocaine Blues. Only time ever pressed worldwide, a scarce blues LP. VG condition, $49.99. Prince for You. Prince is a 78 US Winchester original. VG plus $27.99. Michael McCullen on Buffalo Springfield. Stop. Hey, what's that sound? Leonard Skinner's VG plus $19.99. This was a guitar growing out of kudzu. Yep. It's overcame the invasive species. Michael Butler on the rare blues there. Abner J. I'm surprised I didn't sell the first time around. And the Sweet Inspirations on promo stacks, promo labels, $19.99. David Bowie is officially sold for $40 to Rebecca Howitt. That is sold, and we've managed to fill up another crate tonight. So bear with me for a second while I swap out crates right quick before this one gets any more full. Let me put this right here. I've got another red one to fill up right now. Stop. Hey, what's that sound? There's something happening here. All right, and now we have Cyclone Doug does want that Luther Dickinson. They're still betting on Miles Davis. I also have Jagger, Wandering Spirit, as in Mick Jagger. And this is a 93 Euro original. This is VG++ EX, a $25 start, Mick Jagger. That's one you don't see as often. Why? 1993. There's the original inner sleeve. Mick Jagger. Mick Jagger, $25 start on that. All right, and then we got Miles Davis' Final Call for $25. I have another Beatles single to put up, and no one's really asked for any more cassettes lately, but I do have more. Here is an Apple pressing of I Wanna Hold Your Hand, and we have I Saw Her Standing There. That's going to go up for a $7 start, the Beatles, and I'm going to go ahead and try another cassette right quick. I have another Ice-T cassette, and this is Freedom of Speech, Just Watch What You Say. This is another original Ice-T cassette. We sold one earlier. That is a $7 start on Ice-T. $7 start. Recapping this bin. Finishing up here, James Talley, 1999. Waltz for Debbie, Bill Evans Trio, Purple Vinyl. That's $19.99. Eric Clapton, Slow Hand, Cocaine, Wonderful Night, Lay Down Sally, The Core, $29.99. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, American Dream, $19.99. Jason and the Scorchers, Lost and Found, $14.99. We have New Deal Blues, 2016 reissue. That is New Deal, as in like post-depression, the 30s. Memphis Minnie, Pine Top, Bo Carter, Joe McCoy. That is sealed for $19.99. Sippy is $19.99. And this Rockabilly comp, Rockabilly Rebels, the big names like Carl Lewis and Carl Perkins and Jerry Lee Lewis and Billy Lee Riley. A lot of people there on Sun. Numbered and yellow vinyl sealed, $19.99. Miles Davis is sold to Donna for $25. Mick Jagger does have a bid for $25. No bid on the Beatles. Final call for $7. And no bid on Ice-T yet for $7. Final call on that. Okay. And then we have George Samberez on Waltz for Debbie. That's sold to George Samberez. Thank you. All right, let's bring over another new arrivals bin for tonight. That was a good one. When that was brought over earlier, it was full. That's all that's left. Before I swap out crates, let's go ahead and introduce another new auction. How about Albert King, speaking of blues, Born Under a Bad Sign. This is a 1998 Sundays pressing, classic blues album, EX, $25 start. $25 start, okay? Let's put this right over here. And let's grab another new crate. Plus, I got all these stray. We're going to have to get back to the Buy It Now 45 soon. Let's see what else is in this bin. Oh, man, we got... That's nice. I'll leave that in there. Oh, man. I better pull that. That'll be an auction. Oh, what's that doing in there? John's marked some Black Sabbath stuff, but I'm just going to leave a couple in here. The other one didn't get a bid, really, so I'm just going to leave them in here. See what happens, okay? And Chad's about to stand up with this crate, if I can. 1, 2. Oh. All righty. Jagger does have a new bid for 26. Alan Hagen, you've been outbid. All right. Let's get some buy it nows going for 45s. But first, Ice-T, no bid, $7. Beatles, no bid, $7. Now we have some buy it nows to do here, okay? Here we go. Show the Sabbath. You're about to see it. It's about to be in this bin. First thing we have are some $6.99 45s. How about the Big Bopper Chantilly Lace? $6.99 on Chantilly Lace, Big Bopper. He was one of the ones that died, of course, in the tragic plane crash. Hall & Oates, It's a Laugh, and Serious Music. Hall & Oates, Wait for Me. Footsteps in the Dark, the Isley Brothers. Steve Winwood, Don't You Know What the Night Can Do. and Ruby and the Romantics, Our Day Will Come. Those are all $6.99. Big Bopper, Hall & Oates, Isley Brothers, Steve Winwood, and Ruby and the Romantics. First thing in here is the Mamas and Papas. If you can believe your eyes and ears, they've censored that toilet cover. Y'all remember the toilet cover record? Mamas and Papas, $19.99. Also, we have Billy Joe Royal, Down in the Boondocks, in shrink wrap, Kmart price tag, original 2i, $14.99. Linda Ronstadt and the Nelson Riddle Orchestra, What's New, $9.99. And Jerry Lee Lewis, original Golden Hits, Volume 1, Great Balls of Fire. Whole lot of shaking going on, just $9.99. Now, we have Jagger, 26, Jagger, 27, Albert King, 25.25, 28.29. Donna got the Isley Brothers for $6.99. Does anybody want the two Beatles for $10? They were $6.99, $6.99, or $7 and $7 actually. $10 for both of those. Next is Jagger, 28. And then we have Susie Breedlove getting Steve Winwood for $6.99. And Shane Devers wants the Ice-T cassette for $7. And I'll bundle those two Beatles for $10 if anybody wants those. Next is Slade Rogues Gallery, $24.99. I can't believe no one bid on the Ice-T cassette. I can't believe it. I figured that would bring like $15 or $20. Next is Commander Cody, $19.99. It has the hop sticker, the original inner sleeve. Commander Cody is $19.99. Very clean copy. Now Albert King is at 31. What about Mick Jagger? He's at 28 with Chris Ridlings. Alan Hagen, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. Thin Lizzy, The Beginning, Volume 12. Thin Lizzy, very cool, on Decca, a German press. How interesting is that? $39.99. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. Meatloaf is $34.99. First label, super clean copy for Meatloaf. And Bob Marley, Kaya, a 1978 South African press. Bob Marley, $34.99. Wow, there's some cool records in here. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And the next auction is going to be Fat Boys. It's going to be a cassette. And we got another cassette here. Roger Waters, Radio Chaos. Some cool cassettes here going up for $7 starts. First thing is Radio Chaos, Roger Waters, $7 start. And Fat Boys coming back hard again. Those are going to go up for $7 starts, okay? Now, the last thing we had was Mick Jagger did get a new bid for $29, so Chris Ridlings, you're out. Albert King, 31. Albert King, 35. Mike Straws was first on that Thin Lizzy. And then we have Beatles for 10. Scott Oman gets both Beatles 45s. Just put those in for 5 and 5. Next is Gary Wellman, second on Thin Lizzy. Michael Butler, third. Albert King, 37. 36. Jeremy Dalton on ML for Meatloaf. Michael McCullen on Bob Marley. Now Mick Jagger's at 30. Records are literally flying out of the crate. Next is Supergirls. This is an awesome compilation. All girls comps, I'm pretty sure. Or all girl groups. Yeah, this is or female artist. Triple LP, $29.99. Spirit, The 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus, $19.99. And Heart, Passion Works. Heart has the original inner sleeve. Super clean, $19.99. Fat Boys cassette does have a bid for $7. No bid on the Roger Waters cassette. Final call. And then we have Mick Jagger at 32. Albert King is at 36 with Brandon Lack. Moving on. We have the Moody Blues. We've had some beautiful Moody Blues records. This trend continues. $14.99 with the book. I see it inside of the gatefold on The Threshold of a Dream. Very cool. The Moody Blues. Now Albert King's at 40. But I think we're done on Jagger. Alan Hagen has it for 32. Underground Fire by The Ventures. That's $19.99. Underground Fire by The Ventures. Also, we have Jeff Beck Truth. Boy, that looks like a nice copy. Usually known for ringware. John made a note. Original yellow label. $27.99. Rod Stewart on vocals. That is an essential. Robbie Woods on Heart. That's sold. Fat Boys has a new bid for $8, now $9. Roger Waters is a $7 buy it now. Radio Chaos, $7 buy it now on that. Joe Salamo got the Moody Blues, sold to Joe Salamone. And we have Black Sabbath, The Eternal Idol. Here it is. Somebody was like, where's the Sabbath at? $64.99. An OG copy of The Eternal Idol. Why is this in the bin? Also, why isn't it being auctioned? And why is it being shown on a Tuesday night? None of those questions I can answer. But if you want it, it's $64.99. This is one of those records. It's straight price for $64.99. You know what could happen? We could put it up for a $25 start Thursday. It could sell for $70. I could also see it selling for $138. You just never know. Now it's sold to Gregory Roberts. And then Jeremiah Lewis was second. Fat Boys is a 9. Brandon Lack's out. Mick Jagger is sold to Alan Hagen for $32. Albert King's at 40 with George Scherer. I have not heard back from Brandon Lack on Albert King, and I haven't heard back from Brandon Lack on the Fat Boys cassette. Jeremiah Lewis, you were second on Sabbath. All right, let's put up another auction right quick. That's a beautiful Jeff Beck. Just saying. Somebody a long, long time ago asked for Stevie Ray Vaughan. I have just now remembered it. This is an OG Live Alive. Stevie Ray Vaughan is a 1986 U.S. Indianapolis original. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It's a beautiful copy, including the jacket, a top copy. Stevie Ray Vaughan, a $55 start. Okay? Jeff Beck is $27.99. Gamma 2, Oso, $27.99. Gamma 2's $19.99. Blues Magoo's, Gulf Coast Bound. Blues Magoo's, $29.99 on that. Also, Joni Mitchell, Don Juan's Reckless Daughter, $34.99. One more record, then I've got to sell these two auctions. Don McLean is $9.99. Okay, unfortunately, I lost Brandon Lack, but we're going to sell Fat Boys to Webster for $9. And we're going to sell Albert King for $40 to George Scherer. $40 on that. Gregory says, Chad, give Jeremiah the Black Sabbath if he wants it. This is going to go to Jeremiah Lewis if you want it, Jeremiah. Oh So Adventure says he'll take Jeff Beck. Jeff Beck is sold to Oh So Adventure. Gary Wellman on Joni Mitchell. Stevie Ray Vaughan's a $55 start if anybody wants to bid. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is a classic album by Thin Lizzy. It's called Johnny the Fox. It is a beautiful copy, too. This is going to go up for a $35 start. OG Johnny the Fox. Superb. Beautiful copy. Also, it has the original inner sleeve. Fantastic album. We were just talking the other day how we don't have hardly any Thin Lizzy come through. Fantastic. $35 start. Unadvertised and now up for bid. Jeremiah Lewis gets the Black Sabbath. Make sure to take that off Gregory's. Gary Wellman got Blues Magoo's. That's sold to Gary Wellman. Stevie Ray Vaughan has a bid. Thin Lizzy already has a bid. Next record in here is Paul McCartney, London Town. Paul McCartney is $19.99 for London Town. Let's show some more Buy It Now 45s. These are all going to be $6.99 each. $6.99 each. First thing I have is the Cleftones. Why Do You Like Me Like You Do? How about Fats Domino, Walking to New Orleans? We have New Riders of the Purple Sage, a promo copy, Red Hot Women and Ice Cold Beer. The Grassroots, We Can't Dance to Your Music promo. Climax, Man Size Love, and George Strait, The Chair. George Strait. Those are all $6.99 each. First come, first serve. Is this a John Lee Hooker single? Wow. I have never in my life seen a John Lee. Oh, it's with Canned Heat. This is a very... So before the sale started, I went over here and grabbed a box of what I thought was New Orleans singles. And when I found out they weren't New Orleans singles, I haven't touched the box. So let me show y'all what I'm talking about. I haven't pulled anything out of here. I pulled 2 records out of here. Everything else has been coming from, but I grabbed this and I thought it was a New Orleans box. And there's some pretty cool looking stuff in here. Lots of hit records and picture sleeves. I found some stuff like this. John Lee Hooker and Canned Heat. Stones, Bryan Adams. Lots of, looks like really cool picture sleeves back here. And there's 4 or 5 boxes over here. And I didn't know where these came from. So I thought they were New Orleans, like New Orleans top records. If y'all don't know what the New Orleans collection is, a lot of just weird, obscure stuff. But that is not what I thought it was. But there's some really cool stuff in there. So maybe a little bit later tonight, when we've gone through all of our new arrivals and we're doing discount bins, I'll start pulling stuff out of there, okay? Now, when I left off, Thin Lizzy had got a bid for $35, Stevie Ray Vaughan $55, another $55, Shane Deaver's got George Strait for $6.99, Thin Lizzy $37, Thin Lizzy $40, and then Stevie Ray Vaughan's got new bids as well. All right, let's keep going through this new arrivals bin. This is An American Prayer, Jim Morrison, Music by the Doors. This doesn't have a price on it. How about $34.99? This album contains material that may not be suitable for broadcast. I think Morrison said some questionable stuff here. It does have the book attached in the centerfold. $34.99. An American Prayer, Jim Morrison, Music by the Doors. $34.99. The next bin up is, if Laura has a crate up here, that. If not, it'll be some sort of discount bin. Also, Little River Band, Diamantina Cocktail, $9.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $57. Thin Lizzy's now at $50. The Eyes of the Beacon Street Union, $24.99 on the Eyes of the Beacon Street Union. Lou Reed, The Blue Mask. Lou Reed is $34.99. The Blue Mask. MT Matt wants the Doors. Make sure that goes in for $34.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $58. Thin Lizzy's at $50, now $55. Here's our next single auction. Our next 45 auction is the Bare Naked Ladies from 1996. It is called This Old Apartment and Lovers in a Dangerous Time. That's going to go up for a $7 start. We have Havana Daydream, Jimmy Buffett. Havana Daydream is $19.99, Jimmy Buffett. Also, we have War, All Day Music. War is $29.99, All Day Music. Rebecca Howard has Bare Naked Ladies for $8, Thin Lizzy $55, Michael Butler's out, Gregory has it, and now Stevie Ray Vaughan has a new bid. I'm going to grab another cassette right quick. The next cassette I have is Buck Cherry, and this is a $7 start, something I don't see as often. $7 start on that. Bare Naked Ladies has jumped up to $20 with Kelly Vloddercheck. Buck Cherry cassette, very clean, very nice. $7 start on that. All righty. Next is the Who Quadrophenia. We've had a lot of these lately. Here's another Gatefold 2 LP. That's another MCA Rainbow label. No book. Gatefold, extremely nice. $34.99. Thin Lizzy's a final call for $55. Stevie Ray Vaughan is still getting new bids, just FYI. Has everybody done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook? Have you hit the like button on YouTube? Have you hit the like button everywhere you're watching? Make sure you subscribe to YouTube. We're closing in on 20,000 subscribers. That will be amazing. Also, Gregory Roberts on War, All Day Music. That's so did Gregory Roberts. We have 2 trips with Jesse Colin Young, the Youngbloods. That's $29.99. That's in shrink wrap. $29.99 for the Youngbloods. And we also have Humble Pie, Lost and Found. That's 2 Humble Pie albums in one. That is self-titled and as safe as yesterday. Beautiful. $34.99. Rebecca, do you want backing on Bare Naked Ladies? First, did I pull War for Gregory Roberts? I did. And he also gets Thin Lizzy, John the Fox for a $55 winning bid. We just don't get that one too often. All right, very cool. Let's put that away. Now, Bare Naked Ladies over here. This is sold to Kelly Vloddercheck for $20. That's very cool. Final call on Buck Cherry. Next auction is David Bowie Lodger. Now, this is, for some reason, just one that doesn't come through as often as most. It has the original on her sleeve. Black label. That's going to go up for a $35 start. David Bowie Lodger. That's now up for bid. Buck Cherry's a $7 buy now if anybody wants it. Also, we have Wishbone Ash is $29.99. Double live dates, $29.99. And Rush Caress of Steel. OG copy, maybe, should be. Very clean, very nice, $44.99. And Staple Singers, Be What You Are. Staple Singers, $26.99. Traffic is $34.99. Traffic, Mr. Fantasy. Nice clean copy, $34.99. Bowie, $35.35. Bowie in the bin. This is a bar-coded early 80s pressing, but beautiful. Ziggy Stardust, $34.99. And what do we have here? Nice. Grand Funk. E Pluberous Funk. Die cut and shaped like the coin. Look how shiny. $49.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold. SRV is sold to Jeff Sapia for $60. That is sold. All right. So we have David Bowie at 35, David Bowie 35, Gary Wellman on SS, and SS was for staple singers. Bowie 38, Bowie 45, and the Bowie in the bin. Whose bin is this? And then MT Matt on Bowie bin. Bowie bin is sold to MT Matt. This is a good old-fashioned John crate, and that is sold to MT Matt. All three that he's put out tonight has been insane like that. That's why most of that stuff is gone. Now we need another new LP auction. We need new 45 buy nows. We need new everything. The first new thing that I have going up right now is the Soft Machine. This is a 1968 US. A 68 US, technically a repress with the censored cover art. The original had like a disc type deal here with some nudity. This is a 68 though still on ABC Probe. The Soft Machine is a $25 start. The crate Laura had up here earlier. We've bought a new collection. You know, when we all of a sudden get 5,000-6,000 new albums all brought in together, and this guy from Nashville, I think, collected really good stuff. When all that is like brought in, it's like, wow. You know, they have so much new stuff. Kelly has flew a challenge flag. Uh-oh, she won too. Kelly Vlodarchek got Bowie in the bin. Sorry. That messed me up. There were so many Bowie bids, and she gets this Bowie here. So that's sold to Kelly, not MT Matt. Sorry on that one. Okay, now the David Bowie auctions with Rebecca at 45. MT Matt, you've been outbid. Soft Machine's a $25 start. And the Jimmy Buffett that's in here, let's take a closer look at that for Jetstream. It is a gatefold. It does have the original inner sleeve, and it is a stunner. Almost a Stone Cold stunner. It might be a Stone Cold stunner. $19.99. That was a fantastic crate. Now, let's show some buy now 45s right quick. These are all going to be $6.99 each. Okay? $6.99 each on all these. We have Miami Sound Machine, Bad Boy. George Michael, I Want Your Sex. Joe Simon, I Want to Taste Your Love. Some nasty stuff there. Rockin' on the Bowery. Buford the Bulldog and Fumi Roo. I have a Johnny Cash I should auction, but here it is. Johnny Cash, the Miracle Man. And Dobie Gray, nice. Give me the Beat Boys and free my soul. I want to get lost in your rock and roll and drift away. Dobie Gray, drifting away, $6.99. All right, let's go back to the top. Jetstream does want the Stone Cold Jimmy Buffett. And then Larry on Miami Sound Machine for $6.99. And then Susie Breedlove on George Michael for $6.99. Shane Devers on Johnny Cash for $6.99. And then Robert Vlodarchek, Jeremy wants Rock and Roll. Do you mean Dobie Gray, Drift Away? I got Dobie Gray, Drift Away left. Joe Simon, I Want to Taste Your Love. I got Rockin' on the Bowery by who? Who is this? Star Tune. And then Buford the Brewdog, Stuart Ham. I'm trying to figure out what this is. Is this a children's? Yeah, this is a children's record. Buford the Bulldog. All right. The Johnny Cash was the Miracle Man and Kate. Dang it. I got to auction the Johnny Cash so we can let Shane and Robert or Shane and Kelly have absolute steel cage deathmatch bidding wars. And then Jeremy wants Dobie Gray, Drift Away. So that left Joe Simon, Rockin' the Bowery, Buford the Bulldog. All right, so MT Matt, or excuse me, Bowie is sold to Rebecca Howitt for $45. The Buck Cherry is a cassette An original, $7 buy it now. And Soft Machine is a no bid, $25 buy it now on Soft Machine. That's kind of surprising. Even for the repress, this is pretty desirable stuff here with Soft Machine. All right. I hope everybody's ready. I hope everybody's ready for the next Thin Lizzy. I left 2 in the bins tonight, and I have pulled out 3 other Thin Lizzies. I left 2 in the bins tonight. We already sold 1. I have 3 more Thin Lizzies. John went on a Thin Lizzy pricing fury, but these things are definitely auction worthy because they're so nice, okay? So let's put up the other one. Black Rose. Another great one. Black Rose. Thin Lizzy kind of had concept type albums, okay? They kind of did concept type stuff. Just like Johnny the Fox and Jailbreak. This is awesome here. Beautiful condition. $35 start on Black Rose. And these really aren't in print. If they do, they press them low and I never can grab them. Awesome. Looks like the Magic card, Black Lotus to me. $35 start on that. Chris Frazier does want the Buck Cherry cassette for $7. Okay? Now, before I go through anything else, I need to clear up my table. So I'm going to take the sold 45s, which we're about to get into some more killer ones. I'm going to take these in here before I have a spill. I don't want that to happen. All right, and then we have, I'm going to go ahead and take, I'm going to wait. Yeah, I'll go ahead and take the cassettes. I'm going to go ahead and take the cassettes in there too we've sold. And let's get another new auction going, and here we go. All right, next 45 is Weird Al Yankovic. Just Eat It. Thin Lizzy's tied. Charlie, you're out. Michael bid first. Weird Al, Eat It. And That Boy Could Dance. Weird Al is a $7 start. And then our next advertised LP auction is going to go up right now. Concrete Blonde. Boy, I almost forgot about this over here. And wow, it's a 1989 U.S. original. Concrete Blonde is a nice VG+. This album's not in print, or I would have ordered it by now. A $35 start. Concrete Blonde. $35 start. Nice jacket and inner sleeve. Vinyls are really clean. VG+. $35 start. Let's read through these one more time. New Arrival, sticker price, because there's so many great records in here. Mamas and Papas. This has Monday on it and California Dreamin'. It's called If You Can Believe Your Eyes and Ears. Now, this is definitely a 60s pressing. This cover is censored. The original cover was full. This image was full, and there was a toilet in the corner. And then they censored the toilet. They did this first, and then they covered the toilet. You can't have toilets on your covers. That's like a real thing back then. I don't know if that's now, but like you couldn't have toilets on your covers. 1999. It's a real deal, just like the Rolling Stones. The Rolling Stones was going to do Beggar's Banquet, and same thing. That they couldn't use that cover with the toilet. You can't put toilets on your covers, okay? Even for the Mamas and Papas. Next is Billy Joe Royal, Down in the Boondocks. That's on the original Columbia 2i label too. This is really cool. One of my favorite collectible labels. I love anything when I see those Columbia 2Is there. Very nice. $14.99. We got Linda Ronstadt, What's New? That's $9.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, Original Golden Hits 1, $9.99. Slade, Rogues Gallery. Slade is $24.99. Commander Cody, Flying Dreams. Commander Cody is $19.99. And Supergirls. Supergirls, $29.99. Now, I never did hear back from Charlie DeFrank on Thin Lizzy. So I'm going to show 3 more records. He tied Michael. I was making sure he didn't want to bid again. I'm about to sell it. I hate to sell something. I hate when this happens. It's like I lose somebody in thin air. And I know they were interested, and I hate to just lose them, but I've got to sell it. All right. And the first thing we have is Spirit, 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus, orange label, super clean, $19.99 on Spirit. The Ventures Underground Fire was $19.99, and Gamma 2 is $19.99. Boy, his bid came in on the third record. Charlie is in at $43, $19.99. I was literally showing the third record, and his bid has popped in at $43. Concrete Blonde is at $50 with Hiram Aponte. Everybody else is out. Weird Al has one bid with Stephen Riley for $7. Final call. Let's read through some more buy it now or 45s. $6.99 each on these. Neil Diamond, Kentucky Woman. Awesome. Mama Cass, Make Your Own Kind of Music. Awesome. The Ramrods, Ghost Riders in the Sky. Jimmy Bowen, I'm Sticking With You. The Chambers Brothers, Promo, Uptown. Jive Talking by the Bee Gees. And Charlie Ainley, You Tell Me Lies. Let's do one more. Rainy Day People, Gordon Lightfoot. That's a good one. Rainy Day People. All righty, folks. There we have it. Let's go back to the top and figure out where we left off. I said Concrete Blonde was a final call to Hiram for $50. Weird Al was a final call to Steven for $7. Thin Lizzy got a last second bid at $43, and then $42, and then Concrete $41, then Thin Lizzy $47, then Thin Lizzy $48. Weird Al has a new bid for $8. Thin Lizzy $55. Kelly Vlodarchek on Ramrods. That is sold to Kelly for $6.99. Alan Hagen on Soft Machine for $20. Sold to Alan Hagen for $20. Weird Al $9. Concrete Blonde $55. Kelly Cook had bid $51. And then Susie got Gordon Lightfoot, Rainy Day People. That left Charlie Ainley, Jive Talking, Chambers Brothers Promo, Jimmy Bowen. You got to Make Your Own Kind of Music. That's a great song by Mama Cass. Speaking of mamas and papas, $6.99. Weird Al is sold to Nick Bargeron for $10. And Concrete Blonde is the auction on the left. Concrete Blonde free, an $89 U.S. original. Hiram has it for $55. Let's finish up this bin. And Don McLean, $9.99. London Town is $19.99. Little River Band is $9.99. Greg Herman wants Mama Cass. You've got to Make Your Own Kind of Music. We have Eyes of the Beacon Street Union. Kind of surprised this didn't get claimed. Beautiful copy, $24.99. Lou Reed, The Blue Mask, $34.99. And The Who, $34. I hadn't seen a Thin Lizzy bid in ages. Michael Butler has had it for almost 3 minutes at $55. Final call to him again. They're still bidding on Concrete Blonde. The Youngbloods, $29.99. Now another new bid at $60. Humble Pie, 2 albums in one, $34.99. Wishbone Ash is $29.99. Rush was $44.99. Traffic, Mr. Fantasy, $34. And the Very Awesome Grand Funk. That was a great crate. That one's almost left me like, I know we've read through it twice now, but that was just so fantastic. All right, let me slide this. I'm going to condense this with the other one over here. And let's go through a buy it now best offer bin right quick. Let me do that. A BINBO crate. There's a new empty crate. And let's go ahead and sell Thin Lizzy. Only person I didn't hear back from is Phil Elliott. But we got to go ahead and sell this to Michael Butler for $55. Thank you, Michael. I did hear back from Charlie. I lost Phil Elliott on that one, though. And they're still battling out over old Concrete Blonde there. Let's go ahead and put up the next Thin Lizzy, okay? So we left 2 in the bin, Thunder and Lightning, and then that early compilation. We've sold Johnny the Fox. We've sold Black Rose. Here is Renegade. Same thing. Nice, clean copy. $35 start on Renegade. And I have one more after this. Another really clean copy. Thin Lizzy Renegade. $35 start, okay? Let's grab a great crate. Let's move this empty crate out of the way. And boom, 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 boom. I'm going to page Laura and confirm she perhaps, maybe, has another new arrivals crate coming tonight. If so, I'll position myself with the next crate so that I know another one's on the way. We about to put up more cassette auctions. Let me find the next deal here. Here I go again on my own. Down this lonely road. Like a drifter. Here we go. Great looking vintage crate here. Pretty steady stuff. Buy it now or best offer. Maybe. Possibly this one. I think I'll do this one. All right. All right, here we go. All right, so let's do some buy it now best offer vintage. We have Concrete Blonde at 65. Thin Lizzy has the bid for 40. Everything in here is BINBO. We have James Brown, Thinking About It. Little Willie John, and a few nice things. Nice Blue King label, $49.99. Folks, if y'all hadn't noticed, this is not a record museum. What does that mean? That means I'm here to sell records. So if you want to make an offer on something, please don't be shy. I don't buy it. I don't get mad. I don't hold anything against you. If it's not an offer I like, I'll counter. If it's really low, I'll just completely ignore you. But that rarely happens. Let me mute my mic for 1 second. But yeah, not a record museum. We're here to sell records. We're here to sell records, okay? Now, we have Emerson, Lake & Palmer Works, $14.99. There is some wear and writing on the cover, $14.99. If I don't say anything about grade, these are EX Plus or better. Lou Graham, Ready or Not, $19.99. No, Laura just said she's working on a crate. She's in the process. She's been marking a lot of vintage and pre-owned stuff lately. It takes a little bit longer to clean those, research them, etc., etc. So she's got one more crate. I think we have time for probably 1 or 2 more discount bins, and we'll see if she has those ready. Nat King Cole, looking back. Nat King Cole is $9.99. Also, we have Brian Ferry Boys and Girls, $34.99. And Little Richard's Greatest Hits, $19.99. Thin Lizzy, only one bid, sold to Michael Butler for $40. I have one more Thin Lizzy to do. It's more of their earlier classic stuff as well. And we have the Dave Clark 5 return for $9.99. Next auction. Let's go ahead and knock out the next Thin Lizzy. This is the last one of the night, I think. Yeah, this is the last one of the night. I like this one a lot. Reputation. Reputation is going to go up for a $35 start. It looks like somebody didn't write on it. It looks like they had a piece of paper on it and they were writing something on it. So it's kind of got some indentations on the cover. It has the original on her sleeve. The vinyl's like EX. There is a couple scuffs on it. You probably can see one right there. This one's still a $35 start. It's nice. EX are better. Bad Reputation. Not in print. Well, actually, we had that one not too long ago on red vinyl. But that's the only one I'm aware of that we can get regularly. And Jailbreak, of course. Don't forget about Jailbreak. Dave Clark is sold to David V. David Williams, you were second. Wow, so David and David both wanted Dave. Wow. Concrete Blondes at 70. Thin Lizzy already has a bid. John Cougar, American Fool, $19.99. Has the original on her sleeve. John Cougar, American Fool, $19.99. This is a buy it now or best offer bin. We got Bill Nelson's Red Noise, $19.99. We sold some kind of EP like that earlier tonight. Also, Aretha. This is Aretha Franklin, $26.99. There is some writing on the cover. This one's called Hey Now Hey, The Other Side of the Sky. Unfortunately, there's some writing on the label and cover, but the vinyl is a German press, really nice at $26.99. Let's put up another cassette. The next cassette auction is Digital Underground. This is an EP release. Digital Underground, that's going to go up for a $7 start. That's now up for bid. And we have Happy Trails Quicksilver Messenger Service. Happy Trails is $19.99. Quicksilver Messenger Service. Aretha Franklin's Greatest Hits, $26.99. Once again, unfortunately, there is some writing on the cover. $26.99. Columbia 2i Mono. This is a buy it now best offer bin. And we have Ellie Greenwich, Let It Be Written, Let It Be Sung. Ellie Greenwich is $14.99. $14.99. John Fogerty Center Field Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker. Put Me in Coach, $24.99. All right, Michael Butler, you pick up Thin Lizzy again for $40. That was the last one of the night. Concrete Blonde, still creeping along. Kelly and Hiram, strong and steady. Now 75. Gregory's in on Digital Underground at 7. And George, I hate to say it, but I just sold Thin Lizzy. I would have loved to took a $46 bid. Here's our next auction. This is a 2003 U.S. 180 gram Captain Beefheart Safe as Milk. Some say a essential album for every collection. Safe as Milk, EX edition, a $35 start. That's now up for bid. By the way, Concrete Blonde was an 89 U.S. original, a nice VG Plus with an exceptionally nice jacket, just FYI. Also, we have the Rolling Stones Between the Buttons, $34.99, very clean, very nice, Blue London label, and the Moody Blues On the Threshold of a Dream. The Moody Blues is $14.99. All right, now let's go ahead and put up a new handful of singles. These are all buy it nows for $6.99. $6.99 here. First thing we have is Paul Revere and the Raiders. Observation from Flight 285 in 3/4 time. We have Phil Collins, Don't Lose My Number. That's $6.99. Chubby Checker, Dancing Party. Phil Collins, Studio. A very cool Simon & Garfunkel. The Big Bright Green Pleasure Machine, picture sleeve. Also, Snowbird, Chet Atkins. And Sonny and Cher. This is a good one. I Got You, Babe, Sonny and Cher. And Wilson Pickett. We'll pause here. We've Got to Have Love, Wilson Pickett. Those are all $6.99. Everything there, $6.99. All those are $6.99, okay? Next is Concrete Blonde is $80. Final call on Captain Beefheart. Let's go ahead and sell Digital Underground to Gregory for $7. Susie wants PC for Phil Collins, and that was probably for Studio. Kelly Vlodarchek on I Got You, Babe. That's a classic by Sonny and Cher. Still got Wilson Pickett, Chet Atkins, Simon & Garfunkel picture sleeve, Chubby Checker, another Phil Collins. I guess, Susie, you need to let me know if you want Don't Lose My Number or Studio, or you might want both of them, okay? All right. Now, first thing we have is the Turtles More Golden Hits. $9.99. $9.99. Also, we have Nat Cole at JATP. $9.99. And Debbie Harry, Cuckoo. Debbie Harry, $19.99. Yeah, sorry about the glare. I didn't do it last night. I text Tanner that today when I woke up from my slumber, and I said, hey, can you get the tall ladder and take the 2 bulbs out above me? And he said, the ones above you? And I was like, yeah, the 2 directly above my table. And he's like, okay, I'll do it. And in case y'all hadn't known, I still got glare. Tanner let me down. Susie wants both Phil Collins, Sonny and Cher. I think he had to do something with Addison today. I don't think he's been around today. So, Tanner, if you're out there, shame on you. Strike one, buddy. All right, Captain. Chad, please, whoever wins that Beefheart, tell them you're not selling it this week. I'm not for sure what that means. But Captain Beefheart is sold for $35. This is sold to Paul Oakley for $35. Is that some sort of inside joke I don't know about? Next is Quicksilver Messenger Service, $24.99 on Quicksilver Messenger Service. Very clean green RCA label there. Venus and Mars Wings, $24.99. Gatefold, $24.99. And Alvin Lee, 10 years after. Alvin Lee. Yeah, I guess if I hold it like that, I know. But I think we figured out the light is, the glare is from right above me. You know, we got like those long fluorescent bulbs. $19.99. So, yeah. I can't, our ceilings in here are really high. You know, it's like a very tall ceilings. I can't just get it. We got a huge ladder, but it's a, I don't even know if I could get it over here. I'd have to move. Oh my gosh. That's probably why he didn't do it. I bet that's why he didn't do it. He's going to have to move an hour's worth of records to get a ladder over here. No joke. It's going to take a lot of work to get that ladder over here. So, all right. It's the record Jack Black wouldn't sell to the geek. Oh, okay. Well, y'all are going to hate me. I've never seen High Fidelity. And I've never seen Empire Records. Go ahead. Let's let the anger begin from the commenters. All right, next auction is going to go up right now. I've only seen one scene from High Fidelity, and it's a deleted scene, and that's when he goes to that woman's house. It's a deleted scene too. He goes to that woman's house to buy that record collection. She's divorcing her husband, and she's trying to sell his collection before he gets back. And he has like all these insanely rare. He has all these insanely rare 40. John showed me that scene, or maybe Doug, when Doug worked here. He goes to that guy's house, and he's like flipping through that insane record collection, and he's trying to buy it. But yeah, I've never seen High Fidelity. Or High Infidelity, whichever. Okay, we have Hawkwind. This is a 1972. Lemmy's on this. This is a 72 U.S. original. Hawkwind, Do Re Mi Fa Sol La Ti Do. EX edition, a $35 start. It has the original on her sleeve. Hawkwind. Boy, I've been waiting to get to this one all night. Okay? Here we go. And first thing we have is Concrete Blonde at 90. And next thing we have is, we're at the bottom, okay? First thing we have is Little River Band Sleeper Catcher, $9.99. This is a buy it now best offer band. UK is $19.99. UK self-titled, $19.99 on UK. We have Little Steven and the Disciples of Soul. Little Steven is $14.99. Also, Melanie, Garden in the City. Melanie is $9.99. Magnifique, Mireille Mathieu, $14.99 on Magnifique. Head East is $19.99. We have John Cougar Mellencamp, $19.99. And Christine McVie, $26.99. The Moody Blues, Long Distance Voyager, $14.99. Linda Ronstadt, Hand Sewn, $9.99. Leonard Skinner, One More From the Road, $34.99. And Dave Clark 5. Didn't we just sell one of those? This has the promo sticker with it. Beautiful vinyl, $9.99. Okay. Now, what happened on Concrete Blonde? Kelly Cook went out. This is sold to Hiram for $90. Thank you, Hiram. That's sold to you. That's sold to you for $90. Now, Hawkwind, as of right now, does not have a bid. Lemmy Kilmister appears on that album, Hawkwind, a 1972 U.S. original with the original on her sleeve. Final call. Okay? Next thing we're going to do is put up another auction. And that next auction is Old Dirty Bastard. ODB, classic 1995 debut, Return to the 36 Chambers, the dirty version. The dirty version. A 2 LP picture disc, limited to 7,500, a $25 start. $25 start on that, okay? Susie got Dave Clark 5. David V was second. A lot of interest lately in Dave Clark 5. That's amazing. All right, let's do another handful of 45s right quick. And the next handful of 45s are coming right now. These are all $6.99. $6.99. The first is Roxette. I have people been asking for Roxette. Roxette, Dress for Success, single version. We have Dueling Banjos, Eric Weisberg and Ruben's Train. Bill Haley and his Comets, Rip It Up. Sylvia, Pillow Talk. Color Me Bad, I Want to Sex You Up. Also, Barefoot Jerry, Making It Better. And the Royal Guardsman Airplane Song. The Royal Guardsman. Those are all $6.99. All right. Let me pause there for a second. And, wow, Hawkwind does not have a bid. It's a $35 buy it now. Hawkwind does not have a bid. It's a $35 buy it now. A 72 US original EX. $35 buy it now. Natasha has ODB for $25, going once, going twice. And Robert Vloderchek on Color. Color Me Bad, so to Robert for $6.99. Then Brandon, then Kelly. Eden Riviera picking up the Hawkwind for $35. Thank you, Eden Riviera. And that left the Royal Guardsman, Barefoot Jerry, Sylvia, Bill Haley, Dueling Banjos, and Roxette. Oh Dirty Bastard is a Record Store Day edition, 2023 picture disc. The ODB's classic 95 debut, Return to the 36 Chambers, the dirty version. Now we have bids for 25, 26, 25, and 25. Paul Oakley commented H. First, though, Rebecca got Roxette for $6.99. And Paul Oakley on H. And H was for, what was H, Paul Oakley? You might have to help me out on that one. All right, let's put up another LP. I got a Japanese pressing over here I hadn't ran yet of Dire Straits and also the New York Dolls. Let's go ahead and grab the New York Dolls. Oh, wow, this is an OG club. The New York Dolls is a 1973 U.S. original, RCA Music Service Edition, VG condition, a $25 start. New York Dolls. So this is an OG RCA club, $25 start on that. Anybody else? This was a buy it now best offer bin with lots of great stuff still left that did not get offers. So final call on anybody that wants to grab anything in here. One second, please. Hawkwind. Okay. That's for Hawkwind. I'm just going to read these, and if you heard something, maybe let me know. James Brown, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Lou Graham, Nat King Cole, Brian Ferry, Little Richard, John Cougar, Bill Nelson, Aretha Franklin, Quicksilver, Aretha Franklin, Ellie Greenwich, John Fogerty, Rolling Stones, Moody Blues, The Turtles, Nat King Cole, Debbie Harry, Quicksilver, Paul McCartney, Alvin Lee, Little River Band, UK, Little Stephen, Melanie, Mariel Matthew, Head East, John Cougar, Kristen McVie, Moody Blues, Linda Ronstadt, and Leonard Skinnard. Okay? So that's where we're at. And New York Dolls also has a bid for 25. Let me grab a few more 45s. These are $6.99. We have Sir Mix-a-Lot, Cake Boy, Sir Mix-a-Lot, Edwin Starr, War. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. The Rolling Stones, Honky Tonk Women, and you can't always get what you want. Those are $6.99 each. I'm going to put this crate right here behind me. If anybody changes their mind, you're like, dang it. You know what, Chad? I messed up. I should have went ahead and bought everything that's left in there. Just go ahead and tag them and give them to me. I'll take them. I'll be like, no problem. You got it. Boom. But in the meantime, they're going right over here with the other crates of something I've done tonight. Oh. War. Huh. This is So to Michael Butler. Nobody on the Rolling Stones. That's extremely, yeah. Cake Boy and Baby Got Back. Oh my gosh. Baby Got Back. I should have read that one first. Baby Got Back. And then Stones is sold to Alex Kane. All right. Since then, 2 people have asked, what's the Old Dirty Bastard again? ODB is a Record Store Day exclusive double LP picture disc. ODB's classic 95 debut returned to the 36 chambers, the dirty version. And that is a final call to Brandon in Delaware for $32. Brandon Latt got Sir Mix-a-Lot. Now, New York Dolls has 3 $25 bids and no one else has bid again. The leader at $25 is Rebecca Howitt. DJ Not So Good and everybody else is out. We're about to sell to Rebecca. Same thing. I haven't had a bid on ODB in almost 4 minutes, and Brandon still has it for $32. So that's where we're at on that. Let's find another crate to do BINBO. If I can. That's a joke because there's 10,000 crates behind me here. I just got to do something we hadn't done recently. There's yesterday's records. I got tonight's records right here. So here's yesterday's. Here's tonight's. Let me move tonight's over here. There's my backpack. I just found that. Oh, I know what I need to do. And, well, we can probably do it a little bit later. I've got to tag the video for tonight. I hadn't done that, which we will do it eventually. But I did post a late flip video. It didn't go up when it was supposed to, so I've got that to do. I've got this entire box of new 45s that I'm going to try to start sifting through at some point tonight. Let me clean up a little bit. There's another auction we can run. There's 2 more auctions we can run. Stuff that probably should be sold on Metal Night. All right. So OBD has a new bid for $35. Now New York Dolls is at $29. Let's put up another cassette auction. And the next cassette auction is the Infectious Groovies. The Infectious Groovies. This is going to go up for a $7 start. The Infectious Groovies. $7 start. That's now up for bid. All right. And the other thing I have, I'm looking for a crate. Give me a second. I'm kind of looking and searching and tagging and pulling and looking and searching. And looking. Did I go through this? We never did make it to this one last night. All right, here's a Laura crate from a while back. Let's run through this right quick. I think it's a Laura crate from a while back. So, here we go. Let's go through this. BINBO. Okay? BINBO. We have Beyonce, Act 2, Cowboy Carter, limited edition, new and sealed, $34.99. New and sealed records, BINBO. Also, Travis Scott Rodeo. Travis Scott is sealed for $29.99. We have Playboy Carti, and this is sealed for $24.99. Buddy Johnson's in on ODB at $37. New York Dolls at $31. Foster the People. This is Sacred Hearts Club. Foster the People is sealed for $19.99. Margot Price. That's how rumors get started. Margot is sealed for $19.99. Nerd, N-E-R-D. And this is sealed for $29.99. Natasha has offered $29 for Beyonce. Sold Natasha for $29. That's done. Does anybody else want the other one for $29? Susie Breedlove wants Foster the People. Sold to Susie Breedlove. I've got 2 copies here of Rosalia Moto Mamie. That is sealed on red vinyl for $29.99. We have 2 of those. Also, The Hives, The Death of Randy Fitzsimmons. The Hives is sealed for $19.99. 2 of those. And Lake Street Dive, Free Yourself Up. Sealed for $29.99. The New York Dolls have stalled again at $32. Nobody else has said out, though. Rebecca has it. And ODB's at $37 with Buddy. I haven't heard back from Brandon. Brandon just bid $38. Does Foster have pumped up kicks on it? Foster the People. Let's go back to it. There is 1 copy left. And it has... No, that's not on this one. Not on this one, it looks like. Okay, so they're still bidding on ODB, but I am about to sell New York Dolls to Rebecca for $32. Infectious Groovies is a buy now for $7 if anybody wants that. Next is Between the Buried and Me. That's sealed on tricolor melt vinyl. Between the Buried and Me is $29.99. Margot Price. This is called Strays. It's a sealed record store day edition, $19.99. OBD has a new bid for $40. And The Dead Kennedys is sealed for $29.99. Frankenchrist, there is a scene split up here, $29.99. And Oh So Adventure is sold on that Foster the People. So that is actually sold right here to Oh So Adventure. There's still a Beyonce left if anybody wants that. 2 copies of John Mayer, and this is sealed, $24.99. The Search for Everything, $24.99. Between the Buried and Me, $29.99. Go ahead and sell that to Bradley Smith for $22. That is sold. And we have the last, I still really hadn't figured out this title here. The Last Slumetto, maybe? It looks like an El Slumetto. The Last Slumetto. Sealed green vinyl, $24.99. And Gold Diggers Sound, Leon Bridges. Sealed, $19.99. All right, so Newer Dolls is sold to Rebecca for $32. Brandon in Delaware, ODB is back out. It goes to you. Buddy does have it for $40. So out, and it's back to you. Next LP auction is a Japanese pressing of Dire Straits. And this is Communique. Dire Straits is a Japanese pressing. A 1979. This was tagged for tonight, not just from the Japanese bins. Communique. Just a $25 start. Vertigo Japanese EX, a $25 start. Dire Straits Communique, $25 start. ODB is sold to Buddy Johnsey. This is sold to Buddy Johnsey for $40. Thank you, Buddy. There's Dire Straits, a $25 start on that. And we have the best of Gil Scott Heron, an 84 US Indianapolis original on her sleeve. That's a $25 start. Gil Scott Heron. $25 start on that. Let's go ahead and grab some more Buy It Now 45s right quick. These are all $6.99. $6.99. We got a Clarence Carter promo, Devil Woman. Also, George Burns, I Wish I Was 18 Again. Tanya Tucker, It's a Cowboy Lovin' Night. Also, we have Neil Diamond, I Am, I Said. Willie Nelson, Always on My Mind. George Michael, Kissing a Fool. And George Michael, Faith. Those are all $6.99 each there. All are BINers. That means buy it nowers. You can buy those right now for $6.99 each. Dire Straits has a bid with Patrick for $25. Chad is stretching right quick. And we're about to put up another BIN-BO crate, which is a buy it now or best offer crate. Oh, here we go. All right, and we have Dire Straits final call for 25. Brandon Latt got Faith. George Michael, Jeremy Rourke was second. That leaves George Michael, Kissing a Fool, Willie Nelson, Always in My Mind, Neil Diamond, Tanya Tucker, George Burns, and Clarence Carter. All right. And Todd Sauce said he does want Willie Nelson for $6.99. Always on My Mind, which is right here. All right. And then Playboy Cardi for $18. Let's see here. Sell that to David Hoy for $18. I wish I could sell 4 more of them for $18 each. We're going to sell one to David for $18. Does anybody else want one for $18? Here's what's left in here. Playboy Cardi, Leon Bridges, Last Lamento, John Mayer, Dead Kennedys, Margot Price, Lake Street Dive, The Hives, Rosalia, Nerd, Margot Price, and Travis Scott. Dire Straits has a new bid for $16. Final call on Gil Scott-Heron. We have a ton of records over here I need to do something with that were unclaimed tonight. Let me go ahead and put those away. Put them back in a box. I know we've sold a lot of 45s for buy it nows, technically thousands, but also we have 6 boxes full of leftovers now. And I'm going to have to figure out what to do. I think I might start doing mystery boxes. We did that before, and just so everybody knows the kind of music, it's going to be like the stuff that don't sell. It's going to be the stuff that didn't get picked for $6.99 because we've got 6 boxes full now. And I'm going to have to do something with them because John's took a lot of time to sleeve them, clean them, sort them, put them in sleeves. But like that's what's left over just from tonight. I'll have a rack over here with 2, 4. Yeah, this is the 6th box, and there's more coming. So, all right, let's put this away. Put that right there. Plus, these things are slippery. They almost don't want to go. You can't hardly hold them sometimes. All right. All right. Next is... Okay, so Faith, Willie 45 RPM for 6, yes. Playboy Cardi 18, Dire Straits 26, Dire Straits 30. Which Dead Kennedys and Out on Dire Straits. The Dead Kennedys was Frankenchrist, Gatefold Seal $29.99. Todd saw the 45s are $6 and the buy it now 45s are $6.99. They're $6.99. Gil Scott-Heron is a no bid. If anybody wants that, it's a $25 buy it now. Gil Scott-Heron is a $25 buy it now. And then Dire Straits is sold to Patrick for $30, okay? And then Robert Vladicek on Dead Kennedys. Is that an infectious groove? It is. It's a no bid for $7. I can't believe it. The person before me had a sticky note on it, and it had a price of $19.99. Rob Fordham gets Gil Scott-Heron for $25. A few things under the radar here tonight. Next is the Electric Prunes, Long Day's Flight. This is an 86 UK original compilation, only released in the United Kingdom. A compilation from the classic Electric Prunes. That's a $25 start. And then we have Swamp Dog. Swamp Dog is a 1982 US seal, $25 start. Cuff, collared, and tagged. Swamp Dog, $25 start. Jeff Brindley gets the Infectious Grooves cassette for $7. Joey Sorge offered $20 for John Mayer. That's sold to Joey for $20. Does anybody else want a John Mayer for $20? A Playboy Cardi for $18? Or what else? What else was there one left of? I guess that's, Beyonce for $29. Okay? If not, I'm going to find another crate for us. I'm going to go ahead and move these over here. And there's our next 2 auctions. It's actually some of the last tag stuff for tonight. And then I've got other stuff, of course. See what else I have here. Let's grab another handful of 45s. Oh. Okay. These are also all $6.99 before I grab a new crate. We have Neil Sedaka, Laughter in the Rain. That's $6.99. Clifford Curry, She Shot a Hole in My Soul. Firefall, Just Remember I Love You and It Will Be All Right. Cherry Bomb by John Cougar Mellencamp. The Bee Gees, I've Got to Get a Message to You. And let's do the Beau Brummels, Just a Little. Those are all $6.99 there. And we'll show that other hand, the rest of my hand, in just a second. Okay, generator's plugged in. Now the search begins for more crates. Let me move these 45s. I essentially have 2 full boxes of 45s tonight we hadn't finished. What about these here? Have I shown these? I think so. Yeah, sort of. Some of them I show too late. Some of them we show too late. It's like, man, shouldn't have showed those that late. They sell a lot better, like between 5 and 8. We can almost sell the whole box. Stacy on the Bee Gees. But eventually we'll sell them in bundle, or like I said, in I think I'm about to start doing bundles of them again. It's essentially all the top 40 stuff that didn't get claimed. That way you can get a wide variety of stuff. And let's go through another crate. I feel like we've gone through all that before. We've gone through those recently. These are the 3 crates Paul went through on Sunday. Let me push some stuff around. Let's see if there's some stuff back here I hadn't touched in a while. Let me move all these coins. Oh my gosh, proof sets. I bought 1 million proof sets from somebody, and now I have way too many. I'm going to have to do a coin auction soon. That was actually a leftover metal crate. This looks like a pretty good crate to go through Buy It Now Best Offer. Let's see what's in here. I'm still looking for a jazz crate that David Hoy's looking for. So, all right, Jeff Brindley wants Roger Waters as well. Okay. What is Phil Collins? Our only 2 albums tonight that hadn't sold is The Band. That was the first auction of the night. The Band, Northern Light, Southern Cross, and Phil Collins, No Jacket Required. Those are both $35. I don't know if Phil Collins. That was Phil Collins. These are no bids, and these are Buy It Now, no bids. Swamp Dog is sealed, a 72 US original, $25 Buy It Now, and the Electric Prunes is an 86 UK compilation, $25 Buy It Now. Any guitars tonight? Are you talking about autographed guitars? Autographed guitars? I've got a couple that never did sell, but I don't have many, no. Let's go through this bin. I have a few that probably you hadn't seen from like Dale's collection. But first thing I'm going to do, I found a short and sweet bin of Buy It Now Best Offer here. We had one of these tonight. This is from that Connery collection, the Best of the Electric Flag, $19.99. The Best of the Electric Flag, $19.99. We have Wolves in the Throne Room, Primordial Arana, maybe. Arcana, yeah, Primordial Arcana, gold with black splatter, $24.99. The Tomita Planets, Mars, Venus, that's some good stuff there. Classical, done by Tomita, $14.99. Eddie Rabbit, Radio Romance. Eddie Rabbit is sealed for $14.99. Also, Triple Red, A Love Letter to You 3. Triple Red is $24.99. Triple Red, also Blunt aus Nord, The Work Which Transforms God, sealed, $27.99. Clear and Black Split, remastered, $27.99. And Ultimate. Ultimate is a 1980 US disco promo, $9.99. Okay, now the next 45s I have for you are as follows. Oh, mini guitars? No, I just got the waiting list today. Those will be ordered tonight. Hopefully they'll be in by Friday. But yeah, let's put up some more 45s. And I'm going through currently a Buy It Now or Best Offer bin, okay? Here is Thank You for Being My Friend. Sly and the Family Stone, $6.99. Bruce Springsteen, Merry Christmas Baby, and War. And then we have Bill Haley, Rudy's Rock. We have Lloyd Price, I'm Gonna Get Married, and Just Because. Randy Travis, Promises and an Old Pair of Shoes. Don Home. And we have Art Mooney, his orchestra, theme from East of Eden, $6.99. $6.99 each on all those there. Those are available for buy it nows, $6.99 each. Okay. Now, we have Blottus Nord. That is sold for $20 to Rebecca Howitt. The Ultimate is right here. And that's a US 1980 disco promo for $9.99. This Time I'm in Love, Feel So Fine, Get to the Top, Secret Agent Man, Back Together, and Now and Forever. Also, we have Zach Bryan self-titled. Zach Bryan's $24.99. Suicide Boys on green glow vinyl. Suicide Boys is $24.99. $24.99 on Suicide Boys. Also, Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Very nice looking copy here of self-titled. ELP's $14.99. Retro Class wants Ultimate. Let me make sure that Robert Vlodarchek doesn't want it. Corey Gaston gets Zach Bryan for $20. All these are available. Not even Sly got claimed. That's rare. Still got East of Eden theme, Don, Randy Travis, Lloyd Price, Bill Haley, Sly and the Family Stone, and Bruce Springsteen. Those are all available. Retro Class gets Ultimate. That's sold to Retro Class Entertainment. Journey Frontiers is in shrink wrap. It has the original under sleeve. Journey's $24.99. We have Scenic, Ascension Codes. Scenic is $29.99. Ascension Codes. And Orphan, Lonely at Night. That's a 1983 hard rock album. Gold stamp promo. Orphan is $9.99. $9.99. Also, we have, give me 1 second here. So, if anybody wants to make an offer on the no bids, the Electric Prunes was $25. Swamp Dog was a 72 USOG seal, $25. And then Phil Collins is $35. And the band's $35. Do you still have the Sun and Share $45? No, if you're talking about I Got You, Babe, it already sold. Chris Ridlings gets Orphan for $6. We also have a Zach Bryan American Heartbreak, $34.99. Don't forget, that's a triple LP. Colors is $19.99. Colors is a 68 US, $19.99 on Colors. Also, Exception, EKSEPTION. Boy, I didn't say any of those letters right. EKSEPTION. That's a 1970s press, $9.99. And Electric Theater is $14.99. All right, and then what year is Scenic? Edwin Blom, what year is this from? I think new. It's like a new band, 2021. 2021. Collins and the band bundle for $50. 20 each minus Phil. The first offer was $25 and $25 for Phil Collins and the band. So those are sold for $25. And Jason's saying he'd give 20 each for the others. So you'll give 20 for Swamp Dog and 20 for Electric Prunes. If so, those are sold to Jason Short. And then Corey Gaston got Zach Bryan for $30. That's sold to Corey Gaston. And then it's Triple Red sealed. Triple Red is not sealed. Rebecca Howitt on Tomita. That's sold to Rebecca Howitt for $10. Now we're ready for more 45s. The next handful is coming at you right now. These are all $6.99. First is the Delphonics, Break Your Promise. We have Bill Haley in the comments, Birth of the Boogie. David Seville and the Chipmunks, Ragtime Cowboy. The Chipmunks there. Frankie Valli, The Trouble with Me. And Can't Take My Eyes Off You. Nice. Frankie Valli, Can't Take My Eyes Off You. TV's Annie Oakley doing Poor Little Heart and Why Not Save Sunshine. Annie Oakley. And Gary Lewis and the Playboys, Save Your Heart for Me and Without a Word of Warning. Those are all $6.99 each on those. $6.99 each on all those. Next is Wolf for $20. Wolf. Oh, that's already sold. Right. That was... No, wait a minute. Wolf? What was Wolf? Wolf? Is that something in here? Wolf. Wolf. Maybe not. Okay, and then we had Kelly Vlodarchek on the Chipmunks. David V on VF, and VF was for Frankie Valli, I Can't Take My Eyes Off You. And then Annie Oakley sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. And then Wolf was one of the first ones in here. Okay. Aha, this right here. Yes, Wolves. That's sold to Rebecca Howitt for $20. That's sold to you. And then Michael Peevler on EB for 10. And then EB for 10. EB for 10. EB for 10. EB for 10. What was EB? Also, we have DNA, $9.99. Party tested. DNA's $9.99. And Clout, 6 of the best. Clout's a 1979 white label promo, $14.99. Triple Red is sold to David Hoy for $14. If I can grab a hold of it, that's sold to David Hoy for $14. Next single is going to go up right now. I'm going to get into this brand new box, finally. Let's see what we got here, okay? The Eurythmics, Would I Lie to You? Beautiful. The Eurythmics is going to go up. Crisp picture sleeve. Beautiful vinyl. The Eurythmics is a $7 start. And then we have Ready for the World, Oh Sheila. Let's put that up for a $7 start, okay? That's going to go up as well for a $7 start. Also, I think my mic's about to die, so let me swap out mics right quick. Give me 1 second, please. I'm going to turn this one off and bring out the other. Bill Keenum wants the Electric Flag. That's sold to Bill Keenum. The Journey is an original press of Frontiers. OG, this is a buy it now best offer bin we're going through. $24.99, okay? So there's those two. I got more to sort through here in just a second. But first, we got Carole King, City Streets. That's an 89 US, $9.99. And we have Morris Albert, Feelings. Morris Albert's $9.99. Final Call on the Eurythmics for $7. Ruby and the Romantics, Greatest Hits album, $9.99. And Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. Bridge Over Troubled Water, Mrs. Robinson, The Sound of Silence, classic. Also, Hall & Oates, H2O, $19.99. Okay. What year is the exception? 1970 US or UK original. Exception. 1970 Netherlands import, $9.99. Todd Saw said he will take the Journey. Ready for the World has a bid for $7. And ER was Eddie Rabbit. That's sold to Michael Peevler for $10. David V wants Ruby and the Romantics. That's sold to David V. Awesome. So we chipped away a lot of that bin. There's actually not much left. Okay. And now let's go ahead and sell the Eurythmics to Pam for $7. And let's sell Webster Vance Ready for the World for $7. Boy, this is a killer picture sleeve here. Canned Heat and John Lee Hooker. Let's Make It. Whiskey and Women. Never seen this one before. Canned Heat and John Lee Hooker. Let's Make It and Whiskey and Women. It's about EX too. It's not bad. $10 start on that. Hooker and Heat. The single from their collaboration. $10 start. I don't think I've ever had that before. That's now up for bid. And a classic from Howard Jones. Things Can Only Get Better. That's going to go up for $7. Okay. Next is Alex Kane on Clout. This is sold to Alex Kane. Thank you. Now, let's read through those one more time. This is a buy it now best offer bin. First thing I have is Suicide Boys. That's on green glow-in-the-dark vinyl. I know it looks kind of opaque right now maybe, but when it glows, $24.99. Exception year, Edwin Blom. That is 1970 Netherlands. 1970 Netherlands. 1970 Netherlands. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, self-titled, beautiful copy. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. Canned Heat already has bids for 10 and 15. Colors, a 68 US. Colors, $19.99. Canned Heat's now at 20. So we got bids for 15, 10, 20, and 10. Electric Theater, The Killer, an 85 German import, $14.99 on Electric Theater. This is called Cynic Ascension Codes. This is $29.99 Cynic Ascension Codes. DNA, $9.99. Carole King, City Streets, $9.99. Morris Albert, Feelings, $9.99. Simon and Garfunkel, $14.99. Greatest Hits. Hall & Oates, H2O, $14.99. And Exception, $9.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer's, $14.99. Final Call on Canned Heat for $20. And that is with David V, 63. Let's do some more buy it nows for $6.99. The next one I have is Edwin's volume must not be on, or he's got a very bad connection. We have Larry Groshy, Muddy Boggy Banjo Man. Edwin, can you hear me? Test 1, 2. Edwin, can you hear me? Test 1, 2. We have Larry Groshy, Muddy Boggy Banjo Band, $6.99. Miami Sound Machine Conga is $6.99. Herb Albert, To Wait for Love. Herb Albert is $6.99. Also, Herman's Hermits, A Must to Avoid, and The Man with the Cigar, $6.99. Air Supply, She Never Heard Me Call, and Starship, We Built This City on Rock and Roll. Edwin says he will take it. Inception. Okay. I was worried some kind of weird thing was happening there because you asked for the year 3 times and I told you the year 3 times. I was like, what is going on? He said he will take it. Okay. He must be watching without sound. I guarantee it. I guarantee he's watching without sound. Most people watch this. I don't know how they do it without sound, but they do. I don't know how, but some people can pull that off. Okay, and then, so the next thing was Canned Heat was at 25, and then we had a bid for 30. Susie offered 10 for Emerson, Lake and Palmer. That is sold to Susie for $10. Canned Heat got a new bid for 22. Cynics is sold to Rebecca Howitt for 23. Kelly Vladerchek on Herman's Hermits. I was about to say, if you don't buy it, Jason Boxell will. Carla Brecchi on Air Supply. And then Pam Murray got Starship, We Built This City. Kelly was next, then Michael Fairchild. And there we have it, okay? All right. Now, have I shown this handful? Gun is sold, yeah. Gun is sold. Yeah, I've already shown these. Okay, Howard Jones is a $7 buy it now. Things can only get better. Just 7 on Howard. And then here's our next auction. This is Sammy Hagar, Two Sides of Love. Edwin is still trying to buy Exception. He must have went through a major communication breakdown there. Edwin, I just want to make sure you're okay. If you can hear me and you're okay, say yes, I'm good. Because I think you just had a major communication breakdown. Sammy Hagar needs to be re-adhesived. Sammy Hagar, Two Sides of Love on red vinyl. $7 start on that. $7 start. And then next is Canned Heat and John Lee Hooker. Michael Butler gets this for $30. This is sold to Michael Butler for $30. Okay. Okay. And next is Robert Palmer, The Picture Sleeve to Addicted to Love. $7 start on that. Robert Palmer, Addicted to Love. $7 start. All right, now that Edwin can hear me, Edwin, I don't know what happened, but every time you ask for the year on Exception, I would tell you, and then you would ask again, and then I would tell you, and then you asked again, and I told you, and then you asked again, and then you claimed it, and then you claimed it again, and then you claimed it on Facebook, and then you just asked, did you see my Exception questions? So I told you the year 4 times, and I sold it to you 3 times. And then We are done. It is yours, without a doubt. Edwin Blom. I don't know what happened, but that was weird. Every time I tell you the year, you'd ask again. Then you'd ask again. We've got it. It's yours. That was bizarre. I always like to know what goes on sometimes on the other end, because somebody must have really wicked delays or just bizarre stuff happens, right? Like some kind of lag, serious connection problems, dial up. Okay. Anybody else on this bin? All right. Any better than Azara? Not that I'm aware of. Okay. And then Robert Plant and Sammy Hagar all have bids. Robert Plant's at 10. Sammy Hagar's at 7. Final call. Let's go. That was a great crate. Let's try to find another one like that. But first, I got more buy it nows to do. These are all $6.99. I try to show the A-sides, but when these things get slippery and they fall over in the crate, it makes it impossible. These things are like, I don't know if y'all have noticed, they're like the most slippery. It's impossible to stack them. These sleeves is like no friction. So they don't want to stay up in crates. It's real, unless you pack them really tight, they don't stand up. And not only that, they will, I mean, it's just like they're wet almost. Rod Stewart, Love Touch. Theme from Legal Eagles. Phil Collins, Please Take Me Home. Wells Fargo, The Prairie Chiefs. The Super Bowl Shuffle. Grand Funk, We're an American Band on gold vinyl. Robert Gordon, Link Ray, Fire, Bruce Springsteen. Genesis, Throwing It All Away. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. All right, these are sold. Robert Palmer is sold for $10 to Rebecca Howitt. Sammy Hagar sold to Jeff Brindley for $7. Regina says, what have you put up for auction? Is that Elvis? Well, to answer the question, what I've put up for auction, that would take about a half hour to read off everything. There's no Elvis on the table. Rebecca Howitt on Super Bowl Shuffle, that's $6.99. John Gollin on Grand Funk, that's sold to John Gollin for $6.99. Michael Butler was second. William Dragovich on Link Ray and Robert Gordon. Tim Graham was second. Craig Thomas was next. We have Genesis, Throwing It All Away. Wells Fargo, sung and played by the Prairie Chiefs. Phil Collins, Please Take Me Home. And we have Rod Stewart, Love Touch. Those are all $6.99. Rod Stewart, Wells Fargo, Genesis, and Phil Collins. Okay? Let's find another crate. Let me put this one over here with my other stuff that I've gone through. Actually, I probably could go ahead. Yeah, let me go ahead and at least start chipping away. I need to start tagging some of this other stuff from this video. What time is it? Yeah, let me go ahead and do this now. Let's get started here with this. All right, I need my phone for this project. We're going to be pulling up a video. And let me do this. There's Brian. All right. So here's what I'm looking for. Dirty Dancing, Guided by Voices, Flotsam and Jetsam, Jerry Cantrell, Wild Side, Slayer, Mufasa, Fela Kuti, Flotsam and Jetsam, Foo Fighters, Metallica, Bikini Kill, 45,000 Volts, Mufasa, Bikini Kill, Nina Simone, Dower Spiral, Pantera, and Genesis. All right. So, first thing we have is REM, the best of REM, a 2 LP, a collection of REM's greatest hits from 1988 to 2003. That's new and sealed, $46.99. The best of REM, $46.99. Our next auction's going up right now. It's Billy Joel. It's You May Be Right, I May Be Crazy. And I was going to wait for tomorrow to do this one, but I'll go ahead and do it now. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood. Robert Plant, I'm in the mood for a melody. And Billy Joel, You May Be Right, I May Be Crazy. Those are $7 starts. Also, I've got 2 copies of Prince, One Night Alone. Solo piano and voice by Prince on purple vinyl. First time ever on vinyl, $33.99. $33.99. Prince, One Night Alone. Anything that goes with margaritas? Well, here's Nirvana from the Muddy Banks of the Wichita. That's a 2 LP, $46.99. Robert Plant, that would go good for with some margaritas. I'm in the mood for a melody. You know, Michael McCullen on Prince. I've got one left if anybody else wants one. Those are $7 starts back there. I have one copy of Dirty Dancing. This is sold to Ben Digert. Thank you, Ben Digert. That's sold to you. And the other Prince is sold to Tim Graham. And now both Princes are sold. I've also got 2 copies of Dr. Dre Compton. And Dr. Dre Compton is $46.99. Sorry, I'm looking at my wrong phone. Okay, there we go. $46.99. Dr. Dre, that's available, 2 LP. Also, Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime. New and sealed, a 2 LP. Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime, $46.99. And here's another Prince. This is his debut, new and sealed, $28.99 on that. Robert Plant's at 7 with Brent Robley. That's going once, going twice. No bid on Billy Joel. Final call to get a bid on that. I'm about to show some more 45 Biden hours, but first, we've managed to fill up another crate. So let me move this one over here. That one is really full now. And let's go ahead and empty this one. And let's start filling up another one. I've only used red and black crates tonight. Gothic. All right, and then Queensryche is sold to MT Matt. Thank you. Operation Mindcrime. That is sold. Great stuff in here. A couple more records and some Bite Nows coming. Live, Throwing Copper, 25th Anniversary Edition with 3 bonus songs. That's $39.99. And we have Stabbing Westward. This is a music on vinyl press, limited edition to 1,500 on numbered copies on red and black marble vinyl. $39.99 for Stabbing Westward. Stabbing Westward. All right, let's do some more Buy It Nows. But first, I'm going to go ahead and end these auctions. Brent gets Robert Plant for $7. He's in the mood for some margaritas. He's in the mood for some margaritas. $7. He's in the mood. And Billy Joel's a $7 Buy It Now. You May Be Right. I got Stevie Nicks for $6.99. Talk to Me. I got Joe Jeffrey Group, My Pledge of Love. The Lonely Bull by Tijuana Brass. Rick Springfield, Love Somebody. New Edition, Cool It Now. New Edition, Mr. Telephone Now, Mr. Telephone Man. And Come On Baby, Light My Fire. The Doors. Come On Baby, Light My Fire. We have Stevie Nicks, sold to Chris Frazier for $6.99. All those are still available. I also have Dio, the very beast of Dio. This is $44.99. This is limited edition Dragonfire 2LP, $44.99. Michael Butler got The Doors. Chris X gets both new edition. And now we have Oasis live at Nebworth. This is $36.99. $36.99. Oasis live at Nebworth. I still hadn't figured out which way of this is right. I think this is the front. They just want a blank looking bootleg, and then on the back, Supersonic, Morning Glory, Wonderwall, Don't You Look Back in Anger, Don't You Look Back in Anger, and then Melanie Jennings on Lonely Bull. That's sold for $6.99. So only thing we have left there is Rick Springfield, Picture Sleeve, and Joe Jeffrey Group. How about Trivium? Trivium's $39.99. Ascendancy. Trivium is $39.99 for Ascendancy. And Sonic Youth Evol. Sonic Youth is $33.99 for Evol. And Elvis, from Elvis in Memphis. The classic, music on vinyl press, new and sealed, $39.99. And Foo Fighters, The Color and Shape. I've already sold this one. If anybody else wants one, let me know. This is sold to Melissa Bilbrey. Thank you, Melissa Bilbrey. That's sold to you. And we have AC/DC. I'm on a highway to hell. $33.99 on AC/DC. Let's go ahead and grab a new handful of 45s here. These are all $6.99. No more, no less. And then I'm going to put up a couple more auctions, okay? First thing I have is Wear Your Love Like Heaven, Donovan. They Call Me Mellow Yellow, Donovan. Baby Doll EP by Percy Faith, $6.99. Rick Springfield, Don't Talk to Strangers. Dee Dee Sharp, Baby I Love You. Barry White, Can't Get Enough of Your Love, Baby. And Shelley, Pete Shelley, Never Again. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. Okay. Oh. All right, Mellow Yellow is sold to Michael Butler. Michael Butler, Brent Robley, second on that one. Other new records in here, the Forrest Gump soundtrack, $44.99. Elvis Presley, Hound Dog, Dwayne Eddy, Rebel Rouser, Clarence Henry, I don't know why, but I do. The Rooftop Singers, Walk Right In. Wilson Pickett, Land of a Thousand Dances. Joan Baez, Blowing in the Wind. CCR, Fortunate Son. I Can't Help Myself, The Four Tops. Respect, Aretha Franklin. Bob Dylan, Rainy Day Women. Sloop John B., The Beach Boys. Mamas and Papas, California Dreamin'. Buffalo Springfield, For What It's Worth. Jackie DeShannon, What the World Needs Now Is Love. The Doors, Break On Through. Simon and Garfunkel, Mrs. Robinson. Jefferson Airplane Volunteers. The Youngbloods, Get Together. Scott McKenzie, San Francisco. Be sure to wear some flowers in your hair. The Birds, Turn, Turn, Turn. The Fifth Dimension. Melody, Aquarius, Let the Sun Shine In. Harry Nilsson, Everybody's Talking. Three Dog Night, Joy to the World. The Supreme, Stone Love. B.J. Thomas, Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head. Randy Newman, Mr. President. Leonard Skinner, Sweet Home Alabama. The Doobie Brothers, It Keeps You Running. Gladys Knight and the Pips, I've Got to Use My Imagination. Willie Nelson, On the Road. Bob Seger, Against the Wind. And the Forrest Gump Suite. Now, what's amazing, I wanted to read through that because it's been a long time. That's one of the best-selling records ever here at Coletco. I don't know if y'all remember, but when Music on Vinyl first pressed this, we sold hundreds of Forrest Gump soundtracks. Because every time I'd read that track listing, everybody's like, holy moly, what a track listing of music. $44.99. It's incredible, right? But what's also amazing about this movie, this 6-time Academy Award-winning film, is if you notice, that's not everything. Jackson Brown's not on there. Jimi Hendrix isn't on there. Free Bird isn't on there. They could have done and expanded, and they were going to, and it keeps getting discontinued or pushed back. They were going to do a 3 LP with every song that's on that movie, which is amazing because even with that lineup, there's still stuff to be had. So if you don't have a Forrest Gump soundtrack, what I just read through was the history of American pop culture music from 1955, 56, all the way up through the mid and late 70s. That is amazing. $44.99. Elvis from Memphis. This is new and sealed. Yes. $39.99. Have I had it before? Yes. All right. Don't think long on Forrest Gump. Judas Priest, Defenders of Our Faith. $33.99 for Judas Priest. Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. That is sold to James Cauldron. Thank you, James Cauldron. That's sold to you. And I have one more left. That's the 2 LP version of Pantera. That's a cut, loud, in-your-face type record. When you're listening to it, that's what you're going to look like. That's exactly your face when you're listening to this record. MT Matt says, I'll take it. Thank you. He wants to look like he's getting punched in the face when he is listening to that record. Next is 9 Inch Nails. This is sold to James Cauldron. He also just got the Pantera. Now he's getting 9 Inch Nails. Thank you. Also, I have Prince live, New York City, the classic after show concert, 2 LP, $44.99. For what I understand, Prince did concerts and then he did like after show concerts. I've never really got the full history on that, but from what I understand, that's what he did, and that's why there's so many after show bootlegs too. All right, let's do some more Buy It Now 45s right quick. I'm really upset no one bought a Forrest Gump soundtrack, so Chad's about to turn green, and I'm about to start smashing everything in this building. We have Commodores, Once, Twice, 3 Times a Lady. Wow, we went from Pantera to Commodores. Kenny Loggins, Heart to Heart. Quincy Jones, I'll Be Good to You. How about David Gates from Bread, Goodbye Girl. Pat Benatar, I've never had that one. Love is a Battlefield picture sleeve. I don't think I've ever had the picture sleeve to that. And Suikiaka, something like that, A Taste of Honey. All right. Next is Metallica, Kill 'Em All. Searching, Seek and Destroy. Jump in the Fire, Whiplash, $33.99. Hit the Lights. Wow, I just ordered more of those too. I actually found this crate tucked over there in the corner. I've actually already ordered more Metallicas. I think I ordered more Forrest Gumps because I hadn't seen this crate in like a month, and I thought all this stuff is sold. Melanie, Forrest Gump, there we go. One more left, thank you. I mean, when you're listening to that, that is amazing. I think of Vietnam, I think of the 60s. It's just an incredible movie, of course, and then the soundtrack's amazing. Fiona Apple, Fetch the Bolt Cutters, $44.99. I have, in fact, seen Forrest Gump multiple times, so if I hadn't, I would have questioned my own sanity. The Cure, Milkwig, Amsterdam, $29.99. I ordered Dragon Force last night or Monday. Dragon Force will be in tomorrow or Thursday. Tool, There's a Shadow Behind Me. Tool is $29.99. That's a live unofficial. Pink Floyd Live, the 50th anniversary edition, $38.99. And we have Rush. This is Counterparts, $39.99. Now, since Melanie bought a Forrest Gump, I'm not going to turn green and start absolutely smashing everything in the building. So thank goodness. Otherwise, that'd be very bad. Regina got Pat Benatar. Paul Brothers was second. All right. He thought it was a real person. No, that's not based on a true story. Well, there's a lot of true stories based on the film, but I don't think there really was a Forrest Gump. Regina wants Commodores. Wow, those bids come in very delayed, but I still have them. About everything in that movie is real, you know. I mean, I don't know if anything in there's really like dramatized, really. All the actual events that he goes through. That's so to Regina, Commodores. And then we have Wild Side, and this is so to Rich D. Capita. He's been waiting for one of these to come through forever. This is so to Rich D. Capita. Thank you. Let me make sure there was nothing else in there that I needed to pull that was in this bin. Nope, I think that's everything. Okay, and then if anybody else needs anything, let me know. We still got Rush, Pink Floyd, Tool, The Cure, Fiona Apple, Metallica, Prince, Judas Priest, Elvis, Forrest Gump, AC/DC, Sonic Youth, Trivium, Oasis, Dio, Stabbing Westward, Live, Prince, Compton, Nirvana, REM. Yeah, he goes on the Dick Cavett show. He's sitting right next to John Lennon. That's incredible. It's amazing how they did that editing, even for the 90s. That's incredible. The guy was sitting next to John Lennon, had no idea who he was sitting next to. All right. The Dio was the very beast of Dio, a greatest hits, volume 2, $44.99. All right. We have My Morning Jacket, their newest album, indie retail exclusive blue vinyl, $33.99. Insidious Disease, Shadowcast, numbered 36 of 100 on green splatter, $33.99. We have Five Finger Death Punch. This is called The Way of the Fist, $33.99. Also, Placebo, Without You I'm Nothing, $28.99. Five Finger Death Punch, Got Your Six, that's $33.99. Also, we have one copy of Styx, The Grand Illusion left. Styx is $34.99. Metallica, the Black Album, Exit Life. This is new and sealed, and I have one copy left because we're about to give one to Jamie Diaz. That's so to Jamie Diaz. Webster Vance wants a taste of honey. This right here, thank you, Webster Vance. That's so to you for $6.99. I'm about to show some more buy it nows from that box coming up right now. I have Jailhouse Rock, Elvis Presley. I got Jan Bradley, Mama Didn't Lie on chess. The Rolling Stones, Harlem Shuffle. Morris Day, The Character. Life's Been Good by Joe Walsh. Let's do back-to-back Joe Walsh. Rocky Mountain Way. Here's a cool one. Low Rider by War. Those are all $6.99 there. All $6.99 for those. Also going through some new stuff here. I've got one more Black Album left. Enter Sandman, Nothing Else Matters. The Unforgiven, whoa. Wherever I May Roam, whoa. Holier Than Thou, whoa. Through the Never, whoa. My Friend of Misery, whoa. Everything on there is just, wow. Probably because it's the top-selling album of the last 30 years. 30 million copies sold of the Black Album. 30 million copies. Y'all know what 10,000 records looks like, right? It feels like an entire trailer. Now, most of those wasn't sold on vinyl. That's why the OG Black Albums are like $1,000, okay? Especially sealed. But imagine 30 million cassettes and CDs. Wow, that's just mind-blowing. 30 million cassettes and CDs. That's like huge buildings full. And not everybody even bought it. They was downloading it on Napster. No, that's pre. Well, I guess that's kind of pre. I don't know. We'd have to bring Brian over here. We have Brent Robley gets War for $6.99. Chris Ridlings is second on War. Regina got Elvis Presley. Brent Robley got Rocky Mountain Way. William Dragich next on War. John Gala next on Low Rider. All right, here we go. We have Flotsam and Jetsam, Blood in the Water. This is actually sold to Carla Brecky for $29.99. Thank you, Carla Brecky. Also, Five Finger Death Punch, American Capitalist is $33.99. We have Joe Walsh, Life's Been Good. Joe Walsh, that one's still available. Can't believe no one grabbed that. I've got 145 auction here very quickly. Van Halen, Might As Well Jump, and House of Pain is the B-side. It's nice. Van Halen's a $7 start. Paul Brothers like Give Me a Black Album. By the way, this remaster is amazing sounding. It's loud. That album, didn't they spend like $1 million to produce that album or something? I mean, it's way up there. It's like the most expensive album ever produced at the time. So it's recorded so well. It's loud. It's just an amazing sounding record. All the boom and the ch and the hi-hats and everything, especially with like The Unforgiven and Nothing Else Matters, all those songs. Here's a couple more buy it nows. Spy in the House of Love, and that's by Was Not Was, and Wayne Chung, Everybody Have Fun Tonight. Those are $6.99. I've got Mark Bolan. Yes, Mark Bolan of T-Rex. You Scare Me to Death. Mark Bolan's on orange vinyl. $33.99 on Mark Bolan. $33.99. And Def Leppard, Hysteria. Def Leppard's $46.99. Hysteria. A 2LP remaster. You got to have some Hysteria. Tigers of Pantang. This is called Burning in the Shade. $33.99. And we have 1, 2, 3 copies here. And this is called Mustafa. Now, this was a record that Paul ordered. It says originally released in Turkey in 1973. It says Ozgint's all-instrumental Turkish psychedelic funk masterpiece filled with classic beats, breaks, funky rhythms, and hypnotic percussion. A Holy Grail reissue. I think originals of this are very expensive. We actually sold a couple. George Ellis got one. There's one sold to George Ellis, and the other one was sold to Paul Conway. And I have one more left if anybody wants it. That is Mustafa. I think it's technically called something else by definition. Let me jump over here to Discogs right quick and give you an idea, and it'll help me out a lot too. So yeah, there's the 2016. It's actually Mustafa Ozent V Orchestrae. That's the technical name of it. I think that's the one I'm holding here in my hand. But if you want an original, the 1973 one from Turkey, the one from Turkey, the original, it's going to cost you around $1,500. The last one sold on Discogs 8 years ago. There's the original. So if you're holding out for an OG, it sells for big money. That tells me this music is really good. This is some really good music then. That's probably why Paul is into this deep cut stuff I've never heard of before. There's a prime example. Next is Day of Judgment, Ngozi Family. I think this is another like rare, possibly, is this the same thing here? $29.99. Maybe this is newer than I think it is. But either way, it's $29.99. Day of Judgment, Welcome to Zamrock, or is this something newer? I don't know. Some of this stuff throws me off. It looks like it's newer. But, no, this is something, okay. Well, it originally came out in 2014. No, there's something else in here. There's another vintage or reissue of a rare album in here. So Brent Robley gets this. That's sold to Brent Robley. Nobody bid on Van Halen. It's a $7 buy it now. And I don't think anybody got those other 245s there, which was Not Was, and Wayne Chung. So Van Halen's a buy it now. The Best of Nina Simone. This was actually claimed. This is sold to E.J. Berg. It's sealed for $33.99. Isn't that a Steely Dan song? Which one? The Mustafa? Yeah, they got something like that. Something like that. Kelly Vlodarchek got Van Halen. Bikini Kill. I've only got two, and I think they're both sold. Patrick Fu got one, and Paul Conway got one. Those are sold and sold. Next is Guided by Voices. This is sold to Ben Dygert, $29.99. If you see me sell out of something and you want it, be sure and let me know. The Buzzcocks, Singles Going Steady. Buzzcocks is $29.99. I've only got one of those. And this is Portishead third. Portishead is $39.99. And I've got two copies of Tago Mago by Can. $38.99. This is Can. Tago Mago. Now, here's something else that blows my mind. Out of all the bands in the world, I've heard Paul tell me multiple times, this is like his favorite artist. The original came out in the 71 UK. I think they're pretty tough to get. There's the German version. Yeah. The last pressing, the last time this one sold on Discogs, $699 for an OG German with this original artwork here. So $699. They've sold for as much as $750. $38.99 for this orange vinyl reissue. $38.99. I've yet to listen to their stuff, but Paul speaks highly of it. Pavement. This is Slanted and Enchanted. Pavement, $33.99, and that's considered krautrock avant-garde. Can, Tago Mago. Two copies of another Fela. And this is with Ginger Baker, $33.99. I think I'm going to have one left. This one sold to George Ellis, and I've got one left if anybody else wants it. And the last record is 45,000 volts. This is sold to Paul Conway. That's sold to Paul Conway. Boavista. Is that the Steely Dan song? Boavista. Mustafa. But they say Mustafa in the lyrics, don't they? Mustafa. But yeah, I think that's the name of the track. And then they say that Mustafa somewhere in there, right? How much was Tago? $38.99. Double LP orange vinyl. That's the other rare record I thought that was in here. Rare being expensive original. You know, just something. A lot of this stuff pressed one time overseas. You know, like that record there from Turkey. The Mustafa record. I mean, it was only pressed one time in Turkey. So how many did they make? Maybe 100 in Turkey? So what's the chances of us running across one here in America? There was 100 made in Turkey. So somehow or another, they've had to have been listed online, imported over here. Somebody brought one over here. So, and that's why originals sell for like almost $2,000. It's rare. That's a rare record. This is sold to Rebecca. I've got one more if anybody else wants it. That was a great crate. That first half, or that half there, was stuff Paul ordered for a Sunday show. I never had posted that in the group. Now, 45,000 volts looks interested too. Is that another? Oh, that's another Ngozi family. We can order you a Mustafasa. Yeah, we can order you a Mustafasa. And put that down for Paul Brothers. That's this record right here. Anybody else want one? I hope they're still in stock. I hope that they're still in stock. But it's very interesting. Original released in Turkey. I wonder if it tells how many was originally pressed. Let's see all versions. No, there's very little information about it. But yeah, it's rated 92%. 1.4 thousand people have it in their want list. 68 people have it in their collection. So yeah, how many was made? I don't know, 250, 100, 500. There couldn't be many made in the world originally. So Zambia. Yeah, I'm not for sure about this band. They look newer. It gives vibes like they're not, but I don't know. Unless that was just the first time on vinyl. Let me scan this one and see what happens. No, yeah, this is something older too. 1977, Zambia, yeah, right here. Oh yeah, this one's tough to get too. None for sale, last sold 250. And then none for sale, last sold. There's two from Zambia originally. Danger, 45,000 volts. That one's 33, so that's a rare record. And I guarantee this is probably pretty tough to get too. This Fela Ransom Cutie. Let's see if I can pull this up with Ginger Baker or Fela. It was originally released in 1971. Let's see here. Spain, South Africa. Well, it was released in the United States too. Okay, so you can get a US of this. Okay, so that was originally as well. All right, so Rebecca takes this record and another Ngozi family, Day of Judgment. I'm going to scan that one as well and see what I can find out about this one. I usually judge some of this based on what originals sell for. You know, for me, if someone's, like I've said before, if someone's willing to spend almost $2,000 for some of these, it's got to be good. Yeah, this one here is just as scarce. I mean, they start at $300 right now. That stuff you're just never going to find in the wild, you know. If you walk in a record shop and you see one, it would be wild because probably most people are going to list it on Discogs or eBay and go ahead and get it sold because it's so rare and expensive. So just finding that kind of stuff is extremely difficult. Or you got record store owners, whenever it comes in, they want to keep it, right? Like some stuff Paul wants to keep or anybody here wants to keep. I have to keep stuff every once in a while. So it's already rare. And then every once in a while we get a copy and it's like, well, that's sold already. And then Janet wants on the Mustafa waiting list with Paul Brothers. Okay. Anybody else? And Rebecca. So 3 people on a waiting list for this. And that Ngozi family still available and can. So cool stuff there. I've got one more crate to knock out of some stuff that had sold. And I got a tag. Okay. I'm going to move this right over here. So it's already hard to find some stuff, but also if it ever comes up for sale, like I said, a lot of stuff enters. If a dealer gets a hold of it, they probably want to keep it. It's so rare and hard to get and such great music. So then you get even a tougher chance to try to find something. But if they don't want it, it's probably going to go online immediately. We try to show everything here. I don't think I've ever not shown a record here first. Even if it's something OG like that, that's $2,000, I'm at least going to show it and let everybody know that we have it, because you never know. We've obtained a large network of customers lately, so. All right, I'm going to go through this crate, and I got to tag a few more things here. Could find some other cool stuff. First thing we have is Suicidal Tendencies. This is Join the Army, Suicidal Tendencies. $38.99. That's new and sealed music on vinyl. I've got one copy of Virgin Steel, Guardians of the Flame, the anniversary edition. Virgin Steel is $34.99. Guardians of the Flame. And then we have a Best of Genesis here. This is called Turn It On Again. This is sold to Tim Graham. Thank you, Tim Graham. That's sold to you. Genesis, Turn It On Again. That is sold to Tim Graham. I have one copy left of Flotsam and Jetsam self-titled, and this is sold to Lonnie Swell. He got this right here, Flotsam and Jetsam self-titled, Bodavasta. Yeah, Brent Ribley just sent that earlier. Yeah, the title's Bodavasta, and I think we have determined he says that word somewhere in the lyrics. There's another Virgin Steel, the anniversary edition, Virgin Steel 1, $34.99. We have two Five Finger Death Punch, essentially a greatest hits. Decade of Destruction Volume 1 and Decade of Destruction Volume 2. One's on red vinyl, one's on blue vinyl. They're $36.99 each. The newest album from Lady Gaga, Mayhem, $44.99. Lady Gaga, Mayhem, and Five Finger Death Punch and Justice for None, $33.99. Holocaust, The Nightcombers, $33.99. Sonny Clark, Cool Struttin', $34.99. And Smashing Pumpkins, this is Pisces Iscariot, Smashing Pumpkins, $34.99. One copy of Elton John Diamonds, that is his greatest hits, newly remastered, 2 LP with etching, Your Song, Rocket Man, Tiny Dancer, $36.99 for Sir Elton. Chris Stapleton Traveler, 2 LP new and sealed, Tennessee Whiskey, Parachute, $39.99. Also, System of a Down Toxicity, Chop Suey, Aerials, new and sealed, $28.99. The Beatles White Album, Stereo Remaster, $49.99. $49.99. And we have Pink Floyd The Wall, $49.99, 2 LP remaster. Justin Garrett, Chris Stapleton Traveler. I just spent the most I have on a white label promo RLZ2. Whoa! That sounds like I'm kind of jealous. I was about to put up another RL here sometime this week. We've got a couple more nice ones. Janet, I know you were a bidder on one of the other ones, so wow, a white label promo RL. That's a pricey record. I'm kind of jealous. Nirvana Nevermind, $36.99. And Michael Jackson Bad, new and sealed, $28.99. The Misfits Earth AD, that's on purple swirl vinyl. The Misfits is $38.99. Also, Slayer South of Heaven. This was sold to Lonnie Swell. That's sold to Lonnie Swell, Sewell. We got Accept, Balls to the Walls, $38.99. Justin Garrett on MJ Bad. And then we have Jerry Cantrell, Degradation Trip. Degradation Trip. This is sealed, new, $44.99, sold to George Ellis. Thank you, George Ellis. That's sold to you. Also, I have Eric Church, Carolina, clear vinyl, Eric Church, Carolina, $29.99. AFI Burials, that's a 2 LP new and sealed. AFI is $34.99. Slayer Divine Intervention, Slayer is $33.99. And then Lady Gaga The Fame, this has Poker Face on it, $39.99 on that one. Oasis Standing on the Shoulder of Giants, silver vinyl, $44.99. The Dickies Balderdash from the Archives, that's something Paul ordered, $33.99. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, that's $33.99. And Stereo Lab Emperor Tomato Ketchup, $38.99. Tracy Songer also wants on that Mustafa waiting list. So I think that's 4 people now. I wish I had a big list of stuff like that. I bet Paul could compile it for me. I bet John knows some stuff like that. Heck, we probably could do it with some other stuff. Laura's probably like, what about me? I probably know some stuff like that too, Chad. But we got to, I need to get a list of like rare and obscure killer funk and just great at garage and psych records and order reissues. Because there'll probably be stuff you will never see OGs of. Or if you do, and somebody knows what they have, it's going to be a couple $1,000s or $500 or maybe even $300. So I need to get a good list like that compiled from Paul and order a bunch of that stuff. I think he does order that stuff anyway. And punk, yeah, rare punk and stuff like that. Just be like, all right, here's a bin of rare reissues. So, all right. Now, the reason I went through all that was posted in our private group, Whole Lot of Records. So, everything's been pulled and everybody got. Yeah, if Seth made a list, it would be Cake and Shania Twain. You're right. Mine would be Led Zeppelin 2. All Led Zeppelin stuff. Okay. Anybody else? If not, let's try to do another discount bin of some sort. I'm about ready for my pimento cheese, but I think we still got a crate of new arrivals possibly on the way soon. So don't forget, we got possibly some new arrival, or not possibly, we do have new arrivals on the way soon. So I wouldn't go anywhere. That would be a very bad decision. But in the meantime, we're going to start showing some more discount bins. I'm at least going to be here. I'm at least going to be up here till when? I'm at least going to be live. It's almost midnight. I'll be here at least for another discount bin. We'll go through Laura's crate, and I'm about to start showing some more 45s, okay? I kind of got into a talking mode there, showing some rare reissues. But first, let's go ahead and do some more buy it nows right now. We have the Dubs, Be Sure My Love, the Harp Tones, the Heartbeats, Bonnie Raitt, Keep This Heart in Mind, Hall & Oates, Head Above Water, Marvin Gaye, You, and I Heard It Through the Grapevine, and we have the Impressions, People Get Ready, and Inner City, What You Gonna Do With My Lovin', okay? This is all $6.99, okay? So we got Inner City, The Impressions, Marvin Gaye, Hall & Oates, Bonnie Raitt, the Heartbeats, the Harp Tones, and the Dubs, okay? Any Funkos. I have John, the newest ones I've had back here I've already shown. I've got John Wick, I've got Charlie Brown, and a couple Yu-Gi-Ohs. That's the newest ones I have back here that hadn't been shown. Hey, here's some New Orleans stuff. I got a lot to do. I need a week off so I can just work. But I'm managing, okay? Brent wants Marvin Gaye. I've never had a first press, no. Never had a first press. That's sold to Brent for $6.99. All right, I'm going to have to try to hunt down a crate. Let me move these over here. Bum, 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 bum. We got enough 45s, we could fill the world's jukeboxes. Not an exaggeration. All right. Let me bring you a new crate. And the reason I said it like that, I just seen a Jethro Tull, let me bring you songs from the wood to make you feel better than you should know. All right. Empty crate upon empty crate. We got records after records. What in here? Maury Soul, Rounder Folk, Story, Shaft, Renaissance. I think I found. All right. This crate is going to be buy it now or best offer. Did you do your taxes? Yes, my accountant did. The impressions. This is sold to Brent Robley. Yes. I pay in early. I make quarterly advance payments. And I still had to pay more in. And then my quarterly advance payments went up by like 40%. So the IRS got a large, unhealthy amount of money from me. So, but I'm not going to jail, okay? I'm paid. But yeah. BB King, live at Cook County Jail. BB King is $29.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. BB King is $29.99.
105 out the door today, 115 counting eBay.
Wow, 105 packages going out today. That's pretty good. I'm going to take a picture of that and the picture from the other day and get that posted. BB King, $29.99. We have Todd Rundgren Acapella, $19.99. Original Hunter Sleeve, Todd Rundgren Acapella. This is a buy it now or best offer bin, $19.99. And Randy Botman Survivor, $19.99. Yeah, what I don't like about paying estimated quarterly payments is I'm paying taxes on money I hadn't even made yet. But if you don't, then you're going to be hit with this massive tax bill at the end of the year. So I've got a pretty good accountant, and it sucks because like I pay money in advance that I hadn't even made yet. So it's like, what in the world? When this business really started growing, we got a good accountant, and he was like, all right, you're going to have to do things a little bit different. He said, listen, for the first time in your life, you're not only not going to get a refund, but you're going to have to start paying the IRS. Of course, I was pretty young, and I was like, all right, just let me know how all this works. Because, as you know, they don't teach you this stuff in school, right? We got Dr. Hook, Sexy Eyes, So Urgent. $6.99 on Foreigner. Hall & Oates, She's a Rich Girl. Culture Club, Do You Really Want to Hurt Me? Donna Summer, Dim All the Lights. Donna Summer on the Radio. And we have Army Training Center, Fort Knox, Kentucky. Basin Training Sounds to Remember. Wow. Fort Knox. A Fort Knox record. Basic Training Sounds to Remember. $6.99 there. $6.99. All right, back up at the top. And first thing we have is Gary Wellman on TR. Actually, first, Gary Wellman offered 15 on Todd Rundgren, sold. Janet got BB King for 22. And then next is Carla Brecky on F for Foreigner. That sold to Carla Brecky for $6.99. And Rebecca Howard on Fort Knox. That sold to Rebecca Howard for $6.99. So we still got Donna Summer, Culture Club, Hall & Oates, and Sexy Eyes. Those are all still available. All right, let's do some more buy it now best offer. I have Zappa Thingfish. This is an 84 promo, $39.99. This is Frank Zappa. It's a promo. It's like a 6-track type deal here. A little bit of damage on the back of the cover, but very interesting. That is $39.99. Don Nix, Living by the Days. Don Nix is $24.99. Gatefold, Electra Records, $24.99. And we have the Ike-ette, Susie, for $6.99. All right. Also, we have James and Bobby Purify. That's on Bell Records, $29.99. James and Bobby Purify, $29.99. Savoy Brown Line Share. This has the die cut, or not die cut, but like gimmick flip open cover, $19.99. $19.99. Fort Knox. My putback fees. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jim B. All right, next auction. I know this. When you start having to pay in tax, you start questioning closely, where is this exactly going? When all of a sudden you get this huge amount and it's like, okay, where is this going? This is when you start trying to question, where's the government spending at? Where's all this money going? This is a buy it now best offer, Ben. Yes, buy it now best offer here. Rockets, Love Transfusion. Rockets is $24.99. We have Satin Chickens, Rhinoceros. Satin Chickens is $29.99. Rhinoceros. And we have Greg Allman, Laid Back. This is a beautiful copy. Earlier tonight, we sold a jukebox single of this record. This is phenomenally nice. I love records when they're just absolutely beautiful like this. Beautiful Greg Allman. That has his own solo version of Midnight Rider, and it has These Days on it. All right, next is Paul Brothers on Zappa. That's sold to Paul Brothers for $30. Thank you. That's sold to you, Paul Brothers. Also, Eric Burden and the band Stop, $29.99. And the Freewheelin' Bob Dylan. This is a 70s press, beautiful, $34.99. And B.B. King, 6 silver strings. Gold stamp promo, Benny King, B.B. King, 6 silver strings, $19.99. And the Allman Brothers at the Fillmore East. Beautiful Capricorn press here. Second label, but extremely nice, $49.99. And then EB 25. EB was Eric Burden. Sell that to Gary Wellman for $25. And then Rich Group Greg Allman was $29.99. $29.99 on that. If you don't pay quarterly, is there a penalty? No penalty, but it kind of helps. You know, you can. And if you pay in more than you're supposed to, you know, you can get a refund. But I had to owe more the last 5 years because thanks to y'all, we keep having better years here. So the better the years keep getting here, every year our estimations on taxes have to go up. So I've been advised as to keep paying in more in advance quarterly. That way I stay ahead of the curve, you know. Otherwise you can get, you know, you don't want to be hit with a bill at the end of the year that's like, gosh, you know, substantial. So Three Dog Night, this is Shambhala. They wore this out at the Masters, not actually at the tournament. But if y'all notice the commercials, the Masters only has what, like maybe 3-5 commercials. One of those commercials had Shambhala. And I was like, man, that's going to make the demand for that song go up because it was being played over and over. You get penalized. Yeah. Yeah. The more money you start making, the more the government wants. So yeah, they take a big chunk of it. What, 40%, 32? It's a lot. They get a big chunk of it. Inner City Good Life. That's $6.99. We have Slade, Oh My, a promo. MC Sean, Left Me Lonely. LaRoe, Make Believe, and Just Us, I Can't Grow Peaches on a Cherry Tree, and I Can Save You. Those are all $6.99. Webster, the Culture Club's already sold. The Greg Allman's called Laid Back, and I also have the Allman Brothers at the Fillmore. So this is a 73 Capricorn original, just beautiful, $29.99. I love his song on here, These Days, the Jackson Browne song. And then you got Allman Brothers here. It's $49.99. Also, I got another. I got BB King. This is $19.99, a gold stamp promo. Still got that. And what was the other thing in here? I still got Bob Dylan. This is a buy it now best offer, Ben. Alex Kane says he'll take the Slade. That's sold to Alex Kane for $6.99. Thank you. Gary Wellman's going to get the Greg Allman for $25. That's sold to Gary Wellman for $25. Also, we have Randy Newman, Little Criminals. This is $19.99. Randy Newman, Little Criminals, original or sleeve, $19.99. Randy Newman, Little Criminals. Also, Otis Redding. Otis Redding, this is $49.99. The complete and unbelievable Dictionary of Soul. It is 180 gram Sunday's reissue, but of course near mint, $49.99. Another BB King. I like this cover. Sorry, I looked up and noticed the glare is really bad. We're going to take care of that tonight, I promise. BB King, Take It Home. $34.99 for BB King. Also, we have The Doors live at the Hollywood Bowl. Yeah, I think I've taken out that. Or it's the light behind me. I don't know. It's one of these lights. I think I'm going to take all the bulbs out and just have lamps around here. Just a bunch of lamps. The Doors at the Hollywood Bowl, $29.99. Todd Rundgren's Utopia, $19.99. And Johnny Winter, Birds Can't Row Boats. Johnny Winter is $19.99. Birds Can't Row Boats, $19.99. Let's go back up to the top, and we have this. Here's a few more buy it nows. I've got Baker Street by Jerry Rafferty. I have Carly Simon and James Taylor, Devoted to You. And Evelyn Champagne King, I don't know if it's right. Those are all $6.99. We got RN. RN was Randy Newman. That's sold to Gary Wellman for $15. Patrick Fu on The Doors for $24. That's sold. And then Oh So You Were Second. It was near mint minus. Johnny Winter. Chris Ridlings, I'll do $15 on that. Actually, we already got an offer for $17. So $17. How about $15? Chris, it's yours for $15. If not, I'll sell it to Mike. And we have Zappa, Zoo Dolores. Zappa's $39.99. Zoo Allures, Frank Zappa. Webster Vance wants Inner City. That was Webster. I think you're slightly behind this right here, but I got you. That's sold to Webster for $6.99. There is a penalty not pay quarter. Okay, that's maybe why he has me pay quarterly payments then. So that's probably why then. So yeah, it's sucks. I pay taxes on money I hadn't even made yet. $15. That is sold to Chris Ridlings. Also, NAS 3. NAS 3's in shrink wrap, $34.99. NAS 3, $34.99. $34.99. Todd Rundgren Band. Beautiful copy here of Uriah Heep Firefly. I remember looking at this one. Just superb vinyl and cover. Uriah Heep is $19.99. Firefly. Pink Floyd, a 75 Jacksonville press of Dark Side of the Moon, $64.99. A 75 Jacksonville, back-to-back, really clean records there. Coco Taylor, live from Chicago. This is $24.99. In an Audience with the Queen, Alligator Records, Coco Taylor, $24.99. And John Mayall, this is called a hardcore package. John Mayall, $26.99. We got Gary Wellman on Uriah Heep. That is sold to Gary Wellman for $15. The McCoys Human Ball. The McCoys is $36.99. Human Ball, very nice. Mercury. And we have the nice Misera's Longa Vita Brevis, $34. That's Keith Emerson, $34.99. We have HSAS Through the Fire, $24.99. And Sean and Hammer, Neil Sean, Jan Hammer, $24.99. Hang white sheets on center over the lights. It should steal the light in the room but stop the glare. That's a great idea. I'll tell you someone else that bothers me. I think it almost gives me a headache. Y'all probably can't see it, but my phone, when I look down at it, right there, see that glare? Most of the time when I'm looking down, that's why I'm constantly like re-angling my phone. It'll fall, and that glare shines sometimes right in my eyes, and I don't think I realize it. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And I'll be staring at it for like an hour, and then I'll close my eyes and it looks like I've been staring into the sun, you know. So Gary Wellman on 22. Well, Stephen, everybody shot down your idea really fast. Fire, fire, fire. John Mayall is sold to Gary Wellman for 22. Stephen's just trying to help. Maybe we can suspend him somehow else. I know what he's talking about because that's like what those like photo studios use. It's like a shield. It covers it like a shield. I know what he's talking about. Stephen's trying to burn the place down. Fire. Okay. All right, let's read those one more time. Let's grab some more 45s right quick. I got a lot of things to fix. Glare, our biggest monster right now is glare. We have a glare problem, okay? Tanner was worried about that originally. He said, if you sell right there, you're going to have a glare, because he worried about it a lot when we were moving back here. Him and Jake did a little test, but where I was originally going to set up, it just never was going to work. We don't have enough space anymore. And he's like, well, just set up wherever you want to. And so I picked right here. And that's what happened. Okay. Okay, let's see here. All right, we got Lionel Richie, Deep River Woman. Background vocals, Alabama. Whitney, I Know, How Will I Know? Genesis, Invisible Touch. And Wayne Chung, Live and Die in L.A. Those are all $6.99. Defuse the lights. And a light diffuser. I'm liking these ideas. It seems bright to me back here. It'd be bright, nice if the light was just where it needed to be, right? Just right where we wanted it. That was a great vintage bin. Let me try to find either like a new Laura crate, like a buy it now best offer type deal, or maybe another vintage crate like that, because that's a good one. I was going to read through them one more time. Randy Bachman, Don Nix, the Ikettes, James and Bobby, Savoy Brown, Rockets, Rhinoceros, Bob Dylan, Allman Brothers, B.B. King, Otis Redding, B.B. King, Todd Rundgren, Zappa, Nas, Pink Floyd, Coco Taylor, The Nice, The McCoys, HSAS, and Sean and Hammer. All right, let's see what else we can get into, folks. Let's see what else we can get into. All right. Where's everybody watching from tonight? Where's the, what's the word? Not the bird. Let me see. I've got a feeling there's got to be a crate. I bet there's some sealed stuff somewhere we've only gone through once or maybe twice. There's got to be somewhere. Some of this looks really familiar, though. Mazzy Peters, Courtney Marie Andrews. A lot of new sealed stuff here. That Bastille. I don't know. I can't remember if we've gone through it a second time for offers. I know we've gone through it. All right, that's vintage. That's vintage. Nothing wrong with that. Just trying to mix it up a little bit here. I think I've already asked locations once tonight, but what's in this bin here? Is this metal type stuff? High on Fire? Skull Fist, Mammoth, Riot. There's some cool stuff in here. It looks like mostly metal, but I mean, nothing wrong with that, right? It could be some other stuff. I can't hardly get to it. Let me move some stuff around. And let me put this up here. There's a random copy of Abbey Road just laying on the floor. I tell you what, if we don't sell a lot of this right now, it'll be a great crate to go through on Thursday night. So you might want to take advantage. Let me move this one off the table. Any more Disney? Also, you asked for Elvis posters earlier. Not that I can go to immediately. Actually, Laura's bringing a crate right now, she said. She's here. She has a crate. All right, we got new arrivals. That's fantastic. Let me move this crate. Let's try not to trip over the Laura crate. And I'm going to put these right here. And here we go. So we got new arrivals, folks. That's good. And then we might go through that other crate after this. So let's do it. We have a Laura crate sticker giveaway. So here we go. Let's see here. Aren't you Nashville? We're just east of Nashville. Yeah. We're just east of Nashville. Let's see what Laura's produced here. Laura crate, and here we go. Viewers in Ohio, Tennessee, Chicago, Bed, Times Square, Dallas, Fort Worth, The Couch. All right. Here we go. New arrival, sticker price. The sticker is just a classic Laura crate sticker. First record. Steely Dan Asia. A 1977 U.S. Santa Maria original. Original under sleeve. VG Plus 1999. Steely Dan Asia. That is available. It's a buy it now. These are all new arrivals, sticker price. Tenor Madness. Sonny Rollins Quartet. A 1984 U.S. reissue. VG condition $17.99. With Red Garland, Paul Chambers, John Coltrane. Empty Matt gets Asia. That's sold to Empty Matt. The OJ's Backstabbers. An original. EX edition $17.99. Oh, almost forgot. Empty Matt, I always forget. Empty Matt gets the Laura crate hop sticker. Asia. Awesome. Classic album. Them Changes. Buddy Miles. VG Plus condition $14.99. Them Changes. Buddy Miles. And The Dramatics. A Dramatic Experience. What a cover. VG minus condition $9.99. The Dramatics. It is VG minus. Michael Butler on the OJs. That's sold to Michael Butler. I don't think I've really done much all night with this, but when I was walking around over here earlier, I did find a little stack of some New Orleans singles. I don't know if Teresa's or Craig or whoever's watching, but I've got some to run here just to keep things a little interesting back here on the auction block. Here is the first one. What a bizarre one to begin with. Delusion Valley, Ko-Sho Chew. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And then we have the Cynics, Turn Me Loose, and You've Never Had It Better. That's a $5 start. Okay? Next is King Crimson, Three of a Perfect Pair. Nice. King Crimson, original under sleeve, VG condition, $14.99. Rebecca's in on both at 5 and 5. I don't know why I hadn't been selling them the last like 2 hours. Sometimes I forget. I don't get reminded. We could have been selling New Orleans records the last 2 hours. Y'all got to remind me. William Drugovich, Rebecca, Jim. If y'all don't see New Orleans stuff up, let me remind me. I was kind of running low tonight, but I can produce some. Yusef Lateef is EX edition, $37.99. We could have already sold a whole nother box. This is $37.99. This is a 69 U.S. Presswell original, Yusef Lateef. Sly and the Family Stone. Boy, that's one you don't see as often. A Whole New Thing. A 1970 U.S. reissue, VG++/EX, $17.99. Sly. Now, if I would have glanced at that originally, I thought that was OG on that Yellow Epic label, but it's probably a second pressing. $17.99. $17.99. And we have Procol Harum, a wider shade of pale. It's actually VG $14.99, or it's actually called self-titled. It's VG $14.99. Good point. I probably need to flip that over. Michael Butler on Sly and the Family Stone. That's sold to Michael Butler. The Cynics has a bid for 9 with William Drugovich. Also, we have the Ohio Players. Speaking of naughty covers, VG Plus, $12.99. The Ohio Players Honey. Gracious. $12.99. VG Plus condition. William Drugovich has the Cynics for 9, final call. And this bizarre one here, Rebecca has that for 5. That's a final call. Delusion Valley. Nice. The Best of Jethro Tull. Has a Chrysalis promo sticker on the front. EX edition, $22.99. And we have Aerosmith, Draw the Line. EX condition, $22.99. It does have the original on her sleeve. $22.99 for Aerosmith. Draw the Line. Steve Miller Band, Abra Cadabra. VG Plus condition, $12.99 for Abra Cadabra. And Warden Zevon, that's his self-titled debut. And it has a photo insert. VG Plus, $19.99. MT Matt on Aerosmith. That's sold to MT Matt. We have Walter Becker and Donald Fagen, the early years. Wow, that's pretty cool. That's Steely Dan, of course. I've never seen this. Huh. EX 179. Sorry, you can tell when I get interested in something, I get really quiet. Thomas Clark, yes. Errol, did I answer your question? I'm sorry, Thomas. King Crimson is still available. And if it's yours, it's yours. Or if you want it, it's yours. That's sold to you. All right, and this is sold to Adam Bernardi. I might have to give this a listen tonight. I feel like I had a bootleg one time with some of this stuff on it. Steep calculation, Mock Turtle, Walter Beck. Interesting. All right, that's sold to Adam Bernardi. This is sold, the Cynics is sold for 9 to William Drugovich, and Delusion Valley is sold for 5 to Rebecca. Let me go get another handful. This one's just an empty sleeve. I'm going to put it right over here. And then we have Jack Earls. Let's put that up for a $5 start. Let me bring all that a little bit closer to me over here so we can run some more, okay? And here is this. For, actually, is that what we want to do? Yeah, let's do this one. Here's the Hip Shakes. All right. $5 start, the Hip Shakes. All right, okay, all right, and In the Summer and Never No More. $5 start on that. Ton of boots. That's what I thought. Yeah, I have about 20 or 30 Steely Dan bootlegs. In my collection. I bought a lady, someone of a local lady. She was a huge fan. And at one time, I know this is hard to imagine because Steely Dan has what, like 7 albums? But she had over 100 Steely Dan LPs. That's how many different pressings she had, foreign imports, different cuts, different, issues. She had over 100 Steely Dan LPs. That would be like 2.5 crates full of Steely Dan records. You're like, how do you attain, a band that just has, but she had boots, she had foreign pressings, and that was like 15 years ago, and I kept my favorite ones. I'll end up listening to everything before I sold it. That's back when basically I was just selling online like eBay and doing flea markets. And so before I sold something, I pretty much listened to it to make sure before. I didn't have the luxury today where like I've got thousands of records coming in every month I can pick and choose from. It was like I had a certain amount, so. But man, she had so much Steely Dan. She bought everything on eBay, imported it from Germany, imported it overseas. There's no telling how much money she had invested. Alex Chilton, High Priest. Alex Chilton, EX 1799. But she had to move, and I was real good friends with her. She worked at a store I went to a lot, another collectible store, and a card shop, a sports card shop, and I ended up buying her collection. So, next is School's Out. This is 45 Grave, a goth record. VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus $14.99. Alex Chilton, High Priest. I just want to say that again. Alex Chilton, High Priest, EX $17.99. And Humble Pie. Man, I was just, ooh. Man, Laura's put some cool stuff out. A 1970 UK original, which is a gatefold textured cover. Dang it. What a nice record. This is so good. Shoot. Next is Foo Fighters Wasting Light. VG Plus. You can tell there's stuff in here that like I'm borderline would have kept. Foo Fighters is VG Plus $19.99. This stuff is so cool. Some of this in here I've seen tonight. This is George Porter Jr. of the Meters. VG Plus $12.99. And Alan Toussaint from A Whisper to a Scream, an 85 UK EX $27.99. So we put up the Hip Shakes and Jack Earls. Hip Shakes got a bid for $5, Earl $5. Chris Ridling's on School's Out. That was the goth record. William Dragovich put 45.45. That was for the goth record, right? Yeah. So William second, Thomas third, Holmes fourth. Adam, you're first on Humble Pie. It's VG Plus. That first song is so good. Live With Me. If you want it, Adam, it's yours. If not, MT Matt, then Alex Kane. Adam Bernardi on Alan Toussaint. Adam Bernardi on Alan Toussaint. Darren Johnson on Foo Fighters. Or as Christopher Walken says, Foo Fighters. Hold on a minute. No, he goes, Foo Fighters. No, I can't say it. Hold on a minute. I got to get it like Christopher Walken. Let me reset my brain. I can't do it right now. That is so to Adam Bernardi. I think y'all know what I'm talking about. J.J. Kell, when he had to introduce them, on Saturday Night Live. He introduced Foo Fighters. J.J. Kell, VG Condition, $14.99. William Dragovich gets this one for $5, Hip Shakes, and Jack Earls for $5. Those are both sold to William Dragovich. Foo Fighters. Yeah, you got to kind of emphasize Foo Fighters like Christopher Walken. If you don't do it right, it just don't sound right. I think he asked Dave Grohl, like, how do you say it backstage? And Dave was like, it's just called Foo Fighters. And then he introduced them live that night, and he really put the emphasis on Foo. Or maybe it's Fighters. I don't know. Mike Allspaw, did he put it on Fighters? Okay, that's what I'm messing up. I'm trying to do it on Foo. J.J. Kell sold to Mike Allspaw. Still going through new check condition stuff. Hey, Thin Lizzy. This one's EX $27.99. EX $27.99. Bad Reputation. Queen, A Night at the Opera. EX $22.99. EX $22.99. That was a reissue. Stone the Crows. I don't recall seeing that one. Teenage Licks. VG $9.99. Empty Mat on Thin Lizzy. Big Star, wow. 2009 US EX edition, $17.99. And the last check condition record is Greg Allman and his woman. That's Greg Allman and Cher. And that's a 77 US Los Angeles original. EX edition, $32.99. EX edition, $32.99. John Mayall, A Sense of Place, a 1990 US original in shrink wrap, $24.99 on John Mayall. That's a later one you don't see as often. Big Star sold to Thomas Clark. Teal review on Allman and Cher. Next, now we're going to start the rest of the bin. These are non-check condition, okay? These are higher grade records. This is an 83 UK original, Irma Thomas. Time is on my side. Irma Thomas is $29.99. The Neville Brothers, Fi You on the Bayou. The Neville Brothers is $19.99. Mike Ospaw on John Mayall. In case you didn't know, we're going through a new arrivals bin, a Laura crate, late tonight. I did bring up some more 45s. Let's go ahead and introduce another one. King Kerosene. It's a 3-track King Kerosene. Cool picture sleeve with that one, or sleeve. And the Sacred Sailors. This is a $5 start. The Sacred Sailors, $5 start. What do you mean when you say last condition? So this is, we have check condition and non-check condition, or no condition notes. Check condition record, if these will stay up, check condition is all graded. So for example, this Crows that Chris Ridland's asking about, we've graded it VG. We've cleaned it and graded it. By the way, mastered by Bob Ludwig. That is called Teenage Leaks. It's a gatefold, polydoor, really cool sleeve. The other stuff is non-check condition, and it saves us a lot of time, and it saves y'all a lot of curiosity, because the rest of the stuff is all really high grade. EX or better. It's technically EX plus or better, because we start check condition at EX. We start check condition at EX. So my grading is like mint, mint minus, near mint minus, EX plus, EX, and then VG plus. So to me, a non-check condition record would be one that you don't have to worry about the grade. If you're buying it right here live and you want to know what kind of condition you're getting, you don't even have to worry about it if I say non-check condition. That means it's going to be really clean and really nice. Now, we're talking about the vinyl. If I see something wrong with the cover, they usually note it, or I can visually see it, obviously, and y'all can see it. If it's something hidden, we make a note. For example, this has tape on the cover, but a tough record to get, a bizarre one to see on Rare Earth, Love Sculpture, and that's called Blues Helping. $19.99 on that. Chris Ridlings doesn't want the Crows. How do they clean their records? They use distilled water, Dawn dish soap, isopropyl alcohol. They mix it up. I think John squirts it right on the record. I think Paul may squirt it on the cleaning cloth, but they just isopropyl, Dawn dish soap, isopropyl alcohol, and distilled water. And these things shine like a new penny. We have Brown Sugar, Clyde King. I mean, look how nice. These records are beautiful. $14.99. Sacred Sailors has bids for 6 and 6 and 6. William Dragovich. Let's see. Rebecca has King for 6. William, you're out. Yeah, and this is at 6 with William, and that's a final call. Now, I recommend eventually, don't put a lot of soap. It's just like a little cap of soap. It's like alcohol cut with water and just a little bit of soap. Yeah, good catch there. Don't put a lot of soap in there. You don't want these things sudsy. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. But I eventually recommend getting an ultrasonic. We do ultrasonically clean some. He had it back there today running it. So some of these that John puts out, he ultrasonically, but I always thought you use an ultrasonic to me to like take a really nice record and make it better. You know, like a brand, like even you can clean brand new vinyl and they're dirty. These brand new records they come out of the sleeves dirty. But John takes like sometimes really low grade records and we can ultrasonically clean them and then hand clean them. And we can really bring stuff up to where we can put it out for sale. That typically looks like it's ruined, you know, like a dirty record. We'll hand clean it, ultrasonically clean it, hand clean it again. Especially stuff that's worth putting out, like, you know, rare stuff. Jeff Beck's 1999, it does have some condition. It does have a condition problem on the back. That is a later label, but a classic Jeff Beck. Speaking of iconic artwork, what is that, a Magritte, or however you say his name? 1999, that's like a, yeah, La Chambre d'Encanté by Rene Magritte. What is that, a $20 million painting? 1999 for Jeff Beck, Beckola. I have no idea what this is. October, or excuse me, I almost said October. It's Otoboke Beaver, Super Champion. Purple and White Stardust, $29.99. So King is sold to Rebecca for $8, and the Sacred Sailors is sold to William Dragovich for $6. But I do suggest looking into an ultrasonic of some sort. It don't have to be a super expensive one, but it's amazing how clean, more clean they can make records. Especially if you're just talking about not visually, but sound playback. Because, like I said, you can open up these brand new records, put 10 in an ultrasonic and clean it, and there's dirt and grime in the water. Drain is $24.99. There is a note from Laura. It's a hardcore record, and Laura loves Drain. $24.99, 2-heart rating. Now we have Stephen Riley on this record here. The Jeff Beck, the particular pressing. I know it's not OG. The pressing plant, Pittman. It looks like it's a mid-70s Pittman press. Darren Johnson on Drain. That's sold to Darren Johnson. Radio City Big Star. A 2011 US, another big star. This is Radio City, $19.99. The Record Company Play Loud, $14.99. It's amazing. Like if you take a thumb and just make a smudge on a record and you put in an ultrasonic cleaner, it won't get that smudge off. It's cleaning down in the grooves. It's taking the water and it's shaking it and it's taking everything out of the grooves. You still got to hand clean them and dry them to get like oil and smudges off the surface. Because I've had some where like, I'm like, well, I'm about to clean them and I'm still got my fingerprints on the edges and I've cleaned them and I've took them out. And even though they've been ultrasonically cleaned, you can still see like a smudge from your fingerprint from your, you know, the oil in your hand. So you still got to clean them pretty good by hand, but just make sure it's after ultrasonic so stuff's not being pressed down into the grooves. William Dragovich, second on Drain. Los Lobos, Native Sons. Coke bottle clear vinyl with an etched D-side. Los Lobos is $19.99. We also have Blue Cheer, What Doesn't Kill You. I've never seen that, must be later. $29.99 with an etched D-side. Oh, it's music on vinyl. Wow, look at that etching for Blue Cheer. See if y'all can pick up on that. It's sometimes impossible to handle a record without, you know, touching the edges. I mean, y'all watch me do it all night. I try my best. Obviously, I'm never going to put my finger, like, right there. But I sometimes have to get it out. You got to pinch the edge of it. So when I'm cleaning, I usually take a rag and really, you know, make sure I get the edge really good. Because so many probably oils have been on there from different people's hands. Mick Ronson, Slaughter on 10th Avenue. Mick Ronson is $19.99. We have The Natural Soul of Lou Donaldson, Tommy Turrentine, Grant Green plays on here. It's an 86 US, $29.99. Lou Donaldson. Here's our next singles. We got the Shakin' Pyramids, Just a Memory. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And we have Aaron Ruth. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Aaron Ruth. Those are our next two singles. $5 starts. Nazareth, Expect No Mercy. Nazareth is $24.99. Nazareth is $24.99. And then how much was Blue Cheer? Was Blue Cheer the purple version? No, Blue Cheer's on black vinyl. Blue Cheer's on black vinyl. It's $29.99, Rebecca. Thomas Clark wants Big Star. I was waiting for somebody to get that. Also, we have Lyle Lovett, Pontiac and Shrink and Hop sticker. Excuse me, it's sealed. It's not just in shrink, it's sealed. Lyle Lovett's $24.99. Also, Weather Report, Mr. Gone. Weather Report is $14.99. And we have the Best of Art Tatum. This is $14.99. And Boy Genius, The Rest. Boy Genius is sealed on metallic gold vinyl for $14.99. Next is Rebecca Howard on Blue Cheer, Donaldson and Irma. Adam, because these are sticker price, I'm going to go ahead and leave, or because these are new arrivals, I'm going to go ahead and leave these sticker price, okay? I think I'm going to show this crate again tomorrow early, probably along with the other Laura stuff. If I hadn't posted in the group, I may take offers then, or if not, the next time I show these, I'll discount them. But if you want them for sticker, they're yours. But because they are technically new arrival, I know it's weird showing sticker price pre-owned at almost 1 a.m., but they are new arrivals. Okay, I feel like that crate's worthy of another read-through too. And the Shakin' Pyramids does have a bid for $5. That's a final call. And Aaron Ruth is a final call to get a bid in on $5. Great crate. I feel like I can analyze these a little bit closer now. We have Tenor Madness, Sonny Rollins Quartet. That is an 84 US reissue, VG condition, $17.99. Prestige. Also, Them Changes, Buddy Miles, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Original Red Mercury label. Some pressings, I can tell you, it's the first label. That doesn't necessarily mean it may be the first pressing. Typically on records like that, it probably will be. Like me, I've always been kind of a first label collector, especially before I started using Discogs. I knew what the labels were supposed to look like. I'm just kind of looking for the first label. Some people actually want the matrix that comes back to the first press. The Dramatics is VG minus $9.99. What an interesting cover for like a soul album. I mean, we're talking about the Dramatics here. From Volt, a historically known, soul R&B label, and they've got a cover that looks like it would be on an obscure psych or prog album. The Dramatics, it is VG minus $9.99. I always thought that was such a bizarre cover for a band like the Dramatics on Volt. Yusef Lateef is a 69 US Presswell original. EX condition, $37.99. Yusef, EX, $37.99. Procol Harum, this is the original, at least the correct label, and it looks like it is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's even dated, 8/9/67. That has a wider shade of pale on it. VG, $14.99. William Dragovitz gets Shakin' Pyramids for $5. Aaron Ruth is $5 if anybody wants that. The Ohio Players Honey, VG plus $12.99 on the Ohio Players. The Best of Jethro Tull, Musicians Union. That's EX for $22.99. The Best of Jethro Tull. Steve Miller Band, Abracadabra, VG plus $12.99, Steve Miller Band. We are about to go through a buy it now best offer bin. Probably going to be the last one of the night. Warren Zevon is VG Plus $19.99. And Alex Chilton, High Priest. Alex is EX Edition $17.99. George Porter Jr. of the Meters, running partner, VG Plus $12.99. Mike Owen on SM for Steve Miller. Abracadabra. That's sold. Also, we got Queen, A Night at the Opera. EX Edition $22.99. Adam Bernardi does want the Pro Call Harem. We've about filled up a bin over here. I'm about to have to swap out. Time is on my side. Irma Thomas, $29.99. $29.99 for Irma Thomas. The Neville Brothers, Fi You on the Bayou. That's $19.99. Brown Sugar featuring Clyde King. There is some cover damage on the bottom. It's on the Chelsea label. $14.99. And there's Jeff Beck again. All shook up. $19.99. Beckola. Thank you, Michael Butler, as always. See you tomorrow. The Record Company, Play Loud. At least I hope to see you tomorrow. $14.99. I know you'll be here. We have Los Lobos Native Sons. $19.99. Mick Ronson, Slaughter on 10th Avenue. Now, Mick Ronson, that was Bowie's guitarist. Wait a minute. Yeah. At one point, I'm pretty sure that's who that is. Mick Ronson, for any of the Bowie fans. The Natural Soul, Lou Donaldson, $29.99. Nazareth, Expect No Mercy, $24.99. La Love It is sealed for $24.99. The Best of Art Tatum, $14.99. And Boy Genius, sealed $14.99. Can you possibly order Sammy John's Chevy van on 45? Can I order it? No. Do I have it? Very much a possibility. Those records like that aren't being made anymore. But I probably have it. Here is the Surfing Wombats. The Surfing Wombats from the forthcoming LP, Dr. Satan's House of Terror. $5 start. Surfing Wombats. And then, oh no. Here's a bundle of more stuck together records. Oh, we might can fix some of them. There we go. Are these warped though? Oh no. Yeah, that's warped. That one's really warped. That one's warped. Orange, tangled. These are really stuck together. That's warped. Warped. And very warped. Oh my gosh. I'm sure there's still interest. These always still sell. People will maybe try to fix them, work with them, whichever. Possibly still play them, but I don't know. A couple of those I wouldn't. The arm's going to jump right off of them. So we'll say all that together, and I'll put in a good one. I'll put in Aaron Ruth. That way you at least know you're getting one playable record. The rest of them's going to have to take some work. $5 start. So that's for that bundle. I don't know. I mean, you're going to have to do some work, or they're unfixable. I don't know. Screaming Wombats has a bid for $5. Beck was $19.99. Oh, so $19.99. Vocal Extraordinaire Rod Stewart Ron Wood on guitar, Nicky Hopkins on piano, Tony Newman on drums, and Jeff Beck also on guitar. Obviously, Beck Ola. So bundle $5, and Screaming Wombats has a bid for $5. All right, let me swap out crates. We have filled up another one. That's fantastic. We've sold a lot of 45s tonight, though. This is just our 6th crate of sold records tonight, but we have sold a ton of 45s again. Let me walk in here and see what stack we're on. Yeah, those aren't bundle stacks either. These are all pretty much individually. So, Oso said he'll take Beck. All right. And I was going to try to run through this crate. So, you know, I try to start the shows at 5 so I can go from 5 to 1. That's kind of my plan nowadays. If I start later, we'll have a little extra time. And, of course, I used to do part 2s and go really late. I want to do those eventually, maybe certain days of the week, especially Friday and Saturday nights, especially Saturday nights. But usually by then, everybody's like beat to death. So, you know, just so everybody knows, kind of our schedule now is like from 5 to 1. But if I don't start till 5:30, we'll be on here till 1:30. I try to do 8 hours every night. I've learned that's kind of my peak for me. After that, I get a little loopy, and it just becomes not as efficient in all aspects. So, just so everybody's familiar with our schedule nowadays. That's our schedule nowadays. Try to start at 5, and if we do, I'll go to 1. But if I don't get started till, you know, 5:30, I might be on here till 1:30. But that keeps me where I have time to order vinyl after the sales and get stuff done here, and then try to have enough time to sleep and be back where I'm rested and be back here in enough time for the next sale, because we do this 6 days a week. And if I do coins, I'm here 7 days a week doing it. I think this is a lot of metal. I don't know. It looks like it. And I figure this would be a great crate to go through. If not, you may see it again on Thursday night. So we'll see what happens. Speaking of posters, I got a ton right here next to me. But if we get into, I got to get a little bit better prepared, you know, next time we do posters. So, Rebecca, you did get outbid on the Surfing Wombats. So Jim B has it for 6. And You Will Know Us by the Trail of the Dead. Bleed Here Now. This is sealed on blue vinyl for $19.99. Indie retail exclusive on Whirlpool colored vinyl. That's $19.99. And You Will Know Us by the Trail of the Dead. I've got 2 copies of High on Fire, Cometh the Storm, limited edition hot pink and brown galaxy colored vinyl, sealed for $34.99. I'm going to make this bundle a buy it now for $5. I'm sorry all those are warped, but you at least get 1 record out of there. $5 on the bundle if anybody wants those. Autopsy, Ashes, Organs, Bloods, and Crypts, Ashes Vinyl Edition. Autopsy is sealed for $24.99. I've got 3 of those. And I've got 3 copies of The Abyssal Plane. And this is by Dryad, D-R-Y-A-D. And this is on glow-in-the-dark vinyl. They are sealed, and they're $24.99. This is best offer. Let's get these sold, okay? This is a best offer bin. These are I'm ready to sell them crate, okay? Bundle is sold to Oso for $5. I'm always pretty tight on the new arrivals because it's brand new stuff. You know, the way I see it, they've been in a collection for years, and they just went out for sale. Not really ready to discount them, but stuff after we go through, you know, we're ready to discount. Autopsy 20, sold, no problem. That's sold to Classy Lonnie for $20. Surfing Wombats is sold to Jim B for $8. I also have Intro Knot, Fluid Existential Inversions, sealed on green vinyl for $24.99. Skull Fist, paid in full. Skull Fist is sealed. Orange, red, black marble vinyl, $24.99. Atomic Fire label, limit of 500. Let me go get some more singles over here. All right, we have the Sect, SECT. Oh man, that's warped too. That's warped. This one's been wet. I mean, it's fine, but it's been wet. I'm going to put it back there too, just because it's been wet. Okay, that should be fine. It's sealed. Tennessee Rumblers. It's never been opened. Right here worries me, but I think that's just a sleeve. Yeah. Looks pretty flat to me. Tennessee Rumblers, $5 start. And Hal Peters and his trio. That's also sealed for a $5 start. Skull Fist is sold to Classy Lonnie Metal for $20. Thank you. Also, Mammoth 2, Wolfgang Van Halen. That is on yellow vinyl. Mammoth 2. That is sealed for $24.99. I've also got 4 copies of Kraft, F-U-C-K, The Universe. Crystal Clear and Black Marble double vinyl. Limited to 450, $34.99. Regina's in on the Tennessee Rumblers at $5. Hal Peters is also a $5 start. I have Riot Fire Down Under. Riot is on orange marble vinyl for $29.99. Riot Fire Down Under, $29.99. I've got three of those. Personaphone, I believe. Metatonia, sealed for $29.99. And let's see. Did I move something? Okay, never mind. High on Fire for $25. Talks of Ravens. How much were these marked? $34.99. I will sell this to you for $28. I will sell this to you for $28. That was marked $34.99. $34.99. That was High on Fire. Yes. $34.99. I'll do $28 for it. Talks with Ravens. Okay, and then Pat Fratt wants a copy of Riot. Those were $29.99. Sell that to him. Thank you. Talks of Ravens wants a High on Fire for $28. Does anybody else want one? Does anybody else want one? All right. Also, I have May, composed by James Luckett. First ever vinyl release. Random colored vinyl, sealed, $29.99. Tomb, Terror Wins. That's sealed for $19.99. And Periphery, Cobalt with White Splatter. Degent is not a genre. That is sealed on blue and white vinyl for $29.99. Also, Horndal, Lake Drinker, sealed on rust-colored vinyl, $19.99. Tennessee Rumbler, sold to Regina for $5. If anybody wants Hal Peters, I'll do that for a buy it now for $5, and I'll throw in the Warped Sect and the Water Damage Barn Stompers. All that for $5. Also, we have Blasphemous Purifaction, Prelude to Perversion. We're getting into some of those very complex metal titles where they brought out their dictionaries and their thesauruses to come up with all these words, all these words like blasphemous putrefaction, prelude to perversion. Seriously into the dictionaries to get some of these words. Ulthar. Here's another one. Anthronomenoncon. Unopened, $29.99. These three are sold to William Drogovich for $5. Some of these words, I'm like, what? Where did they come up with this? Winnie the Pooh. This is sealed for $24.99. Blood and Honey. Tickets for Doomsday. Heavy psychedelic funk and soul ballads. Sealed for $21.99. And we have Is Sean After. $19.99. I guess if you're into metal, or if you have a band at all, at this point you're trying to find words. You're trying to find words that no one's ever used before, especially for a band name. So like when you Google it, or you're trying to find out, nobody else has that name. So some of these get wild. Like, I mean, I don't, Persenophone, Metatonia. They're definitely, they got to be digging deep, because some of the stuff I'm like, what is going on here? And of course, the logos is a whole different story, Manonia. Actually, that says Metanonia, I think. A Greek word meaning changing one's mind. See? A Greek word meaning changing one's mind. A theology. Yeah, they're into some deep stuff here. And then Persefone. The band's name is derived from Persenophone, which is a Greek. Where does this come from? It's a more Greek here. Greek mythology. Who is she? The daughter of Zeus. The daughter of Zeus. The daughter of Zeus is sealed for $29.99. Persephone. Persephone. Exactly. Persephone. Also known as Kor or Cora, the daughter of Zeus and Demeter. She became queen of the underworld after her abduction by her uncle Hades, the king of the underworld, who would later also take her into marriage. So her uncle abducted her and married her. John Dodd said he would do it for $22. Sold. Maybe we should start looking up more band names and finding out what they mean. Some of them I would get pretty scary. I have another one of those, by the way. If anybody else wants a Persephone. What was that other one I just looked up? Periphery. I'm going to do a Google search for some of these. Periphery. Band. Does it have any other significance? Outside boundary. That makes, I guess now that I've heard it that way, you think of like a outside boundary, periphery. That makes sense. But now that I've heard it like that, I know what that means, but I didn't know if it had any other significance. Periphery. Okay. Now we go back. Let's see what happened. Chad and the Greek gods. Okay, classic. And then Darren Ray wants a Riot. Let's sell one of those to Darren Ray. I'm trying to increase my knowledge here, not only about these words, but also like, Because I've always been intrigued, like, how did they come up with this? The band's Home Village. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's the name of their band. That's the name where they're from in Sweden. They're from Horndal. See, to me, that sounded like some kind of dementic term, but it's where they're from in Sweden, Horndal. Horndal is where they're from. Looks like a very small village in Sweden, 1,114 inhabitants. Anything else? Ulthar? Sounds familiar, but I'm just, just messing around right now. Altar sounds like altar. Encyclopedia. Wow, there's a website. Look at this. There's a website called Encyclopedia Metallum, the Metal Archives, and it tells you about words and what they mean. I need to spend some time on there. Okay? I need to spend some time on there because Ulthar is another village in the mythos of H.P. Lovecraft. There you have it. Sounds like they've also got into they've had to dive deep into some probably science fiction to come up with some of these names. Get into some science fiction and Greek mythology. Swedish home villages. All right, does anybody have any last request? I don't have to look up autopsy. I know what that means. Does anybody have any last request? If not, the Facebook feed only has about 20 more minutes anyway. And then if you're watching on Facebook, you're going to get disconnected because that only allows us 8 hours. We've been live streaming 8 hours selling records. It's been very successful. Does anybody else want anything else in that bin? If not, let me know. We got we got another show, of course, tomorrow. Laura's already sent me auctions for tomorrow. Let's see what she sent me. She's already sent me pictures for tomorrow's auctions. Rush, Funkadelic, Bo Diddley, Funkadelic, BB King. I think that's another Dukes of Stratosphere. Electric Plumes, Funkadelic, Robert Johnson, David Bowie, Rod Stewart, John Prine, Doors, David Bowie, The Autumn Store, Herbie Hancock, John Lee Hooker, Small Faces, 13-4 Elevators, Marvin Gaye, Big Star, NXS, Buckingham Nicks with a promo sticker, U2, James Brown, Horace Silver. Boy, I know that band. Who is that? Oh, man. That's not the Dickies. Who is that? Is it the Dickies? I forgot who that is. Talking Heads, Lightning Hopkins, Rolling Stones, Wolfman Dracula, Skinner Monk, Jerry Reed, Juicy Lucy, and Chocolate Watch Band. Flaming Groovies, thank you. Flaming Groovies, yeah, that's right. Flaming Groovies. That's right. That makes sense now. And Classy Lonnie Metal wants a per... Oh, boy, I'll never be able to say that right without having to see it. This is sold for $22 Persephone. Persephone. That is sold to Classy Lonnie Metal, okay? And, there was a couple more questions. Hold on a second. Kurt Vile, and then the price on tickets to Doomsday. That was sealed for $21.99. Lucas, Kurt Vile's $20. And then do you ever get Childish Gambino? I can order some for you. And Brian Elkins, if you ever want to make a purchase with us, says thank you and welcome. But yeah, Lucas, I have at least one Kurt Vile left, maybe two, if you want it for 20. This is sold to Chris for 15. Does anybody else want the other one for $15? And then what was May? May was right here. M-A-Y. May, composed by James Luckett. First ever vinyl release, 2 LP. Is this a soundtrack? Yeah, the original motion picture soundtrack. Random colored vinyl. Lucas, the Kurt Vile was already marked down. It was $24.99, and we sold one last night and one today for 20. So I probably need to keep those at 20 to be fair to everybody else. And then albums by Hellung. I've never heard of that myself. Hellung. I can see if I can order some, but that's new to me. And then which album? Are you talking about Tickets to Doomsday? And let me find that Kurt Vile for you then before it gets buried and lost tonight. Let's see. That's new stuff from tonight. We only had one crate of new vinyl. The new vinyl from tonight, I still got the new Mars Volta, LL Cool J's Greatest Hits, the new Bootsy Collins, Rat, Garbage, Social Distortion, Wasp, and Godsmack. Now, if some of that triggers your interest, I can show them right quick. It's tonight's newest records. That Kurt Vile should be right in here. There's Kendrick Lamar, To Pimp a Butterfly. Still can't believe no one even made an offer on that. I hope I have a Kurt Vile left. That's why I want to look right now. I know we got down to not many. It should be in this last crate, though. Yep, you lucky. One copy left. One copy left. That's sold for $20. Okay. And then the albums in here was Tickets for Doomsday, May, Ulthar, Ishan, Winnie the Pooh, Blasphemous Pure Faction, Horndal, Periphery, Tomb, Riot, there's one left, $29.99, Craft, Mammoth, Skullfist, Intro Knot, Dryad, Autopsy, High on Fire, and You Will Know Us by The Trail of the Dead. I've still got a sealed new copy of To Pimp a Butterfly for $34.99. I still got one new sealed copy, and it was in a buy it now or best offer bin, which honestly, if I think I had to stock this, it would be like $10 or $12 more, but $34.99. And Janet said she'll take it. All right. And then is the Mammoth Eddie Van Halen's kid. Yeah, this is Wolfgang Van Halen. Mammoth is $24.99. Yellow vinyl. All right. Anybody else? Sorry, I'm already getting distracted on my phone. I hadn't looked at my phone really in like 8 hours, so I'm kind of distracted now. And I got my Master shirt on. I don't think y'all can see it. There's my Master shirt, straight from Augusta, Georgia. I didn't really want to wear it to work because these are so expensive and nice, but I thought if I don't wear it now, I never will. All right, see y'all tomorrow. Same time, same place, as somebody just said earlier. I'll be here at 5 o'clock, and we'll do this again for another whatever it takes to get a bunch of stuff sold. Because we only have so much time every day, and we have a lot of stuff to sell. So my goal is to keep trying to sell y'all stuff till it's all gone. But then we keep buying more, and then we buy more. Thanks, everybody. Good night. I'm going to go eat some pimento cheese. Speaking of the Masters, crab chips. And I got to head to the gym. I think that's why I've been so tired and sore. I've actually been going to the gym and working out. And I am sore and very tired because my body's not used to it. But I'll eventually be back in shape where I can go for 15 hours straight. Oh, gosh, y'all hold me to that. Don't hold me to that. All right, thank you. Good night. And I'll see y'all tomorrow at 5 o'clock-ish. See you then.